Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum now begin. Let me now firstly invite Mr. Ke Liangdong, Vice Chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, CCPIT, to moderate the opening ceremony.
Please join me in welcoming the Vice Chairman of the CCPIT, Mr. Ke Liangdong, to moderate the opening ceremony.
Distinguished leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, greetings to all of you. It is my great honor and pleasure to moderate today's opening ceremony. Today, dignitaries and colleagues gather on schedule, as scheduled at the China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum, on-site and online, for the joint efforts to pull the wisdom of arbitrators from all over the world and explore the direction of global arbitration in the era of intelligence and interconnection. First, please allow me to introduce the leaders seated in the front row and the important guests attending the meeting. They are the following: Mr. Ren Hongbi, Chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, or CCPIT. Mr. Wang Shengming, Member of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress and the Vice Chairman of the Supervisory and Judicial Affairs Committee. Mr. Xiong Xuanguo, Vice Minister of Justice. Grand Justice Liu Guixiang, Member of the Judicial Committee of the Supreme People's Court of China. Mr. Fei Zongyi, former CTAC Deputy Director, Chair of its Advisory Committee, and an honorary arbitrator. Ms. Wang Shumei, member of the SPC Judicial Committee and the Chief Judge of its 4th Civil Division. Mr. Jiang Jing, Class 1 Inspector, Public Legal Services Bureau, Ministry of Justice. Ms. Teresa Cheng, former Secretary of Justice of Hong Kong SAR and CTAC arbitrator. Ms. Liu Shangyu, Vice President of Beijing High People's Court. Mr. Yuan Yuchi, Vice President of Beijing No. 4 Intermediate People's Court. Also virtually attending this opening ceremony are officials and representatives of many international organizations and international arbitration institutions. They are the following: Ms. Anna Yubin Brett, Secretary of UNCITRAL, United Commission on International Trade Law; Mr. Yong Sung Lee, Senior Legal Officer at the International Trade Division of the United Nations Office of Legal Affairs; Ms. Lucy Reed, President of ICA, International Council for Commercial Arbitration; Ms. Melanie Van Leeuwen, Chair of International Chamber of Commerce Trade Commission on Arbitration and ADR; Mr. Eric Tagman, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of American Arbitration Association International Center for Dispute Resolution; Mr. Stefano Azzali, Deputy Director General of Milan Center of Arbitration, former President of International Federation of Commercial Arbitration Institutions; Mr. Ismail Salim, Director of Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration; Mr. Pasit, President Asia Pacific Regional Arbitration Managing Director of Thailand Arbitration Center, Mr. Yoshihisa Hayakawa, Executive Director of the Secretary General of Japan International Dispute Resolution Center, Mr. Eduard Enrique, Member of Board of Directors at the Silicon Valley Arbitration and Mediation Center. In addition, there are heads of and representatives of other domestic and foreign arbitration institutions, large enterprises, law firms, and arbitrators of CTAC. Let's put our hands to welcome all the leaders and guests. On behalf of CTAC, the organizer, I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks to ANCITRO, the Old China Lawyers Association, and the co-organizers and the sponsors of the forum for their long-standing support. Now let's welcome Mr. Ren Hongbin, Chairman of China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, or CCPIT, to make a speech. Distinguished Senior Expert Bei Zongyi, Distinguished Vice Chairman Wang Shengming, Vice Minister Xiong Quanguo, Grand Justice Liu Weixiang, Secretary General, Anna Yubin Brett. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to gather with friends from all circles at the 2022 China Arbitration Summit at the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum in this fresh autumn season of harvest. Here, on behalf of CTAC and CCPIT, I'd like to extend a warm welcome and sincere greetings to all the participants. Under the theme of intelligent and interconnected international arbitration, this forum joins hands among arbitrators of CTAC around the world and bring together top experts in the international arbitration community, actively explore the future direction of international arbitration, whose wisdom and consensus shares insights, promotes cooperation and development, and facilitates international arbitration to play a bigger role in global governance. China Arbitration Week has been held for many years and received tremendous support from all walks of life, especially China's arbitration law is under intensive efforts of amendment. Hosting the 2022 Arbitration Week is highly important. This year marks the 70th anniversary of CCPIT. On May the 18th, President Xi Jinping delivered an important video speech at the celebration ceremony of such a ceremony and the Investment Promotion Summit. He highly praised the important role played by CCPIT in bringing closer the ties of interest between Chinese and foreign enterprises, promoting international economic and trade exchanges, and also fully affirmed and acknowledged the work of CCPIT in the field of international commercial arbitration, IP services, and commercial mediation, which showed the way forward and provided the fundamental guidelines for trade promotion. At present, the global governance system is undergoing profound changes, and the resolution of international economic and trade investment disputes is facing major challenges, and is an internationally accepted way to resolve economic, trade, and investment disputes. Arbitration plays an indispensable and important role in handling international commercial disputes, optimizing the international business environment, and promoting the construction of international rule of law. CTAC, which is attached to CCPIT, is the earliest and the most representative permanent arbitration institution in China, as well as the earliest foreign-related arbitration institution in China. Since its establishment, CTAC has shouldered the historical mission of promoting international exchanges and trade and serving national strategies, and has made a positive contribution to China's reform and opening up and development of foreign trade. CTAC promulgated and implemented China's first foreign-related arbitration rules in 1956, established arbitration system in line with international practice, and promoted China's accession to the UN Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards, namely the New York Convention, laying a solid foundation for the long-term development of China's arbitration legislation and arbitration cause. CITEC pioneered the combination of arbitration and mediation system, which was later absorbed by China's arbitration law and widely recognized by international community of arbitration as Oriental experience. In order to meet the dispute resolution needs brought about by rapid development of the internet economy, CITEC has taken the lead in practicing domain name dispute resolution since 2000, setting a precedent for internet dispute resolution in China. It cultivated the first cohort of foreign-related arbitrators in China and provided a talent guarantee for promoting the international development of China's arbitration industry. CITEC has continuously innovated the mindset of arbitration, comprehensively improved the arbitration capacity, and main business indicators have always reached new heights. And the number of cases accepted has been leading the amount of disputes involved in the cases, and the number of countries represented are always at the forefront internationally. The independent, fair, professional, efficient, and clean arbitration services have won universal recognition at home and abroad, casting the credibility of China arbitration, setting a new model of providing institutional arbitration service for Chinese and foreign parties. Standing at the new historical starting point, the CITEC has forged ahead, constantly pioneered and innovated, established the international network, connecting China and other countries and serving the whole world, setting up mechanisms such as the investment dispute arbitration centers, IP arbitration centers, financial arbitration centers that are professional and exquisite and serve the new fields, build a pattern of diversified dispute resolution service in which the choice of commercial arbitration, investment arbitration, and commercial mediation go hand in hand, and develop a large number of high caliber talents featuring both legal knowledge and integrity. It has also set up many high-end branded activities with international influence, such as the Beijing Joint Declaration and the cooperation mechanism of the Belt and Road Arbitration Institutions, China Arbitration Week, Arbitration Summit, CITEC Global Arbitrators Conference, and the CITEC Cup debate competition, which actively participated in the construction of international economic and trade arbitration governance system and constantly showed new responsibilities and new achievements. In order to better meet the dispute resolution needs of Chinese and foreign parties, CITEC has engaged more outstanding foreign arbitrators from different jurisdictions. This year, up to now, CITEC has engaged a total of 1,897 arbitrators. Last year, it was 1,698. That means within 8 months, we added nearly 200 arbitrators. This is really fast in pace, covering 144 jurisdictions, including 112 jurisdictions that have signed the Belt and Road cooperation documents, realize the international layout of the arbitrators team, and strive to build a global international arbitration service highland. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, President Xi Jinping pointed out that China will continue to improve the level of opening up, build a new system of open economy at a higher level, and continue to create a market-oriented, law-based, and internationalized business environment. The international commercial dispute settlement mechanism has become an important part of a country or region's business environment and competitive soft power. Commercial arbitration should play a greater role in serving the development of international economy and trade. Here, I would like to share with you some of my thoughts. The first is to keep tradition and innovate at the same time, and promote wider use of international arbitration. Arbitration is the universal language for dispute resolution. It is necessary to adhere to advance the arbitration concept, improve arbitration rules and systems, continuously enrich and develop the Oriental practice and experience, such as the combination of arbitration and commission, mediation, and one-stop dispute resolution mechanism, give play to the leading and exemplary role of diversified dispute resolution, contribute to China's wisdom and the solutions, and make unremitting efforts to optimize the global governance system, improve the international dispute resolution mechanism, and promote the construction of an open world economy. The second is to have a digital empowerment to enhance the impetus of arbitration development. In face of the new opportunities brought by the digital economy for global development, we must adhere to the empowerment of technology, promote the deep integration of technology and international arbitration, strengthen the sharing of innovative achievements, continuously improve the digitalization, networking, and intelligence of arbitration, promote the realization of high efficiency and low cost of international arbitration, enhance the transparency, and move towards new era of intelligence and interconnection. The third is to be inclusive and promote exchanges and mutual learning. Arbitration is naturally international in nature and follows the civil law of the merchant society. International arbitration should adhere to openness, inclusiveness, and promote coordinated and integrated development. It is necessary to enhance the exchanges and mutual learning so that international arbitration exchanges and the mutual learning can become a bridge to enhance the friendship among arbitrators and international arbitration circles so that we can embrace a brighter future for arbitration. Ladies and gentlemen, CCPIT and CTAC are willing to work together with the international arbitration, legal, and industrial and commercial circles to work together to bring closer institutionalized cooperation, seek a prosperous road for development, international arbitration, and make greater contribution to building a more stable, fair, transparent, and predictable international economic and trade order. Finally, I wish this forum complete success and all of you good health and smooth work and happy family. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman Ren Hongbin, for such an excellent speech. When China is expanding its high-level opening up and promoting the joint development of the Belt and Road, high-quality development, it is my hope that all of you can work together with us to roll out international arbitration and contribute to the changes of international economic and trade pattern and order. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Wang Shengming, member of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, Vice Chairman of the Supervisory and Judicial Affairs and Committee. Let's now welcome Mr. Wang. Distinguished Mr. Fei, Chairman Ren Hongbin, Vice Minister Xiong Xiangguo, Grand Justice Liu, Secretary Anna Yubin-Brett, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very glad to attend again China Arbitration Summit. I think the organizers has a deep intention to hold such a forum on such a fresh autumn day. The aim is to pick the most beautiful season and do the best arbitration. Since reform and opening up started in late 70s, China's arbitration has made great progress. In the past 27 years since the arbitration law came into effect, the number of arbitration institutions has been reduced from 3,600 to 270, and the annual value of cases increased from 200 million RMB to 860 billion RMB, totaling accumulatively more than 5 trillion RMB. The improvement of arbitration system and arbitration organizations has contributed greatly to the development and progress of China's economy and society. At present, transformative changes and COVID-19, both unseen in a century, are compounding each other, making the international environment more complex and severe, and increasing difficulties and challenges at home. In face of all these developments, the key is to handle our own affairs well. The key is to handle arbitration well in this community and take concrete actions to implement the planning and requirements of the CPC Central Committee that the pandemic must be prevented and controlled, and the economy be stable and the development be safe. We need to redouble our efforts and seek further progress. What is the way to deliver the best arbitration? The best arbitration is authoritative arbitration. Arbitration is an important alternative way to resolve disputes. It is different from both mediation and litigation. The biggest feature of its initiation is that arbitration will not happen unless the parties agree. And the result of arbitration is the award of arbitral tribunal. It does not require negotiated consensus between the parties. Moreover, arbitration award is final, unlike the appealable litigations. The authority of an arbitral award is granted by the law. Arbitration is also called, in Chinese, impartial decision. The basis for the law to grant authority to arbitral awards is that arbitrators are experienced, impartial, and upright, and they are professionals as decision makers who are highly respected for solving cases. The best arbitration shall be modest. The award is authoritative, but the granting of the award shall not be capricious or arbitrary. I work in National People's Congress for 37 years. I have been doing civil legislation for a long time. It is my tremendous pleasure to meet Mr. Fei. He has given, enormous support and help to our work. Work experience has taught me civil subjects differ in thousands of ways. So do civil activities. The best legislations fully respect and reflect the party's will. Not only the contract law and the like, but also the property law involve optional rules or guidance, which is the case not only for substantive law, but also for procedural law. Utmost deference shall be given to the will of the parties. Arbitration disputes are economic disputes. An arbitrator should be open-minded, respect common sense, law, and the parties. The best arbitration, as the Chairman Ren just said, shall be innovative. Innovation is an internal theme. Innovation aims to keep pace with the times, eliminate the old, create the new, and strive for the best. We should actively use modern information technology, build intelligent arbitration, constantly improve the fairness and efficiency of arbitration, and constantly raise the international status of China's arbitration. The best arbitration shall be that based on standards. Without rules, there can not be uniformity. What matters most is the sound arbitration rules and the strict discipline embodied in the code of conduct for arbitrators. The arbitration law is under revision. We are problem-oriented in our work approach, try our best to reflect and respect the will of the parties and strengthen the supervision over arbitrators. Peaches and plums are silent, but a path is formed underneath. If China's arbitration community, arbitration institution, and arbitrators are authoritative, modest, innovative, and compliant, China's arbitration must be promising, vibrant, and credible. I wish 2022 China Arbitration Summit a complete success. May the future of arbitration be even better. Thank you.
I want to thank Vice Chairman Wang Shengming for his excellent remarks. So the amendment of arbitration law has been incorporated into the 2022 legislative agenda of the National People's Congress Standing Committee. We're convinced, looking forward to, that amended arbitration law will be the best of its kind. Thus, making contribution to the rule of law and the better legal guarantee for building of a better business climate in China. We at the CTEC will be the best arbitration. Next, we give the floor to Vice Minister of Justice, Mr. Xun Xuanguo, to deliver opening remarks. Distinguished leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to gather in Beijing with all the distinguished guests to join and attend the 2022 China Arbitration Summit, the second CITEC Global Arbitrators Forum on August 31st. President Xi Jinping sent a congratulatory letter to the 2022 China International Fair for Trade in Services, pointing out that China shall remain committed to high-level opening to promote high-quality development, shall adhere to inclusive and win-win cooperation, and work together to promote an open and shared service economy, thus injecting momentum into the recovery and development of the global economy. Well, that letter fully reflects China's confidence and determination to promote high-level opening up and demonstrates its willingness to open up and cooperate with all parties for mutual benefit and win-win outcomes. Organized by China International Economic and Trade Arbitration Commission and All China Lawyers Association and United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, or UNCITRAL, this summit focuses on the most popular issues in the development of international arbitration and actively explore the development direction and growth prospect of international arbitration with a theme towards intelligent and connected global arbitration. I'm convinced that with the active participation of all participants, we shall strive to explore the new development paths of intelligent arbitration in the information age, and also we will further deepen and expand international arbitration exchanges and cooperation, and it shall more vigorously enhance the new momentum of arbitration development and play a positive role in promoting the economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. Here, on behalf of the Minister of Justice, I would like to express our warmest congratulations on the holding of this forum. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the domestic and international expert scholars and all walks of society who have long supported the development of China's arbitration course. Ever since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the central authorities, as Comrade Xi Jinping, the core, has incorporated the comprehensive law-based governance into the strategic planning of the full comprehensiveness by making a series of major decisions and arrangements and press ahead the construction of a China based on rule of law and undergo historical changes and have achieved historical achievements. We and the Minister of Justice have adhered to the guidance of Xi Jinping thought of socialism with China's characteristics in a new era and have deeply studied and implemented Xi Jinping thought of the rule of law, comprehensively promoted rule of law at home and abroad, and have deepened the reform of decentralization, regulation, and service focuses on the optimization of rule of law, international and market-oriented business environment, so as to serve the overall opening up and the development strategy of the nation. The foreign-related legal service industry, it's fair to say, has made rapid development, and its capacity has been constantly enhanced. The going global of China's lawyers community is moving forward in a steady and powerful way, and the international influence of the arbitration is gradually increasing, so as to provide high-quality, efficient, and professional legal services and legal guarantees for economic and trade exchanges. As of the end of 2021, China's law firms had set up 167 overseas branches or offices in 35 jurisdictions in the world, and 274 arbitration institutions have been set up nationwide, deciding more than 4 million cases involving 5.8 trillion yuan as subject matter, and the parties to foreign-related arbitration cases cover more than 100 jurisdictions. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, May this year, President Xi Jinping delivered an important speech at the celebration of the 70th anniversary of the establishment of China Council for the Promotion of International Trade and Global Trade Investment Promotion Summit, reiterating China's determination and commitment to expanding high-level opening up will not change, and China's door to the outside world will only be opened wider and wider. And focusing on the new situation and new tasks and new requirements overcoming the pandemic, revitalizing trade investment, adhering to innovation-driven and improving global governance. I believe that it has opened up a broad prospect for the development of foreign-related legal services. As an internationally accepted means of dispute resolution, arbitration is an important component of foreign-related legal services, is an important part of optimizing the business climate and escalating the development of trade. President Xi Jinping personally has attached great importance to the cause of arbitration. He has on various occasions stressed the need of cultivating a number of world-class arbitration institutions and make foreign legal protection and service work more effective. I believe those instructions have pointed out the way forward and provided fundamental governance for promoting the reform and development of arbitration in the new era, better serving the major national development strategy and high-level opening up. In order to comprehensively implement a series of important decisions and arrangements of the Party Central Committee and the State Council, we will take the overall promotion of the pilot development of international commercial arbitration centers as a strategic mission to vigorously strengthen foreign-related legal services in the new era. So basically, we'll try to promote the building of Beijing into an international commercial arbitration center, serving the development of internationally technological innovation center and international exchange center. We shall try to build Shanghai into an Asia-Pacific arbitration center orienting the whole world. And for Guangzhou and Shenzhen, we'll be building to an international commercial law and dispute resolution service centers linking Hong Kong, Macau, serving the construction of Greater Bay Area of Guangzhou, Hong Kong, and Macau, and also serving the whole world. And we'll also aim to build Hainan province into an international commercial arbitration center serving the Hainan Free Trade Zone towards the Pacific Indian Ocean, strive to build with those couple of centers our objective is to build China into a new destination, a most popular forum for international arbitration. To achieve those gains, we focus on the following three aspects. Well, firstly, we will continue to deepen reform and build world-class institutions. We explore and promote the professional and international reform of arbitration tribunals. We'll draw on the best practice and useful experiences of international well-known arbitration institutions. We'll, so as to improve and perfect arbitration rules and regimes with characteristics that shall fully respect the autonomy of the parties. We shall increase the disclosure of procedural information, such as the appointment and recusal of arbitrators, and enhance the international credibility and influence of arbitration institutions in those pillar areas. We'll innovate in the selection and the management of arbitrators and broaden the channels and sources for appointing arbitrators, which will support the selection and appointment of domestic and international professionals from international organizations, Chamber of Commerce, and the business community. We shall vigorously strengthen the development of intelligent arbitration. We will actively promote the China's internet arbitration model to serve online settlement of international commercial disputes. Well, secondly, we'll strengthen the development of the environment and promote the kind of cluster effect of arbitration. We further open up the arbitration service industry to the international arbitration, well-known international arbitration institutions and dispute resolution institutions to set up business branches in these pillar areas. We shall, the arbitration institutions in those areas are encouraged to set up branches or offices overseas so as to expand legal services for overseas arbitration. We also try to strengthen the coordination of relevant legal and social services providers, encourage domestic foreign dispute resolution institutions, legal service institutions such as law firms, notaries publics, experts, legal investigators, as well as social service institutions such as accountants, trainings, and translation services to have a set office in those areas so as to create a unified platform for international commercial dispute resolution. We also promote exchange and cooperation in international commercial arbitration, encourage domestic arbitration institutions to establish multilateral and bilateral cooperation mechanisms with overseas arbitration institutions so as to conduct resource sharing and cooperation. Well, thirdly, we shall provide even more forceful legal and policy support to enhance the guarantee of arbitration course development. We shall adhere to the combination of China's characteristics and international rules of application here domestically so as to promote the revision and amendment of the arbitration law. We improve the judicial support and protection policies. We shall increase the level of support from the judiciary to the enforcement arbitration awards, as well as the recognition of arbitration agreements, as well as the issues of or awarding of interim measures, improve the mechanism for enforcement of those cases, and improve the judicial supervision mechanism for the revocation as well as non-enforcement of arbitration awards. We also explore ways to cooperate with arbitration institutions and research institutions, the business community, and business associations at home and abroad, innovate the training mechanism of arbitration professionals and optimize the training of foreign-related arbitration human resources by establishing a foreign arbitration talent pool. CTEC has always been committed to serving the Belt and Road Initiative and the National Higher Level Open Up Strategy, which has extensively conducted international exchanges of cooperation, and it has made outstanding contributions to the development of China's arbitration system and the international development of China's arbitration. We hope that CTEC will continue to carry forward its excellent tradition and contribute even more, especially in terms of rules building and development and practical experience to building China into an international commercial arbitration center. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China will be held in Beijing very soon. It will be an important Congress to be held at a critical juncture when we enter the new journey of our Commerce and building a more socialist, a modern socialist country. So let's leverage this forum as an opportunity to deepen international exchanges and cooperation in arbitration, share development opportunities in trade investment, and giving full play to the governance role of arbitration in a market-oriented legal and international business environment, so as to make positive contribution to promoting high-quality development, building a new development pattern, and the open world economy, so that we can take practical steps to welcome the successful opening of the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. We also sincerely welcome all of you to actively participate in the development of China International Commercial Arbitration Center and contribute your wisdom to strengthen the high-quality development of arbitration course in China. I'd like to wish the perfect success of this summit. Thank you for your attention. I want to thank Vice Minister Xun for his very warm remarks. So the prosperous development of China's arbitration course is very encouraging. It is not possible without the long-term support from Ministry of Justice, as well as careful guidance. We at the CTAC will continue to play its role of a groundbreaker and bellwether of the Chinese arbitration community to make our contribution to building China into a globally oriented and most popular forum of arbitration. So next we shall give the floor to the Vice Minister level full-time member of the Judicial Committee of the Supreme People's Court, Justice Liu Guixiang. Welcome. Honorable President Zheng Hongmin, Honorable Chairman Wang Shengming, Honorable Vice Minister Xing Xuanguo, and Secretary General Anna Robin, very distinguished Mr. Fei, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here together with all of you in this beautiful autumn season at the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. On behalf of Mr. Zhou Jiang, Chief Justice and the President of People's Republic of China, I would like to extend our warm congratulations. On the convening of this summit, I would like to express our sincere respect and greetings to the domestic international guests attending this forum. Arbitration is an important part of the diversified dispute resolution mechanism in China's social governance with China's characteristics. We at the Supreme People's Court has always attached great importance to the judicial review of arbitration. We have actively supported reform of the arbitration regime and promoted the development of diversified settlement, dispute settlement mechanism for international commercial disputes. In 2018, pursuant to the opinions of the General Office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the General Office of State Council on the establishment of international commercial dispute settlement mechanism and institution for the Belt and Road Initiative, the Supreme People's Court set up the first and second China International Commercial Courts in Shenzhen and Xi'an and established a one-stop diversified dispute settlement mechanism for international commercial disputes that organically connected litigation, mediation, and arbitration. In December 2018, 5 international commercial arbitration institutions, including CTAC, were included in diversified settlement, the dispute settlement mechanism for international commercial disputes as the first batch of international arbitration institutions. In June this year, another 5 arbitration tribunals, including the Hong Kong IAC, have been included, thus giving full play to the role of international commercial arbitration, jointly promoting the development of one-stop diversified dispute settlement for international commercial disputes and providing high-quality, efficient legal services, especially dispute resolution services for the commercial parties. So as a top-level event of China's arbitration course and one of the most high-profile events in the field of international commercial arbitration, China Arbitration Summit has been successfully held for 7 years in a row with positive achievements, has been widely endorsed by members of the international arbitration community. So we at the Supreme People's Court have been actively supporting the holding of this forum. On one occasion, President Zhou Qiang, Chief Justice Zhou Qiang himself, and other leadership of the court have attended the opening ceremony of the forum and delivered speeches, communicating with colleagues from all other parts of the community and jointly studying the promote development of the Chinese arbitration course, along with the vigorous development of a new generation of artificial intelligence and the comprehensive arrival of the comprehensive arrival of the internet era. The intelligent connection has been deeply integrated into all fields of economic recovery, not only profoundly changing and affecting people's lifestyle, but also profoundly affecting the legal practice. So, especially in the post-pandemic era, the internet and other intelligent technologies have played a pivotal role in dispute resolution in recent years. President Xi Jinping has proposed several initiatives on the digital economy, development, and global digital governance. In December 2021, the State Council issued the 14th Five-Year Plan for Development of the Digital Economy, which clearly defined the effectively expand the international cooperation in digital economy, accelerating the development of digital cross-border trade and building the digital Silk Road as important contents of China's digital economy development. May this year, Supreme People's Court organized a forum on the rule of law in the digital economy, which was attended by delegates from 15 countries and regions, and the institute also attended the meeting. So focusing on the theme of the promoting the development of digital economy through innovation in the rule of law, the forum extensively gathered international consensus on building a community of shared future in cyberspace and promoting the rule of law in global digital economy governance. With the theme of the towards the global arbitration with intelligent interconnection, this forum, together with the legal experts of the international community, we have focused on the cutting-edge issues of the arbitration community, and we shall explore the further development direction of international arbitration. I believe that is a very pertinent topics. It will definitely be of far-reaching significance. Here, I would like to take this opportunity to address the following three issues. But firstly, we shall actively respond to opportunities and challenges and improve the service level of international commercial arbitration. The rapid development of intelligent and internet technology has profoundly transformed the traditional social and economic structure and also has produced new challenges and opportunities to arbitration. So the application of new technology in the arbitration field can certainly break through the limitation of geographical scope and greatly improve the efficiency, optimize procedures, reduce cost, and maximize the advantage of arbitration, such as convenience, efficiency, flexibility, and some other advantages. So we shall put into place a new model with online arbitration at the core, as well supported by electronic technologies, so as to constantly enhance the dispute resolution level, so as to meet the parties' new expectations, new demand of resolving the dispute in a prompt way. Also, we shall support innovation in arbitration system and improve China's arbitration's judicial review system. The healthy development of arbitration is not possible without judicial support and supervision. In fact, ever since 2018, the Supreme People's Court has issued judicial interpretations and other regulatory documents related to arbitration and improve the judicial review system of arbitration and standardize the review standards and deepen the regional cooperation in arbitration, thus play an important role in promoting the development of the rule of law in arbitration. Next step, Supreme People's Court will further improve the judicial review of arbitration, strive to create an arbitration-friendly judicial supervision environment, and help improve the credibility of arbitration. So the Chinese court will improve its political standing and respond to the new challenges with new measures and adapt to changes. We shall support the reform and innovation of the arbitration system, explore the adjudication standard that conform to the characteristics of the times, ensure the efficient and fair operation of arbitration judicial review system. Well, thirdly, we shall adhere to practical cooperation and exchanges so as to promote the development of a diversified dispute resolution mechanism for international commercial disputes. So currently, a lot of high-burden cross-border commercial issues are emerging one after another. The legal problems, new areas such as cross-border data flow and the virtual transactions are constantly manifesting themselves. It has become a trend for international litigation, arbitration, and mediation system to exchange, absorb, and learn from each other and integrate among one another. July last year, the China International Commercial Court of the Supreme People's Court opened up a one-stop online platform for diversified resolution of international commercial disputes, which opened all systems of the platform and accomplished the online mediation, online arbitration, and online litigation. Nextly, the Chinese court will adopt measures to further support arbitration in supporting international commercial disputes. We believe that the intelligent and connection technology can give full play to the advantages of sharing and socialization of online dispute resolution mechanisms, realize the concentration of diversified dispute resolution resources, so as to promote the fair, efficient, convenient, and low-cost operation of diversified dispute resolution mechanism across border, enable the digital achievements to better benefit the public. Ladies and gentlemen, friends. Well, currently, the unprecedented change in the world are intertwined with a pandemic unseen in the century. It is necessary for all works of the society to forge consensus, strengthen cooperation, exchange, and learn from one another. The Chinese course will be committed to the philosophy of peace, development, cooperation, and win-win. And third is the global governance concept of consultation, joint development, and sharing. We shall support the healthy development of the arbitration course and continue to improve the diversified settlement mechanism for international commercial disputes. And we shall continue to optimize the business environment so as to make positive contribution to promoting the rule of law in the whole world. I'd like to wish the perfect success of this summit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Grand Justice Liu, for your wonderful speech. Chinese arbitral awards have received a broad recognition and enforcement that is not possible without the commitment, support, and oversight of the Chinese courts, including SPC. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Anna Jobin-Brett, Secretary of Ancestral. Please now watch the screen.
Distinguished organizers, panelists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to convey the best wishes and greetings from the Ancestral Secretariat on the occasion of the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. While I regret very much that I cannot join this annual event in person, technology enables me to deliver this message to the international arbitration community gathering in and around Beijing. We pride ourselves in Ancestral of our strong and long-lasting cooperation with CCPIT, with CTAC, and with the authorities of the People's Republic of China in charge of international trade and dispute resolution. CCPIT and CTAC delegations participate actively in the deliberations and the work of our working groups, and also, of course, the Commission. What more auspicious occasion and forum to announce the launching of the stock-taking initiative on dispute resolution in the digital economy and our participation in the IGLIP with the DOJ of Hong Kong SAR. We look very much forward to the deliberations and the highly interesting panel discussions that will take place during this conference. And we will, of course, follow them very closely. We will bring back all the substantive ideas, innovations to the UNCITRAL membership. And we look very much forward to a continued and successful cooperation with CTAC and CCPIT. We thank you very much for the invitation, and we wish you a very fruitful conference and hope to see you in person next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Anna Brett, for your message. In the field of international dispute resolution, many rules and guidelines issued by UNCITRAL are of great guiding significance. It is expected that the Chinese arbitration will achieve more results in pursuing innovative development and promoting the integrated development of international arbitration. Let's now put our hands again to thank all the leaders and guests for their excellent remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, for the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum and China Arbitration Summit, we have received a broad attention at this moment. As many as 1.43 million people are watching us from all the world. Present changes and pandemic unseen and centric on each other. Global development is facing many uncertainties and unstable factors. The development of international commercial dispute resolution is also facing challenges and changes. It is hoped that the global arbitration legal community will work together to pioneer and innovate and make a greater contribution to promoting global development with efficient, fair, and clean arbitration, and contribute even more to the civilization of the rule of law. Now, let's release the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrator Initiative, which will be moderated by Mr. Wang Chengjie, Vice Chairman and Secretary General of CTAC. Distinguished Chairman Ren Hongbin, Mr. Fei Chongyi, Vice Chairman Wang Shengming, Vice Minister Xun Xianming, Grand Justice Liu Guixiang, Vice Chairman Ke Liangdong, Secretary Anna Brett, arbitrators, guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Greetings to all of you. It is a great honor for me to gather with the experts and colleagues from all walks of life and the global CTAC arbitrators online and offline at the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. Here, on behalf of CTAC, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the guests attending this event. 66 years ago, adhering to the belief of promoting and serving the development of international economic cooperation and trade, the CTAC was established as the first arbitration institution in China. After more than half a century of arduous exploration and several generations of hard work, CTAC has made great progress in the cause of arbitration, ranking among the forefront of international arbitration institutions and becoming one of the internationally renowned international arbitration institutions, widely recognized by Chinese and overseas parties. The CTAC arbitrator team has grown from only 21 arbitrators at the beginning and has so far appointed 1,897 arbitrators from 144 jurisdictions, including 112 jurisdictions that have signed the Belt and Road cooperation documents covering 6 continents worldwide, realizing a truly global layout. The road is far away, but persistence can take us to its end. With active participation and joint efforts of global arbitrations, CTAC's international development has been continuously improved. In the 4 years since the CTAC Arbitrators Forum was started in 2018, CTAC has accepted 22% more foreign-related cases. International cases in which both parties are foreign parties have increased by 69%, and the amount of foreign-related cases have increased by 97%. 16 foreign laws or conventions have been applied, and the parties came from 148 jurisdictions, increased by 88%. So 8 by 88 jurisdictions, and the internationalization factor has increased significantly. In 2018, CTAC went abroad for the first time, setting up a CTAC European Arbitration Center and a North American Center. And the international network layout continued to expand, providing safeguards for the high-quality development of Belt and Road. The responsibility lies in the tireless fulfillment. In the era of inheriting the past and opening up the future, CTAC is willing to work with the global arbitrators to match the general trend of economic globalization, practice the concept of community with a shared future for mankind, and swervingly strive to promote the development of international arbitration, create a harmonious and beautiful environment for the sustainable development of the world, and achieve win-win sharing. Dear arbitrators, colleagues, on the occasion of the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum in 2022, adhering to the common beliefs and pursuits of global CTAC arbitrators, we hereby solemnly release the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Initiative. I will now read out its content. 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Initiative. This is an era full of challenges. The century-long changes in the world superimpose the pandemic unseen in a century. Economic globalization is facing a severe test. This is a time of hope. A new round of technological revolution is reshaping global innovation landscape, and the world is facing development opportunities. This is an era that calls for change, effort, and responsibility. So, 4 years after 2018 CTAC first global arbitration forum, the CTAC arbitration achieved rapid development. Its capacity of international arbitration dispute resolution has been on the rise. Its caseload continues to increase, showing a boost of international globalization. Its panel of arbitrators has become more globalized, and its international arbitration exchanges and cooperation have been deepened in the significantly increased. In 2021, CTAC ranked as one of the 5 most preferred arbitration institutions in the world in the prestigious survey of international arbitration. CTAC arbitrators from all over the world and together committed to promote the development of international arbitration in a steady, strong, and firm manner. The era has endowed upon us great trust and dreams. We, from 144 countries and regions with a common title of CTAC arbitrators, jointly proposed at the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. First, to jointly build consensus on solidarity and cooperation, we would strengthen global legal exchanges and integration across the globe and between regions, transcend legal differences, achieve solidarity and cooperation, and jointly promote the wider application of commercial arbitration. Second, to jointly uphold the belief in fairness and justice, we would adhere to independence and fairness, stay honest and clean, equally protect the legitimate rights of the parties, respect the concept of the rule of law among different jurisdictions, promote the fair and reasonable international rules, and properly carry out the duty of a fair arbitrator. To jointly promote innovative development of arbitration, we would take the opportunities of development in digitalization network and intelligence to improve efficiency, reduce cost, enhance transparency, and continuously promote the reforms of international arbitration with the assistance of scientific and technological means. To jointly facilitate the progress of the youth, we would unite global arbitration talents, bridge civilizations and cultures, and build cross-regional and cross-disciplinary communication platform for young arbitrators, practitioners from all over the world, so as to help them build their dreams and become a new force for sensible development of arbitration. 5, to jointly create a best practice in diversified dispute resolution. We would be guided by the goal of fairness and efficiency, jointly promote to establish a one-stop international commercial dispute resolution mechanism and seamlessly connect arbitration, mediation, litigation with the complementary functions and contribute wisdom and solutions to the construction of global business environment. With the shared goals and a vision, nothing can hinder us from achievement. We, CTAC global arbitrators, would unite and collaborate together to make unremitting efforts to promote the sustainable development of international arbitration and build a community with a shared future for mankind. This is the end of the reading. Next, I would like to do the launch of the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Initiative. Let's now put our hands together to welcome Chairman Ren Hongbin, Honorary Arbitrator Hui Zongyi, Vice Chairman Wang Zhengming, Vice Minister Xiong Xuanguo, Grand Justice Liu Guixiang, Vice Chairman Ke Liangdong, and Ms. Teresa Chang, our CTAC arbitrator, to come onto the stage to jointly launch the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Initiative. Now count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Photo, please. Dear arbitrators, colleagues, this initiative has received the widespread echo and response of CTAC arbitrators, and we received a lot of congratulatory messages from them. CTAC is the oldest trade and investment arbitration center in China.
2018 CTAC First Global Arbitrators Forum, it is evident and obvious that CTAC has since made much improvements.
CTAC has made a lot of new achievements, and international arbitration cause has made continued progress, and dispute resolution capacity has been always enhanced.
From all over the world are together committed to promote the development of international arbitration.
The Global Arbitrators Initiative of the CTAC is not only welcome, but necessary.
This Global Arbitrators Initiative will undoubtedly strengthen legal exchanges.
I'd like to congratulate CTAC for all its achievements. And in particular, I'm very impressed by the announcement of the Global Arbitrators Initiative, which sets out 5 very interesting propositions.
Together, we will jointly build consensus on solidarity and cooperation.
To transcend legal differences, to achieve solidarity and cooperation, and to jointly promote the wider application of commercial arbitration.
Stick to fairness and impartiality, and stick to honesty.
I would like to endorse the proposal to jointly uphold belief in fairness, justice, and respect of rule of law in the dispute resolution community.
Impartiality, fairness, honesty, and protection of the rights of the parties.
In the age of digitalization,
to jointly promote innovative development of arbitration.
Arbitrators and institutions jointly overcome difficulties and achieve innovation and development of arbitration.
Arbitrators to participate in education and training for talented youth as they develop careers in international arbitration.
I also hope that CTAC will be able to establish and maintain a one-stop international commercial dispute resolution mechanism.
May I congratulate CTAC on bringing together the CTAC global arbitrators to unite and collaborate together and make unremitting efforts to promote the sustainable development.
As one of the CTAC arbitrators, I will unite and collaborate with each other to endeavor to promote the sustainable development of international arbitration.
CTAC global arbitrators will work in concert and in solidarity for the sustainable development of our international arbitration and the formation of community of shared future for mankind.
On the launch of the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrator Initiative.
Congratulations on the launch of the 2022 CTAC Global Arbitrators Initiative.
And I truly believe today's initiative will further take our arbitration services to new heights. I add my best wishes for a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
I want to thank all of your congratulations. I'd like to announce that the opening ceremony of the China Arbitration Summit and the Global Arbitration Forum. Now let's have the keynote address of the summit, which gives the floor to Judge Wang Shumei, who's the Chief Judge of the Fourth Adjudication Civil Judicial Committee of the Supreme People's Court, as well as member of the Judicial Committee of the Supreme People's Court. Welcome, Judge Wang. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very delighted to attend 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum to jointly discuss the arbitration development issue in a new context. So currently, the rapid growth of technologies such as artificial intelligence, internet, big data, cloud computing, and blockchain 5G, which have given birth to the new categories of disputes, new arbitration models. So, and also the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has further promoted the integration of arbitration intelligent IT technology. So the theme of this year's this forum is the towards Intelligent Interconnected Global Forum. It is a very pertinent, very excellent topic for all of our guests to discuss these measures. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you the practice of China's course on judicial review of arbitration and some examples of China's course in strengthening the judicial application of modern technologies and some thoughts on improving the arbitration system. So firstly, I'd like to share with you the practice of China's course in terms of the judicial review of arbitration. I'd like to address this issue from the following 5 aspects. Firstly, we have constantly improved and perfected the mechanism for judicial review of arbitration and promote the harmonization of standards for judicial review of arbitration awards. In recent years, the Supreme Court of China has issued a number of judicial interpretations and judicial documents, such as the relevant provisions on the reporting of arbitration judicial review cases, and notice on the reporting of arbitration judicial review cases and judicial assistance cases. Therefore, from an institutional perspective, we can improve the procedure of judicial review of the arbitration cases, so as to harmonize the standard of judicial review, thus protecting the rights of the parties. So we shall clarify the rules of adjudication for the new types of cases. For example, the China International Commercial Court of SPC heard the application of British Virgin Islands Yunyu Corporation for the confirmation of the validity of the arbitration clause, which clarified the principle that established arbitration clause is independent. separate from the master contract. Also, the Guangzhou Intermediate Appeals Court heard the application of Brentwood Company of the U.S. for recognition enforcement of the arbitration award of ICC. So for the first time, that award issued by a foreign arbitration institution domiciled in mainland China can be regarded as a foreign-related arbitration award of China, and clarified the kind of citizenship of such awards. Also, the Shanghai #1 Intermediate People's Court tried the case of serving coaches employment agreement disputes, made it clear that dispute settlement decision issued by the internal dispute settlement institution of international sports organization shouldn't be governed by the foreign arbitration awards in the meaning of New York Convention. Also, the Shenzhen Intermediate Appeals Court heard the case of the applying and cancellation of the setting aside the arbitration award and made it clear for the first time the arbitration award supported parties in disguised form to carry out the payment transaction between Bitcoin and legal tender, which violated the state's regulation, mandatory requirements on financial supervision of virtual currency, thus violated the public policy of social public interest. So all those veritable cases have fully demonstrated the judicial philosophy that China's court shall supervise and support arbitration, with arbitration-friendly judicial environment. So also we have vigorously promoted the integrated development of litigation, arbitration, and mediation, have built a one-stop international commercial dispute resolution mechanism. The Supreme Court has established an international commercial court, an international commercial expert committee, and a one-stop diversified settlement mechanism for international commercial disputes, so that the parties can directly appeal to the CICC for the setting aside of international arbitration award. So currently, for that platform has been joined by 10 international commercial arbitration institutions, including CITEC, and 2 international commercial mediation institutions, including Mediation Center of China Council for Promotion of International Trade as a chief mechanism kind of connection and geared towards visa overseas arbitration institution for the first time, which means the Hong Kong IAC has been incorporated into that platform. Also, we have been supporting the arbitration for the China's free trade zone development. In fact, we have issued judicial documents for the development of a free trade zone, as well as the double zone development of Beijing and Hainan and the Greater Bay Area. So that we have issued this effort to support the building of high-level free trade zone and the arbitration community support of this free trade zone. Also, we have been supporting the foreign arbitration tribunal to have some business in those free trade zones and pilot areas. We have been entering into agreement with the Hong Kong SEC and the Macau SEC for the mutual recognition of the awards issued by Hong Kong arbitration tribunals. Also, we shall carefully honor of our international treaty convention obligations and commitments. So we shall carefully again honor our agreements, our commitments within your convention. So firstly, we shall carefully conduct a review of the awards based on the statutory grounds of Article 5 of New York Convention. For other things, we shall defer to the awards. For those mandatory grounds, the requesting party has the burden of proof. So the governing law shall be consistent with New York Convention requirements. To the extent that the governing law is a foreign law, we shall do our best to ascertain that law to evaluate the validity of the foreign arbitration agreements. For example, in the case at the first intermediate court of Shanghai, intermediate court, the governing law of Singapore. So the court in Shanghai actually understand the Singaporean law, including case law, to evaluate the agreement of arbitration and actually recognize the validity of the arbitration agreement. Also, we should respect the part autonomy of the parties, as well as the legitimacy of the parties' rights in choosing their arbitrators, as well as in participating procedures and their due process rights of asserting defenses. For example, in the case handled by the Fourth Intermediate Court of Beijing, which is between a commodity company and the British Coffee Association. So the court held that the tribunal consisting of 2 arbitrators, as well as the way the notice and of the parties was consistent with the rules. So those facts were not grounds for setting aside the award. So firstly, we shall be very prudent in applying for the exception of New York Convention, which is the public policy, only in the event that the foreign arbitration award violated the basic principle of Chinese law, infringe upon national sovereignty, state sovereignty, as well as posing harm to the public safety of society, as well as the social morals. Under those special circumstances, shall we set aside the foreign arbitration award. Next one is application of intelligent technologies in the judiciary. So obviously that's a common challenge for both the judiciary and the arbitration community. So the Chinese court recently have followed carefully the application of the smart technology as this opportunity for AI, so as to promote the application of modern technology in judiciary. We have set up more than 30,000 tech courts. We have actually been operational in terms of the mobile micro courts for electronic litigation. We have a full internet courts in Guangzhou, Beijing, and Hangzhou. We have put into place a smart court system supporting the full tiers of courts in terms of the online litigation, online filing, and the thorough disclosure and transparency, as well as the comprehensive intelligence services. So we have rolled out the major rules of online litigation, online mediation, and online operation. So that during the pandemic, we have been able to providing those services through technology so as to address the judicial needs of the parties in seeking remedies and resolving their dispute. It's worth noting that we're in the process starting the establishment of arbitration judicial review case information system, which shall continue improve the quality and efficiency of arbitration judicial review by utilizing the information platform to analyze the processing outcomes of every cases. The Chinese courts university have made remarkable achievements in the application of technologies such as artificial intelligence and the internet. We have a lot of practical experience, and we have contributed China's wisdom to the reform of the litigation system in the information age. In that regard, we're waiting to exchange our achievements and our learning and practical experience with the arbitration community, build a good cooperation mechanism, jointly promote the integration of intelligent internet technology and data resolution mechanism, promote the reform of arbitration system in the information age, build a community shared future in cyberspace, and promote the progress of human civilization rule by law. Next slide, I share with you the development of arbitration system and its evolution and improvements. The current arbitration law was enacted in 1994. It has been more than 20 years. It has been rapid development of arbitration courts. Obviously, the law is kind of lagging behind. Ever since the launch of the endeavor of amending the arbitration law, the Supreme People's Court has been deeply involved by taking the amendment very seriously. So based on the actual practice of judicial review arbitration, we have provided very targeted practical suggestions for the revision of arbitration law. For example, the scope of entertaining arbitration cases, expansion of the cases, as well as the boundary between confidentiality and the publicity of the information in the process of judicial review, and potential rights and interests of the parties outside the case, and a couple of issues. Well, currently, the accelerated innovation of intelligent and internet technologies and the rapid development of digital economy have put forward new and higher requirements for the Chinese arbitration system. We are fully aware that the internet arbitration based on the IT information technology will become an important driving force for more development of Chinese international commercial arbitration system, enhance credibility and competitiveness of arbitration. In that regard, Supreme People's Court will close cooperate with relevant governments and departments and continually actively explore, learn, and from the best practices of the other jurisdictions and provide judicial support for the formulation of a new arbitration law that meets China's national conditions and needs of the new and IT intelligent internet era. Also, so along with rapid development, I'm sure this reform will bring about new challenges for the judicial review of arbitration. So lastly, I share with you in this internet connected area will be the issues in terms of the discretion of the judges, as well as some of the considerations in the judges' efforts in reviewing arbitration. So firstly, we shall promote the obviously intelligent development and the balance between intelligent development arbitration as well as the autonomy of the parties. Though obviously the primary principle of commercial arbitration is party autonomy, in the process of the so-called intelligent development of arbitration practice, it is inevitable there will be conflicts with between the intelligent application of technology and the party autonomy. So we will try to support efficient advancement of arbitration and conducting arbitration review, but we should also make sure the party autonomy and party's will is fully respected. So the second is to promote the IT development, IT application technology in arbitration and ensure the fairness of arbitration process. So the application of this technology will produce fundamental changes, including the way the case will be filed, as well as the arbitration selection and the hearing, as well as the evidence submission and examination, etc. So we shall guarantee the fairness and transparency of the judicial review. So nextly, the big data concern and the challenges, the rival big data era certainly shall produce some concern for the privacy, even though it has a lot of benefits and expediency and convenience. The government has been increasing attention to protection of personal data and privacy. Relevant policy and laws have been gradually introduced, which has put higher requirements for data security and data sharing. While supporting the sharing of data resources, the judicial review arbitration shall protect the privacy and security of the parties, ensure the confidentiality advantage of the arbitration, which shall be fully respected and even brought to a higher level. Distinguished guests, the leaders. Well, currently, the economic globalization is deepening, and the information technology revolution is ongoing. The global governance system is undergoing profound changes. How to conform to the trend of times, better solve disputes, divide and suspend the disputes, so as to promote social fairness and justice. It has become the issue that the international legal community cannot evade. The courts in China will continue to play its role of adjudicator body as well as judicial review. We work with all the relevant parties to enhance the fairness and the credibility of international commercial dispute resolution of international arbitration, so as to promote the constructive development of a fair, efficient, convenient, low-cost international commercial dispute resolution mechanism in the new era. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge Wang.
是中国仲裁事业的健康发展，积极营造仲裁友好型司法监督环境。
For a long time, China's arbitration and pro-arbitration environment for judicial review and promoted the development of diversified dispute resolution system and provided China's law-based business environment with robust support and safeguard. Let's now thank her again with our applause. Now I would like to kick off session 1 to be moderated by Professor Lu Song, conciliator of the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Dispute, member of the International Commercial Expert Committee of SPC, and professor of law at the China Foreign Affairs University. Leaders, guests, good morning. It is my delight that I have the pleasure to moderate session 1 entitled Breakthrough and Upgrade Dispute Resolution with the Aid of Technology. Under this topic, there are 8 speakers. Let me introduce them one by one.
The first is Madam Lucy Reed. Madam Reed is an independent arbitrator with the Arbitration Chamber in New York, specializing in investor state and complex international commercial dispute. She is currently the president of the International Council for Commercial Arbitration, ICA, and president of Singapore International Arbitration Center Corp. Madam Reed is well known in international arbitration circle. Today, he is going to talk about the topic of her presentation today is towards intelligent and interconnected international arbitration. Let's welcome Madam Lucy Reed.
Greetings to all. I'm Lucy Reed, the president of the International Council for Commercial Arbitration, or ICA. Of necessity, I bring you recorded greetings from New York. On behalf of ICA, I thank the co-hosts, CTAC and UNCITRAL and the All China Lawyers Association for their kind invitation to participate with the aid of technology in the first panel of the day on dispute resolution with the aid of technology. The topic of the panel fits well within the broad theme of this year's summit, towards intelligent and interconnected international arbitration. The theme actually has given me much to think about. What does intelligent and interconnected international arbitration mean, and how do technological innovations fit in? Well, let me start with intelligent. In my view, intelligent international arbitration involves the use of emerging technologies to conduct more efficient and secure proceedings, whether in person or virtual proceedings, that yield fair and enforceable outcomes. Intelligent, to me, also means making information and best practices available and widely accessible to promote consistency and predictability in global arbitration practice. Next, what about interconnected? To me, interconnected international arbitration means leveraging new technologies to work across multiple jurisdictions and time zones, thereby connecting with a more global and diverse network of colleagues. This makes arbitration more accessible outside of the traditional hubs of arbitration, whether Beijing or Paris or wherever. Having thought about it, I am pleased to be able to report that ICA, which does not provide arbitration services, is playing a leading role in promoting intelligent and interconnected international arbitration, taking advantage especially of internet technology. In my view, the most important ICA project under my presidency has been what we call the Right to a Physical Hearing project. More than 2 years into the global COVID pandemic, international arbitration has shifted almost seamlessly to global online platforms. The consensus is that the new practices of fully virtual and hybrid hearings, meaning partly in person and partly virtual, are here to stay. These procedures are good for the environment by limiting long-haul travel, and good for inclusivity by allowing more junior members of teams to participate in hearings and meetings. That said, early on, the necessary switch to virtual hearings raised the important question of whether rights to a physical in-person hearing exist in international arbitration, thereby raising award enforcement problems with the results of virtual hearings. So ICA responded by launching a comparative research project on this very question. Thanks to the hard and very fast work of our editors and reporters, the research produced individual reports on the relevant law and/or practice in 78 national jurisdictions. These reports are now available for free on the ICA website, and China is there, of course. The editors of the project conclude that in a majority, actually the vast majority of jurisdictions, virtual arbitration hearings are compatible with the law of the seat, provided that due process protections are met. These and other findings are included in a new hard copy ICA report with a general analysis and a variety of essays that we'll release at the ICA Congress in Edinburgh in September. And as I say, of course, online. The impact of this work, I think, is that practitioners can be better informed on the comparative law and practices of potential seats of arbitration and make intelligent decisions on whether and where to conduct in-person or virtual hearings. Now, virtual hearings also raise complex problems of cybersecurity. Tribunals, counsel, and parties are all looking for guidance now. So ICA established a working group with the New York Bar Association and the Institute for Conflict Prevention and Resolution to produce what we call a protocol on cybersecurity in international arbitration. One purpose of the protocol is to raise awareness about the importance of information security in international arbitration. Second purpose is to provide for everyone a practical framework to determine reasonable information security measures for individual arbitrations. You will find this framework contains several schedules to assist practitioners in determining one, baseline information security practices, which should be incumbent on all participants in arbitration. Two, the risk factors that can be used to access the risk profile of an arbitration. And three, examples of specific information security measures and processes that might be adopted for specific arbitration cases. Among other recommendations, the protocol encourages the sharing of experience and best practices among arbitration users all over to identify current security vulnerabilities for attention. The impact of the protocol, again, is to equip practitioners with the information necessary to make more intelligent decisions to control cybersecurity risk and conduct more secure international arbitrations. A key cybersecurity concern, of course, is the protection of personal and sensitive data, which leads me to a third ICA project. As I think everyone knows, in addition to the very extensive European Union regulations called the GDPR, data protection laws are being enacted across many jurisdictions. In light of heightened concerns about how personal data, including addresses or other information, is collected and used and disposed of, ICA has joined forces with the International Bar Association, the IBA, to produce what we call a roadmap to data protection. The goal is to help tribunals, counsel, and parties to understand the data protection and privacy obligations, I should say, to which they may be subject in international arbitration proceedings across different jurisdictions. Data protection becomes particularly important with our rapid transition to online arbitration. Post-pandemic or during the pandemic, we are responsible, whether we like it or not, for making intelligent decisions on how to reconcile our interconnected digital proceedings with data protection laws. This covers data security, lawful data processing and transfer, data minimization, and other mandatory rules, all things that arbitration players know little about. So the ICA roadmap to data protection will soon be available for free, as always, on the ICA website. There's one more ICA project I want to mention briefly. ICA has collaborated with the American Society for International Law to develop an interactive web and smartphone-based application on quantification of damages in international arbitration. And to be clear, this is not a calculator. It's not a damages calculator tool. What the app does is provide practical guidance on the key legal, quantitative, and procedural issues at the critical damages phase of international proceedings in arbitration. The app allows users to navigate between these different damages concepts and visualize on the screen how they link and relate to each other. Again, the goal of the damages app is to advance informed and intelligent pleadings and reasoning. And again, by making the app available for free on the ICA website, we hope to interconnect global practitioners. To conclude, these are just some of the projects that are on foot at ICA, aimed at contributing to international arbitration practice as it undergoes and continues to undergo rapid technological reform. There's no doubt that necessity and new technologies have allowed us to work intelligently and to stay interconnected through these challenging times. But as always, many questions remain. For example, will parties in tech-related disputes, fintech and cryptocurrency, for example, turn to us in international arbitration for resolution of their conflict? And if they do, are we prepared for it? How and to what extent will new technologies and online dispute resolution affect advocacy techniques, affect arbitral procedure, and affect tribunal engagement with the parties and witnesses? What role will artificial intelligence have in international arbitration? Well, I leave these questions in your good hands for discussion at your upcoming summit. I wish I could be there in person. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
I want to thank Madam Lucy Reyes for her presentation. So the COVID pandemic, which has been reaching the whole world for the past more than 2 years, has stimulated the development of technology and AI relevant to arbitration and other sectors. In a sense, she has discussed many aspects of the development. The second speaker,
Ms. Melanie van Leeuwen. She is a partner at the Durang and Garaving law firm, and she has extensive experience in international arbitration. He practiced international arbitration, both commercial and investment arbitration, exclusively since 1996, under various arbitration rules and in various jurisdictions. She is the chair of International Chamber of Commerce Commission on Arbitration and ADR, and she's also an exit arbitrator. Today, she's going to talk about there is an ICC report, Commission report on leveraging technology for fair, effective, and efficient international arbitration proceedings. And she's going to talk about this. Let's welcome Melanie.
Good morning. Many thanks to the organizers of the China Arbitration Summit and the second CETA Global Arbitrators Forum for their invitation to join this conference and to reflect on the important topic of dispute resolution with the aid of technology. Much as I would have liked to be in person with you today, unfortunately that wasn't possible due to other professional commitments. Today, I have the pleasure of addressing you in my capacity as chair of the ICC Commission on Arbitration and ADR. The ICC Commission is a unique international think tank that is more than a century old. The Commission is made up of some 1,000 members spread out over more than 92 countries, and it comprises attorneys, in-house counsel, arbitrators, mediators, academics, and experts in various fields of dispute resolution. With its more than 100 years of service to the international business community, the Commission has been a pioneer in the practice of international arbitration and has shaped in many ways the manner in which international arbitration is practiced today. Throughout its existence, it has not only had major contributions to international dispute resolution by means of arbitration, but also to other forms of alternative dispute resolution, such as mediation, conciliation, expert determination, and dispute boards. Together with the ICC Court and the ICC Center for ADR, the Commission drafts and revises the ICC range of rules for the resolution, including the ICC rules of arbitration, the ICC rules of arbitration. At any given time, the Commission has a number of active task forces and working groups that research and propose policies, tools, guidelines, develop best practices, innovate, and promote efficient and cost-effective dispute resolution. The COVID pandemic served as a catalyst in the use of software and technology in arbitration. Well, before the global health crisis, their use was optional. During the pandemic, technological solutions became essential to continue the arbitration process and to ensure that justice was administered within a reasonable timeframe. So in response to the COVID pandemic, the ICC Commission established a working group that was headed by Canadian arbitration specialist Stephanie Cohen. The working group updated a prior pre-existing report of 2017 on the use of information technology in international arbitration. Now, the 2022 version of the Commission's report on leveraging technology for fair, effective, and efficient international arbitration proceedings has been published in February. The report takes stock of the state-of-the-art solutions that are used around the globe. It identifies technological tools that facilitate the access to arbitration and enhance the efficient conduct of arbitration. And it provides practical guidance as to how to implement available technological solutions to ensure a fair, level playing field for all participants involved. The report includes a variety of practical resources, including sample procedural language related to technology, tools, and solutions, a checklist for virtual hearing, items to consider when choosing an online case management platform, and the template procedural order. The report's conclusions and recommendations are based on the information that the working group gathered, principally by two means. First, through a detailed survey in which more than 500 international arbitration community members shared their experience in their practice and in their region with the use of technological tools and solutions in the context of arbitration. A questionnaire that was filled out by 36 ICC national committees, in which detailed information was given for their particular jurisdiction. The survey results indicate that 93% of the respondents feel that technology increases efficiency and cost effectiveness of arbitration, while 83% is of the opinion that technology was underutilized before the pandemic. Accordingly, it is likely that the use of technological tools will only increase in the future, and that a break from old practices is on the way, as the international arbitration community is phasing out hard copy filings and increasingly turning to e-briefs with hyperlinked materials. It has become completely comfortable with conducting hearings by video conference. The report does not endorse any specific developer or product or service, because technological developments continue to evolve rapidly. Different stakeholders have their own unique needs and circumstances. That's why it is difficult to recommend a single technology that works in every case. Instead, the report provides general information about tools and services that exist so that parties and tribunals can make informed decisions while they are investigating the marketplace for the technological means that are well suited to the arbitration that they are dealing with. In addition, the report identifies the necessity of ensuring at the outset of the arbitration, in consultation with all arbitration participants, how technology can be leveraged in the case at hand. In that process, it is important to revisit past assumptions about how hearings will unfold. For example, most respondents believe that there should not be a presumption in favor of a physical hearing or a hybrid hearing or a virtual hearing. Rather, the tribunal should decide after consultation with the parties as to what is the appropriate format based on the circumstances of that particular case. As the effective use of technology in arbitration requires tech-savvy and open-minded arbitration, the report focuses first on arbitrator selection. In that context, it is essential to address with prospective arbitrators the relevant technology, including parties' expectations about technological competence, technological literacy, and the use of it's the software in the context of the arbitration. The Commission's report then goes on to efficient case management. It focuses amongst others on the importance of adequate cybersecurity measures, data protection and international arbitration, and using technology in the arbitration process. It is worth noting that in view of the growing importance of this issue in today's globalized and digitalized international arbitration practice, a joint task force has been set up by ICA, the CPR, and the CPR. They have produced highly relevant guidance in the form of a cybersecurity protocol for use of international arbitration. There's also a joint task force of the IBA and ICA that has produced a roadmap in data protection in international arbitration. These tools are online available too. As the fruit of the arbitral process must be an enforceable award, the fourth section of the report highlights the possible pitfalls of the use of technology in arbitration and flags the potential issues that may arise under mandatory local law and regulations. In particular, due care and attention should be paid to electronic notifications. For example, notifications sent to the responding parties at the start of the arbitration. Notifications in terms of reference and procedural decisions during the arbitration, and notifications of partial and final award after, at the end of the arbitration. In addition, attention should be paid to the possible repercussions of the use of electronic signatures. The validity of the award must be considered whether under the law of the seat of the arbitration and the law of the likely case or cases of enforcement, awards can be signed digitally, either through scanned signature or signature placed through electronic means. Also, it should be considered whether there are any requirements in the law of the seat of the arbitration, again, the law of the likely cases of enforcement, to the effect that a hearing must be held physically and that a remotely conducted hearing will prepare the parties' due process rights. As a combination of relevant factors, we can think of the nature of the seat of the arbitration, the applicable law, the nationality of the parties, their counsel, the arbitrators, likely case of enforcement. As that combination of factors is unique to every case, there is no one size fits all. If the report bears out one thing, it is the necessity to ensure that from the outset of the arbitration, the parties and their counsel, the arbitrators, should consider and discuss how technology can be leveraged to make the arbitral process as time and cost efficient as possible in that particular case. However, in that context, due consideration must also be given to the fact that arbitrations may involve parties based in part of the world where the access to technological solutions or even the internet is not always a given. It's important to level the policy to ensure that the use of technology does not disadvantage anyone. Today, we find ourselves on a road where paperless proceedings are becoming the norm, where email exchanges, file share transfer, online case management, video conferencing, e-briefs, electronic hearing bundles, and AI-driven document review and translation software are routinely used in the arbitral process. However, with the speed at which technology is developing and made accessible to arbitral participants around the globe, it's quite likely that we will fairly soon see an increased use of artificial intelligence in arbitration, as well as the use of hologram technology, augmented reality, and perhaps the metaverse to optimize the remote hearing. Unfortunately, the time available today is sufficient to go through each of the issues that the report is freely accessible on the website page of the ICC Commission on Arbitration. It comes with a set of very useful and practical practical reference. I highly recommend take the time to read the report and to consult the appendices before you put your next arbitration. Lastly, the Commission is very much welcome your input and feedback after you have read the report. If we receive your feedback, we can take it into consideration in any future revision of leveraging technology for fair, effective, and efficient international arbitration proceedings. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very interesting, very inspiring conference today. I hope to be with you next time in Beijing. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
I want to thank Ms. Melanie Van Leeuwen. We know that ICC is an important institution in the international commercial arbitration. It will amend its rules every couple of years. In that process, with regard to how effectively conduct arbitration by the parties and arbitrators and the councils, it will upgrade that guide. In fact, many of our practitioners are looking at that as well. So, next speaker is Yoshihisa Ayakawa from Japan, who's the convoking person of the APEC, convener of Asia Pacific Economic and Cooperation, strengthening economic legal infrastructure. He's also professor of law at Rikko University, Tokyo. He also teaches and researches in a number of foreign universities, including Columbia University, Cornell University, Queen Mary College of University of London, and Australian National University. Mr. Kayahava is also the Executive Director and Secretary General of Japan International Dispute Resolution Center.
Resolution Center.
Because of that title or position, I was very honored to meet him last summer in Tokyo, because I was the arbitrator of international sports arbitration institution. So during the Tokyo Olympic, our office facilities was provided by the International Dispute Resolution, by Japan International Dispute Resolution Center. So our anti-doping office and the arbitration office was located there. So I think his presentation today is new information technology to be used.
Resolution at the post-COVID times, when you
so how the IT will be employed in information in post-COVID era. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Yoshi Hayakawa. I'm serving as the Executive Director and the Secretary General of Japan International Dispute Resolution Center, which is a relatively newly created entity for the encouragement of international arbitration in Japan and other Asian regions. And we are providing the facilities for international hearings, international arbitration hearings, including the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, where today's moderator served as the arbitrator. I also served as a delegate from Japan for UNCITRAL, APEC, and ISO. And these international organizations have been working for capacity building and international rule making and harmonization for newly technology-based dispute resolution. So let me show you in this order, introduction and new hearing, start hearing with advanced information technologies for international arbitration, and online dispute resolution, ODR, and final remarks. So before the COVID-19 pandemic time, new dispute resolution platform for low-value disputes in e-commerce, and they were called ODR. They were initially established at eBay in the United States, and now the ODR system have been widely used for various types of disputes. EU has established its own ODR regulations and encouraged the use of them in its region. And they are being used in China, of course, and Japan has started encouraging the use of ODR in various phases. But during the post-COVID-19 pandemics, so advanced information technology has been drastically introduced to the hearing process. So now we are using online dispute resolution in two types of the dispute resolutions. And let me show you about the latter one, the international arbitration hearing, how they were changed. This is one of the settings for the hybrid hearing with advanced cameras and sounding systems in Japan International Dispute Resolution Center. So our center has been providing so many high technologies for smooth operation of hybrid hearings. So the some participants physically attending in the venue. At the same time, online participants can also attending the hearing itself by virtual manner. So the in the COVID-19 days, at the very beginning, it has become very common to use pure virtual hearings. But pure virtual hearing has some problem. No one can check the integrity of the witness. Witness may hide some kind of the smartphone under the table and try to receive the information or message from its own counsel. Or sometimes they try to use a headphone or earphone, but no one can check the right side is whispering from its own counsel and providing the kind of the hint for its own cross-examination. So the hybrid hearing is a desirable setting, and related people, including the arbitrator, arbitration counsel, witness, and some others can join in one place. And we can set several different places in each country or each region and try to connect each region by high technology, information technology. So that we can smoothly set up the one virtual forum for the international hearing, connecting with several venues, including the JIRC or Maxwell Chambers in Singapore, or Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, or some other locations. So that we providing the high-tech camera, and one of them is always, for example, try to capture entire room in order to avoid cheating activity. And some cameras is focusing on the witness face and body, and try to make arbitrators available and convenient to check the behavior or the change of the face in their cross-examination process. And we also provide similar system for the breakout rooms. We have many breakout rooms, and I'm now here in one of the breakout rooms like this. And we also provide several cameras to capture his face and the entire room. And sometimes the users strictly request to capture from the back in order to avoid any cheating activities. And so that we are trying to make the integrity of arbitration hearing, even if we are using the information technology. Some users asked us to provide a person who watch over every single process of the hearings. If the witness is alone attending from our facility. And this is one of the typical service from us. And this is the interpretation booth, and we have two sets of the booth. And for example, we can provide English language or Japanese language or sometimes Chinese language. And this booth system is directly connecting to the Zoom first, second, and third channel. In other words, interpreter's voice can directly reach to the receiver for the in-person attendee, and the voice also reach to the online participant by Zoom second or third channel. This is one of the invention from us. And we are providing the automatic transcript service by AI. We are now providing the two different types of AI. One is based on Amazon AI, and another one is based on Google AI. So the same voice is transcribed by the two different AI. And if one of them could not catch the exact transcription, but the another one can provide the exact ones. So that is another service from us. And we are providing file management platforms exclusively designed for arbitration hearings. And we can easily make an e-bundle for hearings from the e-documents submitted by both of the parties and the arbitrators. And so that is another very convenient service in these 2 or 3 years. So these are the typical examples of the new technologies which were used in international arbitration hearings. But I'm moving to the next topic, resolution platforms with advanced IP ODR. As you know, e-commerce has drastically increasing worldwide, and wide use of e-commerce has increased the number of related disputes in cross-border ones. And in the online shopping, unfortunately, average of the order value of consumers is approximately nowadays more or less $50. At the time of dispute, litigation or traditional ADR cannot substantially resolve the disputes, especially cross-border one. So ADR systems using online, which is called ODR, for the easy and speedy dispute resolution have been gradually and widely used for e-commerce related disputes until now. And for the harmonization of ODR schemes and for the smooth introduction of ODR systems in the emerging market countries, international organizations have issued or studied to examine international legal instruments for ODR. One is in United Nations, Constitutional Technical Note, Another one is the model procedure rules for the APEC collaborative framework and the ISO new document. And another technical note on the dispute resolution is based on the concept, first negotiation, and second mediation, and thirdly arbitration or other type of decision-making phase. And this is a kind of the flow chart of the dispute resolution. And using this flow chart, the ODR services can be provided by PC or smartphones. So the people can join dispute resolution process by using their own smartphone and by using their own flexible time. Another technical note, at the very beginning stage, United Nations online arbitration rules were tried to establish. In that scheme, a single arbitrator chosen by ODR administrator, and all awards shall or should be in public on website except private information, which of course contributed to make a big data for future use of AI. And substantial enforcement system by trust mark. And at the very beginning, the challenge for the worldwide uniform rules for the merit for this kind of small claims try to be established. But gradually, a serious issue appeared. Validity of the arbitration agreement between a consumer and business corporation, US and other countries, of course, it's valid. But EU, Japan, and other countries, consumer should have a cancel right. So there are big differences between the two policies, US group and the EU groups. Especially after the establishment of the ADR directive and the ODR regulation in EU, the debate became serious. And from the EU position, since a consumer should not be removed its right to go to courts, the consumer shall have a right to cancel the pre-dispute arbitration agreement. But the opposite policy the US and other countries have. And finally, ancillary technical note on ODR was made in 2016, but it could not have a legal effect, and it encourages three steps model: negotiation, mediation. But the final stage, they could not mention anything about the details. So the arbitration or other types of dispute resolution, the ancillary technical note is very silent. So the after the failure of the United Nations activity, EU is now establishing its own ODR platform. But other states still need uniform rules and schemes for a global ODR platform with negotiation and third party interventions. And APEC started its project to establish another global ODR platform. And ancillary assist the APEC project on ODR. And considering the reason for failure at the very beginning, B2C issues were avoided in that project. That is the reason why this model procedure rules is basically designed for cross-border B2B disputes. So APEC will not work as a provider of the ODR platform. Instead, APEC will encourage members to collaborate for the wide use of ODR, provide model procedure rules, and encourage many ODR providers to join a pilot program of APEC. Now, a document of APEC collaborative framework on ODR and APEC model procedure rule on ODR has been approved. And it is, the model procedure rule is substantially same as the final draft of model procedure rules of ancillary. In other words, APEC product is kind of the successor of United Nations activity. technical conditions and operational manuals of ODR will be established in ISO project. This is a brief history, and now ballot for a new project finished, and it was of course approved. And now we are organizing the working group for this project, including the drafting team, and we would like to invite Chinese experts for this new project. So that's the final remarks. Advanced information technologies are changing the style of dispute resolution. A style of hearing has been changed and will be much more changed with the advanced information technology. ODR will be much more developing with the future use of artificial intelligence and big data gathered through the ODR system will enable AI to assist mediator and or arbitrator. The international legal instruments will contribute for the harmonization and the capacity building, as well as the information security and privacy. So this is the end of my explanation. Thank you very much for your attention. And it is my email address, very simple, haya@rikkyo.acjp. And if you have a question in the later stage, please do not hesitate to do so. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Mr. Hayakawa. As we all know, that the COVID pandemic has produced lots of impact on arbitration. One of implication is that one of major changes is that increasingly more arbitration tribunals are conducting virtual hearings. Obviously, that's closely related to the technologies relevant to arbitration, which has also brought about lots of challenges. As we heard, the previous speaker, especially the second speaker, Melanie, who mentioned that probably the audio quality didn't come across very well. But during the actual hearing, during the in-person arbitration hearing, obviously we can hear more clearly. But for the online hearing, we use different platforms. For example, here domestically, we use Tencent Meeting. Some arbitration tribunals are employing their own proprietary platforms. Internationally, people tend to use Zoom or WebEx or other platforms. So if we use headphone, there's a minimum standard, a minimum level of loss of fidelity. But if you have a speaker in the room, there might be some loss of audio quality. Eventually, you might not be able to hear quite clearly the speakers that will compromise the quality of the hearing. So those are the challenges brought about by technology. So the fourth speaker, Ms. Sarah McEachin.
She is the co-author of IBA Guide on Technology Resources for Arbitration Practitioners. Sarah is the regional manager of commercial and construction dispute at Orden Lantner Garvis LLP, Vancouver office. Today she's going to talk about the IBA Guide on Technology Resources for Arbitration Practitioners. 大家都知道这个 IBA 国际律师协会呢，这个
As we know, the IBA has released lots of very useful technical guides or best practice in the arbitration community. Some of which are governing the conflict interest as well as the rules for evidence collection, most of which are excellent soft laws or best practice documents. So without further ado, we shall give the floor to Ms. Sarah McEachin for her presentation.
It is an honor to present to you as part of this panel on breakthrough and upgrade dispute resolution with the aid of technology. I will be discussing some of the technological tools available to arbitrators and arbitration practitioners to use during arbitrations that are set out in the IBA guide on technological tools for arbitration practitioners. I co-authored this guide along with Jennifer Permesley of Scotland and many other members of the IBA ARB 40 committee contributed to the guide as well. The guide was the brainchild of Jennifer, who was also the driver in taking it from fruition through to completion. When she originally suggested the concept for the guide, we on the committee had no idea just how much more relevant, popular, and essential these tools would truly become as a result of some of the changes we've seen in the profession over the last couple of years. The use of technology in dispute resolution is truly here to stay. I don't think anyone could argue with that, although I am speaking to a group of lawyers, so maybe you'll prove me wrong. Many of us, there are technological tools that we can engage to improve the dispute resolution process. The implementation of the tools has increased by necessity throughout the pandemic, and there is increased demand for the implementation of these tools, certainly with respect to virtual hearings. But how do we keep abreast of the many and varied developments in the field? And how do we address technological competence or inequity, imbalance in experience with these tools, and the varying degrees of exposure that parties have had to them? How do we determine which of these tools are truly worth implementing and retaining, and which are merely a distraction that are not really worth the value of using them? Please move to the next slide. This is what you will see as the landing page for the website for the guide. The IBA ARB 40 committee, under co-chairs at the time, Noordel Rajai and Andre Hood, published the guide in March of 2019. It was recognized that there was a need for a resource that draws together a selection of different software, programs, applications, offerings relating to the use of technology by practitioners. Advances in technology can be utilized by practitioners, parties, and even arbitrators, as well as, of course, our clients and users to make arbitration and dispute resolution generally more efficient, cost-effective, secure, and the hope is dynamic. But not everyone is familiar with the resources available. And of course, not all parties will have access to some of these tools, which can be, in fact, quite costly. Even for those who could access the tools, some of the feedback we had heard was that it was difficult to keep track of the different tools and which ones would actually be useful for our field. This online free neutral guide was developed by the committee as a first step towards making modern arbitration technology more accessible to arbitration practitioners by gathering a list, and really it's just sampling, and there's a disclaimer on the website explaining that this is in no way a thorough or exhaustive listing of the sources. Of the sources that are currently available. And it's really meant to be a starting point, of a jumping off point for users to set out kind of the broad categories of tools that you'll see. So on the next slide, please, we'll see an overview of the guide. There are 8 categories, and I'll just quickly run through them because we don't have a lot of time today. And then I'll show you how to navigate through the website. There's 8 key sections that we divided the tools into. And there's also a new section under, you can see their latest at the top, technology tools to support virtual arbitrations, which we went back to at the beginning of, during the pandemic, and said, hey, it would probably be helpful to have an additional category on virtual arbitrations because that's become so common and necessity. Audio and video conferencing, I think that's fairly straightforward. Document collection, review, and production. I will speak to that further. One of the more popular set of tools that we see. Management and transfer of arbitration data. What that refers to are really programs that serve as platforms to host, manage, organize, sort, and transfer voluminous documents and data, submissions, etc., that are exchanged in arbitrations. The most basic of these platforms are cloud-based systems that serve as repositories for arbitration data. The This allows users to upload, label, share arbitration pleadings and exhibits with others through a single centralized location that all parties and tribunal members can access. Now, the next category is the presentation of graphics and evidence. I mean, the most common thing we're familiar with probably is Microsoft's PowerPoint, showing different graphics tools that are used in international arbitration to illustrate certain key concepts or issues in the case and supplement the oral and written submissions that are provided. Translation and interpretation, of course, is critical in international arbitration, both in connection with the review of large volumes of documents in multiple languages, but also with respect to presenting documents to a tribunal or opposing party in the designated language of the arbitration. And the final category is cybersecurity and data privacy. Now, over the last few years, this has really become a hot topic in international arbitration, and there's been a lot written about it, and I'm sure there will be a lot more coming out. But really, this is just meant as a few initial concepts of things that could help to improve cybersecurity and data privacy in the exchange of data in arbitrations. Next slide, please. The first category I want to touch on is technological tools to support virtual arbitrations. Now, in each category on the website, you could see that we've broken down the category once you click on it into different subheadings. And when you click through, you then get like a sampling of the different vendors that you can click on, and we also provide a little summary and explanation of each. So on the next slide, this shows you, if you click on any of those topics, you'll see the drop down of different lists of virtual hearing platforms, for example, interpretation and translation, and finally, arbitral institution services that you're aware of that we're doing work with the virtual hearings at that point when we publish this. Next slide, please. Now, just diving in a little deeper, if you clicked on any one of these, for example, Zoom, which I'm sure we're all well too familiar with, you could see a little summary of the features you have on Zoom. And what we tried to do is really emphasize in our descriptions the aspects of the tool that relate or are helpful to an international arbitration audience. So for Zoom, we describe, for each of these platforms, we talk about how many breakout rooms you can have, can you do recording, is there simultaneous interpretation, etc. Next slide, please. Under document collection, review, and production, as you mentioned, this is one of the more commonly used tools that we would find in our practice. This is broken down into document review platforms, software and artificial intelligence applications for document review. I know that's also a real hot topic right now, and specialized vendors. Of course, there's a huge amount of vendors and tools in this sphere. So really what you'll find on the website is just a sampling. On the next page, next slide, please. You'll see the drop down under software applications for document review. And we've included a brief description of some of the applications, such as auto-redaction, reviewing documents in unstructured formats like MMS and SMS, etc. Non-linear review, such as clusters, flow of data, social networking, visualization, technology-assisted review, or TAR as it's known, and continuous active learning. There's also a non-exhaustive list of applications that can be used to do so. In the next slide, please, virtual reality and augmented reality. I personally think that this is an area we'll see a lot of changes and developments in the coming years. I think there's a fairly limited application of this so far in the international arbitration realm, but I could see how this could become more and more popular, particularly in large kind of collapsed deal cases or construction cases, mining cases, where it would be beneficial to be able to show the tribunal virtually in an immersive environment, a 3D representation of the site at different stages, etc. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the implications of the use of technology in dispute resolution. These tools have potential to improve dispute resolution and even improve access to justice through virtual hearings, for example. But as other speakers will discuss, I'm sure, we have to be mindful that the use of these tools could lead to a lack of procedural fairness, as there may be unequal access to various tools and technologies. To date, tribunals have acted in some instances as gatekeepers to ensure an element of fairness and balance in the use of these tools. It will also be interesting to see how and when procedural orders are used to address these issues. Distinguished attendees, that concludes my high-level overview of the IBA Guide on Arbitration Technology Resources. I hope that this may provide a useful point of reference for you going forward. As always, the IBA ARB40 Subcommittee welcomes any feedback you may have on the guide. Thank you for your kind attention today.
I want to thank Cheryl McEachin for her presentation. So we know the technological development has indeed brought about lots of technological challenges. For example, the image of Ms. McEachin's speech with a beautiful green plant as the background. We know that those online meeting platforms can provide virtual background. But we know that during international arbitration trials, hearings, when witnesses are giving evidences, traditionally on in-person venues, there's no issue, everyone can see everyone else. But during online witness cross-examination, when evidence gives evidence, the other party, opposing party, may have concern. For example, when I'm speaking here, I might have maybe a teleprompter, so I can read the text. So if that happens during a witness testimony, when the lawyers give hints using either teleprompter or other whiteboard to give hints, that will compromise the integrity of the process. As an example, so that's one of the challenges produced by technology. Okay, the next speaker is Professor Shan Wenhua, who's the Dean of School of Law of Xi'an Jiaotong University, who's also a CITEC arbitrator. He's also the conciliator. He's also a senior fellow of Cambridge University Lauderpat Center for International Law, as well as a professor of international law at the University of New South Wales, Australia, among others. So today is going to address the topic of the technological innovation and distinction with international arbitration, especially the new norm and the new platforms.
Thank you, Professor Lu, leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends online and offline. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. It is my great pleasure and privilege to join you here virtually and discuss the challenges, opportunities facing dispute resolution in the era of digital economy and the technological changes. Actually, I really want to join you on site. Unfortunately, my access is blocked due to COVID control measures and the improper, icon displayed on my mobile app. So I got a new phrase to describe it, so-called the classmates. I really want to, greet you if you have experienced the same. Now, the new round of technological changes and revolution and industrial transformation are evolving and digitalization has become the mega trend of many industries. Facing the international situation, COVID, DR industry is facing also fundamentally different situation as discussed by the previous speakers in many dimensions. The use of digital technology can break the barrier of time and space, raise the DR efficiency, and lower its cost, so that the legal resources has become more accessible and inclusive. While empowering DR technology can also lead to new problems and challenges, causing extensive reflection and discussion. I have 3 observations to share with you. First, the technology-empowered or intelligent arbitration have become the new normal of international dispute resolution. As you know, to meet the needs of digital economy and the challenge of COVID, CTEC and other major global arbitration institutions, including ICC, have adopted such ways of online case filing, online hearing, online servicing, and electronic disclosure. So that has increased the efficiency of dispute resolution and its quality. Queen Mary University and White & Case jointly issued the 2021 International Arbitration Survey, and that report has shown this trend. So for the respondents, the preferred criteria is the logistics and the administrative support for online hearing, and other important criteria are electronic evidence and the electronic signature. 60% of the respondents indicate that they have frequently used or have been always using the video conferencing activities. 80% of them believe they will use it even more in the future. In my experience, most of the non-local arbitrations outside my province are attended by virtual means. IT told us, Yoshihisa told us about the new technologies, and Sarah also gave information about the IBA guide to technology resources of arbitration practitioners that has covered video conference, document production, data management, transfer, analytical tools, interpretation, cybersecurity, and other applications and software. All these technologies will provide convenience and facility to the parties. Of course, the pursuit of technology in arbitration is endless, and before long, we can see some short-term impact. But some new technologies, infrastructure, and tech-driven facilities and others have also, caused the arbitrators, tribunals, institutions to form new habits and tap the time efficiency and the cost efficiency. So the convergence of technology and arbitration is not a makeshift temporary measure, rather it is going to stay, if not permanently. This moment is hard for us to imagine purely virtual arbitration in metaverse, but once new technologies are used, they are sticky. Just like the e-commerce is crushing offline retail. That is a vivid example. Maybe at this moment, it's too early to assert that there's a paradigm shift or a revolution for arbitration, though that has been discussed already. The tech-driven or the intelligent arbitration has become a new normal, and that is undeniable as a fact. This is the first observation I would like to say, quoting the new normal mentioned by Professor Liu, the moderator just now. Second, how can we enjoy the efficiency yielded by technology and at the same time maintain the procedural justice and the fairness, so that between the fairness and the efficiency, a balance can be stricken and maintained? At the 75th session of the second working group of UNCITRAL held this year, the representative discussed the development of a digital economy for dispute resolution. It is agreed that generally technology helps to increase the procedural efficiency, but the emphasis is placed on
以最大限度的 扩大使用技术的益处，同时降低使用技术的负面影响。
Maintaining so as to maximize the benefits and minimize the negative impact. International organizations, arbitration institutions, and other DR agencies have also made various efforts. As Mr. Lucy Reed said, ICA has also examined whether there is a right to physical hearing and cybersecurity data management in his research reports. Just now, Ms. Mike Van Leuven also talked about the ICC arbitration and ADR Commission report on leveraging technology for fair, effective, and efficient international arbitration proceedings. These important outcomes can not only help the parties efficiently use the technologies to facilitate arbitration and also provided the guidance on how to practice the technical solutions and ensure a level playing field. Notice that in section 2, deeper discussion will be even made, and that has embodied the attention given by the arbitration community to this issue. I look forward to that. Third, I want to talk about the rise of online DR platforms. With the rise of digital economy, e-commerce, cross-border consumption, and other new consumption scenarios have emerged. The traditional DR methods can hardly meet their needs for dispute resolution. So the emergence of the online DR platforms is also a prominent outcome of the convergence between technology and arbitration. According to in situ, there are two types. One is the DR mechanism to solve the disputes between the users and the platforms. So this is a DR function integrated into or embedded in the platform. The second type is the specialized DR platforms that do nothing but to solving disputes. So according to Mr. Ayakawa, the APEC proposes to develop the pure online ODR and online platforms to resolve the small value commercial disputes on a B2B basis online. As the first ODR service agency recommended by the Chinese Ministry of Justice, CTEC has been recognized by APEC and listed one of the only 3 ODR servicers on the official website of APEC. So far, CTEC's APEC ODR platform has been kicked off. So these are my observations, and the development of these platforms will unavoidably encounter issues and difficulties, as mentioned by fellow speakers in this panel, like the consent effectiveness, and also the recognition, enforceability, application of law, remedy, and so on and so forth. So I want to expand on those due to the time limit. After these 3 observations, so I think we will revisit the terms of new normal, balance, and platform. I would like to also offer you some of my 3 takeaways from online hearings. First, it does produce extreme convenience for the arbitral proceedings with pandemic control for the cross-border cases and also cross-locality provinces. The online hearing can actually ensure that rights of the arbitrators and the parties that cannot attend the physical hearings. In CTEC, online hearing has been carried out for more than 2 years. Also, guideline has been issued. I also attend a lot of such cases. Most of the CTEC cases I attended in the past 2 years are virtually held. So, in Beijing, COVID is on and off. Even at this moment, it is on. I cannot make my trip to Beijing. And after consultation with the parties, the case managers can organize online hearings after it is agreed by the parties. So if the parties cannot attend physically, or they prefer virtual attendance, or they prefer hybrid ways, such needs can be also met. I recently attended a mediation case together in partnership with the Xi'an IP Court. One of the parties, the plaintiff, or the claimant, cannot attend to the physical hearing and chose to attend the hearing virtually. For such virtual hearings, CTAC developed its intelligent arbitration platform. My user experience is terrific. It has been highly informatized. You have to use real name registration and facial recognition to access the online hearing. Before and during the hearing, documents can be submitted and read in real time. Live transcript is also available. So once the hearing completes, you can get the transcript immediately and sign off the transcript. That is similar with the practice of the intelligent courts, as mentioned by Judge Wang in the speech. It is not face-to-face. However, it is still serious and confidential, except this is more efficient. So most of the arbitration cases would cross national and provincial borders. So the availability of online hearing can actually minimize the adverse impact of COVID on the arbitral proceedings. The second observation is it takes the joint efforts of all the parties, especially the arbitration institutions, to maintain the procedural fairness. Indeed, arbitrators need to do and has done the most work. The procedural justice has become a key concern of various parties. To achieve it, the tribunal need to do it in conjunction with all the stakeholders. In real situation, online and hybrid hearings are organized at CTAC after consultation between the CTAC and the parties with their consent. The case managers will also do the technical test beforehand. If there are technical reasons and there is a reluctance to attend the online hearing, there can be also the hybrid hearings to ensure that the rights can be fairly treated and realized. As Professor Lu are also very mindful about the witness testimony. A lot of the procedural arrangements have been made to ensure fairness. Recently, there's a news report about a CTAC case, which is a typical one. CTAC received a case, more than 20 attended from Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Xiamen, and Melbourne. Due to COVID, those who are outside Hong Kong could not make it to Hong Kong for the hearing. After it was agreed by the parties, the CTAC Shenzhen and Xiamen branches organized online and offline hybrid hearings. The 20-some parties, 20-some attended the hearing in Hong Kong, and one party through the CTAC Xiamen branch with the on-site witnessing of the CTAC staff to avoid coaching. Another party actually attended the hearing in Melbourne with monitoring by the representative or the counsel of the counterparty. A party also attended the hearing from Shenzhen and simultaneously shared the transcript. So the hearing is organized on 4 venues across 2 continents. So the orchestration has wonderfully and perfectly fulfilled the purpose of the hearing and been claimed. The third experience is that among arbitration institutions, the technological cooperation along the network will be ever more important. It was said that the onshore and offshore cooperation network CTAC is very important for CTAC to cope with the COVID and ensure procedural fairness. So, and this value can actually prove the value of the foresight to make early development of such network. And actually, CTAC and arbitration institutions can actually set up such inter-institutional network, as in the case in many. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to carry out their business under the strict COVID prevention measures. except for the very local arbitration institutions. Such network can also expand the collaboration and expand the capacity and increase the credibility. CTAC is also a good example in this case. As mentioned by many, back in 2019, CTAC initiated and joined hands with the 40 domestic and overseas arbitration institutions to deliver to announce the Beijing Joint Declaration for Belt and Road arbitration institutions. And building on that, in 2021, it set up the high-end platform of the Belt and Road Arbitration Institution Beijing Declaration Cooperation Mechanism. Indeed, we are peers and we are colleagues among different arbitration institutions. We can empower each other and enhance the capacity of each other. When we are confronting the COVID and the transformations, and that is the only way out. So with the compounding factors of technologies, COVID, and other factors, we actively or passively entered the more digital and intelligent era. The format of arbitration and our ways to participate in it would be very different due to technology and intelligence. With the new situation and new technology, how can we maximize the dividend of technology to arbitration and avoid the technology's adverse impact? That is a common topic for all of us to explore. I believe as long as we duly respect the parties' wills and use flexible procedures and let the experts do the judgment, stick to the fairness and efficiency as the core values. However, the technologies will and the international situation will evolve. The arbitration institutions will stand in solidarity and exhibit a new vitality, resolve the disputes for the parties, and provide a society with extraordinary economic and social value in its unique way. Thank you.
I want to thank Professor Xiaowen Hua for his presentation. For online hearing, it might become the new normal for arbitration. The next generation of arbitration institutions rules. I suppose this clause will be provided that in the event there's no agreement among the parties, the tribunal is entitled to decide on the hybrid format of hearing. The next speaker is Ms. Diao Yunyun, who is the Deputy General Manager of Legal Department of Tencent Holdings. Prior to joining in Tencent, she had 16 years of experience of judicial practice in intellectual property dispute resolution. She has handled more than 1,000 IP cases. Intellectual property cases represent an important aspect of new types of arbitration. So representation is titled that the challenges in the internet era for arbitration. I will thank Professor Liu's introduction. I will thank the organizers for inviting me to attend this forum, this summit. Dear speaker, dear leaders and guests, the topic of my presentation is the internet arbitration challenges and opportunities. So I want to address the following three aspects. So firstly, the development of ODR in China. Well, secondly, I want to share with the development of international internet-based arbitration. Thirdly, I want to address the advantages, challenges, and the opportunities for internet-based arbitration. So first, I want to share with you the concept of ODR, or online dispute resolution, which is a DR mechanism independent from the location of the parties. Most of the disputes are handled through the technology of internet, including online settlement, online mediation, online arbitration, and litigation as well. In fact, the disputes produced by internet is make the ODR quite necessary. It is the fundamental capstone for the ODR. So the features of internet, like the human connections, has made ODR possible. In fact, if you look at the litigation, internet litigation, we can see that in 2025, we have the second guidelines for the internet justice. So courts at different locations have been moving forward innovations of internet plus justice. In 2017, the first internet court of its kind was set up. And then in 2018, Beijing Internet Court and Guangzhou Internet Courts were also established successfully. So by 2019, the Internet Court white paper in the Chinese judicial areas were released, which shows the data that as of June 2019, the smart court system is everything that online was basically established. When it comes to technology making internet court possible, the Supreme Court, People's Court, and the courts across country have set up mobile courts or WeChat court, basically, including the Supreme People's Court, the Beijing High People's Court, as well as Shenzhen Court. They have been established and have been operational ever since. So when it comes to the improvements of internet technologies, we've seen, in fact, many disputes have been properly resolved through the platform like internet, so that the hearings can be conducted and the documents can be served to the parties, and mediation can happen. So when it comes to legislation of internet disputes, they also have been rolled out constantly along with the practice. For example, when it comes to arbitration, the several opinions regarding the perfection of arbitration mechanism provides that internet-based arbitration should be actively promoted to adapt to the developments of new industry like tech internet. Also, the e-commerce and fintech should be connected, as well as the intelligent arbitration, so as to achieve the coordinated development between online and in person. Also, different arbitration tribunals have released different rules or norms. For example, the arbitration rules in Shenzhen arbitration provides that arbitration institutions should fully leverage technology such as AI and big data to provide the parties with efficient and convenient arbitration services. The Zhuhai International Arbitration Court provides that arbitration tribunal should employ AI and other technologies to provide expedient and convenient services to the parties. So, along with the constant promulgation of relevant laws and rules, the internet-based arbitration has been handled by many online platforms. For example, the Shenzhen Arbitration Court has set up this ODR system, online arbitration system, and Hainan International Arbitration Court also has a system, and Shanghai Shanghai Arbitration Court and Wuhan Arbitration Court have similar platforms. So when it comes to internet dispute resolution platform, we've seen the constant promulgation and development of the relevant rules. For example, CTEC has its online arbitration rules, and the Shenzhen Arbitration Court has its own rules, and the Internet Court has received a lot of recommendation. And Beijing Arbitration Commission and Beijing International Arbitration Center have released the new online arbitration work rules. So all these rules are conducive to the proper settlement of disputes in online format. So when it comes to international internet-based arbitrations, there is developments. So when it comes to development of international arbitration, internet-based practice, in 2001, American Arbitration Association released its online arbitration supplementary rules, allowing parties to use the internet to conduct dispute resolution, as well as the proper application of the rules to settings outside internet. In September 3rd, 2001, the Tokyo Maritime Arbitration Committee amended its rules, allowing the electronic evidence to be used in submitting its evidence and testimony. And Singapore Court also started offering online mediation and online arbitration since 2000. Ever since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic 3 years ago, international arbitration through online format have finished rapid development, especially during the pandemic, along with the constant emergence of disputes. Many arbitration tribunals have released rules focusing on the relevant rules for online arbitration. For example, in April 2020, including SCC, SDC, Hong Kong, IRC, SRIC, and a couple of other famous arbitration institutions have released the joint statement focusing on the COVID pandemic, emphasizing that unresolved cases shall be properly resolved through the electronic equipments and online formats. In August 2020, Singapore International Arbitration Center released its own guidance for remote hearing, where it encouraged the parties to an arbitration case can consider using video conferencing and the online format to conduct online arbitration to solve their disputes, including witness prep. In August 2020, ICC also released a potential measures to alleviate adverse impact from COVID-19. The opinion emphasized that in order to reduce the disruption of the arbitration proceedings by COVID, ICC fully emphasized the application of internet technology to arbitration. So my company, Tencent, has resorted to online format to solve a arbitration case in Europe. In that case, one of our witnesses, within the company, was unable to attend the arbitration in Europe in order to properly find the facts and resolve the disputes in a prompt manner. With the arrangement of the tribunal, we participate in the hearing in online format, so that witness of our firm was able to testify in the court, so that the dispute was properly resolved when arbitrator better learn the facts through the witness giving evidence. So the case was properly resolved with positive outcomes. So nextly, I'll address the issue that the advantages, challenges, and outlook for internet-based arbitration. Which is the next topic I want to address at this point. So, in the development of internet arbitration, we've seen lots of advantages of internet-based arbitration. So, when disputes arise, it has provided a possible solution in a very prompt, expedient manner, which allows parties and arbitrators at different geographical locations to they connected together using internet so that the geographical limitations can be overcome. So disputes that cannot be otherwise resolved can be actually resolved, especially when the parties are in different regions or countries. That will be even more efficient and necessary. Well, secondly, the internet-based arbitration is really efficient and expedient. So all this document can be resolved through interface and the internet transmission. All the documents produced by the parties as well the award delivered by the tribunals can be electronically signed and served through the through internet, which can certainly save time and cost for the parties. Or thirdly, online or internet-based arbitration can promote the application of technology through AI, big data, and cloud storage or blockchain, etc. The security and convenience of online arbitration can be significantly boosted. Also improve the further development of the technologies as well as applications. In that process, we as parties, when participating in online arbitration, we have identified some problems or downside, as previous speakers mentioned. When it comes to security, there might be potential concerns. Also, when it comes to confidentiality, there also might be potential weaknesses, might result in the leaking of confidential information of the parties. Also, when it comes to identity of the party participants, we might also have some obstacles and problems. When it comes to electronic serving, the effectiveness and promptness and accuracy might be compromised as well, or something outside the control of the parties. Well, fifthly, because it is something new, it's a new format of arbitration. It might be different from traditional in-person arbitration. So the rules governing the procedures might not be as sufficient or as full-fledged as a in-person arbitration. So the procedural integrity might be compromised to some extent. To overcome those problems, we have proposed the following three solutions based on the future of the internet-based arbitration. Firstly, we shall enhance the empowerment of the internet technologies, rely on the technological development. For example, with the encryption and blockchain, as well as some other latest technologies, we can enhance the security and confidentiality of internet-based arbitration and reliability as well. Well, secondly, we shall also redouble efforts in developing this so-called intelligent arbitration. We shall explore AI to select arbitrators, as well as using AI to replace the arbitration clerk.
The arbitrator's selection can be more customized and accurate. Drafting certain awards, organizing evidence disclosure can be all facilitated by technologies for the convenience of the parties. Thirdly, for online or internet arbitration, rules can be beefed up through the uniform internet arbitration rules. Attempts can be made to create international arbitration rules and norms so as to pursue improvement and increase the DR efficiency. That is the point I would like to contribute. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Xi, Ms. Diao. So lawyers' practice for arbitration is also under new requirements. Recently, in 2 hearings, I know I actually carried a suitcase with me to attend the hearing. Now, in international arbitrations, documentary evidences are increasingly electronic in format. In evidence collection, lawyers are more and more capable, so the evidence has become more and more voluminous. The space occupied is enormous. So for the electronic copies, the case file may include 10,000 pages to create the PDF format. You have to have the search functions to quickly locate the documents. For online hearings, Tencent Meeting supports screen sharing. How can we quickly locate the document? We need an index so that an operator can quickly get hold of the document and pull up it. So all these are the new requirements for the new technologies used in arbitration. Counsels, especially younger colleagues, have the skills and ability to put them into use. The next speaker is Ms. Zhu Xidan, Director of the Comprehensive Legal Protection Department of Douyin Group. She has more than 10 years of experience in judicial adjudication and corporate counsel experience. She has tried many influential cases. She would like to discuss the use of AI technology in arbitration. Now, please. Thank you. Distinguished leaders, guests, experts, good morning, good noon, good afternoon. I would like to thank CTAC very much for the invitation, which allows me to hear the expert views. I come from Douyin Group. Under our group, Toutiao, TikTok, Xigua have been launched as products. We also do our business overseas and expand into AR field. For industry coverage, the internet is a relatively new sector that is more and more inclined to resolve their disputes through arbitration. CTAC is rigorous and serious, authoritative, so it is a preferred choice. After discussing these, I would like to focus on my observation about the perspective. So I would like to first discuss the use of AI in arbitration. Second, I would like to offer industry perspective and discuss the new trends of international dispute resolution and arbitration by using some case studies. First, I would like to discuss the application of AI to arbitration practice. Usually people would believe that in certain domains, AI has reached, if not surpassed, the capability of a human being. But in some general domains, there's still a way to go. I would like to give you two more mature technologies. One is machine translation. So this is a different track versus human translation. Machine translation is thought to be rebuilding the Babel Tower to, destroy the language barrier. Initially, machine receives the pre-designed rules, and then statistical models will be designed. But nowadays, machine translation has shifted to the model, a neural network model enabled one, with more computing power and a better algorithm. Machine translation has taken strides and leave the Babel Tower and been accessible to the mass people. So for example, the Google AR translation lens is a typical example. Wearing these glasses, the users can see real time the translation copy, just like the subtitles that we would see while watching movies. In office applications, our Fei Shu for office automation, document, message, and meeting translation have been offered. For arbitration, the use of machine translation will also affect the choice of languages, the convenience of arbitration, and inclusiveness of arbitration. We do have an expectation for that. The next one is a smart writing. This is the combination of machine learning, and it is often used to report sports games. So this is based on natural language processing and intelligence. So with the progression of the game, the robot can describe the complex match in a textual form. So this is auto-writing of a news report. The whole process is actually done by the robot. However, technologies evolve. Arbitrators' profound analysis of legal matters is irreplaceable by machines. But for fact-finding, evidence consolidation, logic, reasoning, and some case studies, AI may have a role to play. It is like your assistant. I can truly empower business. In the operation of justice, some attempts or explorations have been made. Next, I would like to discuss the development and the challenges of international arbitration and dispute resolution. In the internet sector, in its course of development, new needs have been generated for international arbitration. I would like to give you two examples. One is the cross-border e-commerce. It is a new way of e-commerce. So that means parties in different territories do transactions for e-commerce. So a complete chain of transaction can be achieved. So it saves time and money, therefore it is exploding worldwide. Another one is the cross-border content cooperation. Internet content platforms, in order to provide a better premium content to the users, would collaborate with overseas news agencies to reduce cost. While doing this, foreign hosts, influencers can be engaged. In these two areas, we can see the industry's new needs for DR methods. This is what we have found about the DR methods of the mainstream e-commerce platforms. 70% of the platforms choose arbitration for dispute resolution. Hong Kong and CTEC are the most often chosen ones, seats of arbitration. Here about how the industry consider the different arbitration methods. There are four factors. The first is enforceability. Usually, we would believe that arbitral awards are more enforceable cross-border, especially among the members of the New York Convention. Enforcement is easy and likely. On the contrary, the court decision of another country may not be easily recognized and enforced in another country, despite the existence of bilateral treaties. The next factor is flexibility. Obviously, arbitration is more flexible. For the specific institution, procedure, arbitrator rules, seat of arbitration, and language can all be flexibly agreed upon. Online hearing is also possible, and that adds to such convenience. The third one is compulsory nature. Litigation is more compulsory. Litigation procedures are more protected by the law, especially for the preservation of property and behavior before and during the hearings. Due to the lack of compulsory power of arbitration tribunals, the case needs to be submitted to court. The fourth is cost. Arbitration is more costly. After choosing arbitration, choice will be made among different institutions and governing laws. They are considered by the following factors. For governing law, you tend to use a more familiar or easy to find law or customary law like Singaporean and Hong Kong law, or the councils that know the law and the arbitrators that are familiar with the laws. For the choice of institutions, we would consider the reputation and characteristics of and location and cost structure of the institution, especially the convenience, for example, whether online hearing is available, and the roster and rules of the arbitrators there. Next, I would like to discuss issues that the industry care about. The industry is now following closely the effect of agreement in the internet sector. Products are online, so usually the terms are online through boilerplate agreements. Is such a DR clause effective? Is there any risk of invalidation? That is industry concern. The second one is about enforcement. As I said, if there is a pre-litigation injunction or a specific injunction during the litigation, can the injunction be granted or enforced? The third is online or virtual hearing. So we need to think about how to establish identity, facial recognition, or other powerful technologies for identity verification. And for the large platforms, data flow and protection and cross-border data mobility are the issues about data compliance, the fourth one. So these are my industry input. Thank you.
Thank Director Zhu Xidan's remarks. In the interest of time, we'll directly invite the last speaker, Ms. Jiang Hong, who's the head of arbitration practice of Tian Tong Law Firm. She's also a CTEC arbitrator. She has long-term experience working in both CTEC and Maritime Arbitration Institution. She's quite familiar with arbitration practice representations as AI and internet technologies applications to arbitration, cyclicals, and prospect. Thank Professor Liu's introduction. Distinguished guests, the leaders, colleagues, including the online colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm very delighted to have this opportunity to discuss with you such an interesting and meaningful topic. In fact, having heard previous presentations, we got a big picture idea of the fact that technology has basically empowered arbitration, has become the new normal, as well as the future trend. The previous speakers from tech companies such as Tencent and TikTok has shed a lot of light on the perspective that how we can look at this arbitration issue from the perspective of vantage point of technology. Here, my topic is that the application of AI and IT technology in to arbitration, status quo and outlook. So my discussion consists of two parts. Firstly, I want to address the status quo of AI's application to arbitration and the problems we have as far as some reflections by the industry and by the practitioners. The second topic I want to address is that the data generated from internet, its application as far as the practical problems it has in terms of its application. So AI is certainly a buzzword in the legal community. We have a various definition for AI. So in the context of arbitration, AI refers to the software with reasoning and thinking capacity similar to the way human reason and thinks. So unlike other softwares, it can constantly evolve through processing of data, just like the way humans learn knowledge. It has a very wide range of wide user case. In arbitration, it can alleviate the workload of both counsel and arbitrators and reduce the cost of the parties while improving the efficiency. Let me share with some frequent user case. Firstly is the legal search. So we can apply AI to the searching of like cases. It's already very frequent in different application providers like LexisNexis, the Beijing Peking University Information platform, and other similar database. AI has been widely applied. Very often, fundings, like cases can be found very easily with the application of AI. Also, the previous speaker mentioned the AI translation. It has very practical implications for arbitration, especially international arbitration. Secondly, when it comes to the selection of arbitrators and expert witnesses, as well as the conflict search, the parties, when it comes to selection of arbitrator, parties can use AI based on the nature of the case. They can set parameters of the qualifications, credentials of arbitrators based on the previous experience of participating in different cases as well as published papers. Based on those raw data, the parties are able to select the arbitrators which tend to support their positions. Also, we can apply the software to the conflict search of both arbitrators and the expert witness. Also, it can be applied to discovery. During the evidence discovery, lawyers can use AI to conduct the first round of search. In fact, internationally, we already have some platforms which already have very mature technologies. For example, previously we handled technologies, all the data after OCR has hundreds of thousands of pieces of documents. So with AI screening and filtering, it can significantly reduce the workload of counsels. So the computer can select the most relevant and useful document out of a very large volume of documents. So already internationally, the parties can agree that AI can be used to prioritize the relevance of the evidences, exhibits. This practice has actually been allowed by arbitrators and also supported by upheld by courts. So it has already been applied in a very mature way. Next time, when it comes to the drafting of legal documents. In fact, we have seen some discussions that for arbitrators to draft a award, as well as the drafting of the procedural order, as well as the extraction of the facts of the transcripts, as well as the examination of the witness, as well as other testimonies, AI can be employed. In fact, here domestically, based on experience, some tribunals already use the technology to at least fill in some important parts of the drafting of the facts of the case. At least it goes a long way in terms of helping arbitrators and judges in drafting the award or relevant documents. Another issue is the forecasting of the outcome of cases. Well, currently, internationally, some AI technology have been employed to forecast the outcome of civil cases, even criminal cases. Some of the technologies that have been at least referenced by some courts. But so far, the accuracy of such forecast is still relatively low. So just as pronounced as the advantages of AI, its constraints and risks also present, especially when it comes to the application of AI to arbitration and litigation. That's something quite concerning to the relevant parties, which I will share with you. But firstly, again, it's an outcome of its analysis and forecast in terms of accuracy can be very low, because obviously AI relies on existing data and feedbacks to identify the patterns, and it will apply the pattern based on the parameters input by the users to generate a result. So that outcome is based on empirical analysis. But we have to consider the special nature of arbitration procedurally. It's confidential. It covers a wide range of disputes. It might apply laws of multiple jurisdictions. So there's a shortage of raw data, and the case can be very complex. Therefore, the accuracy of the analysis of AI cannot be guaranteed. Well, secondly, the application of technologies cannot solve the problem of the reasoning. Based on AI result, the process of the outcome generation is basically application of big data by searching like cases. Therefore, lawyers and arbitrators cannot be ascertain that the result of AI has the same level of accuracy of the human mental reasoning. Also, excessive intervention in terms of data sampling might compromise public interest or the policy, because our AI intervention cannot replace the human will of the adjudicator. That is the basis of the ethic. If the arbitrator rely on AI to draft the reasoning of AI, it basically it's like we are outsourcing the destiny of human beings to a machine, to the detriment of public interest. Also, because the parameter setting in applying artificial intelligence are input by the parties, by persons who might be plagued by bias, so might result in some unexpected, unintended consequences. But that being said, there's still very extensive prospect of application in arbitration. It can process huge amount of data and to generate some kind of analysis as well as template for legal instrument, which can save time and a huge cost for the parties. Obviously, it also has some problems that it cannot produce a very accurate forecast, as well as might have the shortage of reasoning, as well as running into the risk of excessive intervention of the outcome. Therefore, going forward, at least application of AI will not make legal professional obsolete. That might be something we're all concerned about. At the end of the day, arbitration is handled by the parties, arbitrators, and the counsel. They stay on the driver's seat. But as automation tools, it will be increasingly more used in the supportive parts of arbitration procedures. It will not, and it should not replace the human part of arbitration, the human mental thinking and process. For that kind of risky tools, it's quite necessary to draft very complete and uniform rules to make sure that it can be properly functioning. So lastly, I want to share with you the second part of my presentation, which is application of internet technologies to application along with the constant growth of internet. Yes, find the more widespread application. Outbreak of COVID-19 has certainly accelerated the process. And they are roughly internal management, which is a typical user case of internet application. Also, we have the case of the connection or communication between the tribunal and the parties. So again, the outbreak of the pandemic has exerted unprecedented, impact on commercial arbitration. So increasingly, the arbitration parties are increasingly relying upon internet to conduct hearing and the exchange documents as well as produce the final award. So typically, they rely on the online video conferencing and other means to have the communication. Before the pandemic, technology was mainly applied to internet cases and the small sum disputes. But currently, in practice, even the large traditional commercial disputes, even including some very complex cases, have been handled by online hearings, starting from the early times of the pandemic when people were not able to attend. But nowadays, many practitioners, including the parties and counsels, are using technologies or meeting online. Currently, even vast majority of the cases can be handled by online hearings. So as Professor Shen mentioned, very often people are in different geographical locations. We have the time differences. So we need to make sure that timing is convenient for everybody, so that people can participate in the hearing simultaneously, but at least they can ensure the smooth operation of international arbitration in this special situation of ongoing pandemic. So although online hearing is effective measures to address the problem brought by pandemic, the issues relevant to online hearing, the relevant legal issues still merit further discussion. Firstly, we need to look at whether the arbitration clause of agreement provides for in-person hearing or the specific venue of arbitration. Also, we need to review the jurisdiction where the arbitration is held, that has the ban of online hearing, or it provides for mandatory in-person arbitration. So currently, in most of the forums, law can recognize online hearing, but there are some exceptions. Also, for very complex cases involving multiple witnesses and expert witnesses, online hearing may compromise the integrity of the testimony as well as the rights and defense of the parties. I think Professor Lu also mentioned this issue. During his moderation, very often expert witnesses, so as the evidence collection, all happen online. Technologically, we must make sure that the confidential process should be kept confidential. We must make sure that there's no one else during the process. So all institutions are doing everything they can technologically to make sure that happens. Also, despite the efforts of the arbitration institutions, we don't have a uniform operating procedures for online hearing, which again might adversely affect the effect of arbitration. So I think different arbitration institutions are drafting uniform rules for the parties and arbitrators to select. One thing which is worth mentioning is that in the beginning months of the COVID-19, CTEC already released the rules for online hearing, released the guidance. I think Professor Shen mentioned that. In fact, we have already applied those rules very often. It has been very convenient. It has guaranteed the proper operation of the arbitration over the past more than 2 years, especially first half this year, has significantly increased the efficiency of arbitration.
Finally, I would like to discuss the potential of using internet technology in arbitration. With the evolution of technology, it will be increasingly used in arbitration. The onslaught of COVID has seen that technology has played a huge role in facilitating hearings. Even after the COVID, online hearings will be extensively used as a trend. But on the other side, after the COVID, for complex cases, are we returning to the physical hearing? We are going to keep monitoring that. Secondly, for the electronic servicing, it has become a key trend. Will electronic servicing replace completely the hard copy servicing? LCIA is the most advanced, progressive. In its Rule 2020, it has been made clear that all the correspondence can be electronic. There's no requirement of paper-based servicing, and the case management platforms will be also increasingly used, like the intelligent platform of CTEC will be followed by many others, similar ones in other institutions. So the documents can be submitted, awards can be promulgated online, and more systematic, reliable, and secure file exchange methods can be provided to the users. Only all when we face such a topic, it is my keen feeling that the future is today. But we can also expect a lot for the future. That concludes my speech. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much, Ms. Jiang. So we have exhausted all the 8 speakers for section 1. Thank you all. household announcement. We are going to start the lunch. You have all received the coupon. On the back of your badge, you can find this is a little secret technology. According to the arrangement, the afternoon session shall begin at 1:30. The lunch is served on the second floor. See you in the afternoon.
So, nextly, we shall give the floor to Secretary General of Arbitration and Lawyer Mediation Committee of All China Lawyer Association, co-head of Zhonglen Law Firm Dispute Resolution and CTEC arbitrator, Mr. Cao Lijun, to moderate session 2 of the summit. Distinguished colleagues, guests, and official leaders, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to moderate session 2 of this forum. Consistent with previous practice, because we have both domestic participants and international delegates. So I'll speak English for the benefit of international delegates, where I speak Chinese for domestic guests.
We have heard from the last session how new technologies, including internet technologies, artificial intelligence, etc., are applied to international arbitration. With this in mind, let's examine how efficiency and justice, which are the basic values of any legal procedure, including arbitration procedure, are to be achieved in a balanced manner now that new technologies are applied to international arbitration. With me today are 8 prominent experts on arbitration, 4 from China and 4 from overseas. Due to the time difference and the travel restrictions, some of them have to participate online, some have to pre-record their speeches. I will give each speaker a short introduction before he or she delivers a speech. Our first speaker will be Dr. Jae-Song Lee, who is a senior legal officer at the International Trade Law Division of the United Nations Office of Legal Affairs, which functions as a secretariat for UNCITRAL, which is the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. Dr. Lee currently functions as a secretary of Working Group 2 and 3. As you may know, Working Group 2 works on dispute settlement, and Working Group 3 works on ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlement Reform. Dr. Lee is a Korean national, and he holds law degrees from law schools of Korea and the United States. Before joining the United Nations in 2007, he served in the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dr. Lee has recorded a video to address the need for new legal standards and the possible role of UNCITRAL. He is currently in a session of UNCITRAL. That's why he has to record this video. Please play the video of Dr. Lee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Jae-Song Lee, and I currently function as the Secretary of UNCITRAL's Working Group 2 on Dispute Settlement and Working Group 3 on Investor State Dispute Settlement Reform. While it would have been a great pleasure to participate in the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum, live and in person, I can only send you a video message as the event coincides with the Working Group 3 session, which is currently being held in Vienna, Austria. The theme of the forum, towards intelligent and interconnected international arbitration, and the theme of this session, change and challenge, balancing efficiency and justice in arbitration under the new trend, coincide neatly with the ongoing discussions at UNCITRAL, which is also looking into new legal standards that need to accompany the technological developments. As the core legal body of the United Nations system in the field of international trade law, The United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UNCITRAL, that we are known for, has taken an active role in harmonizing legal rules, not only in the field of dispute resolution, but also in electronic commerce. The UNCITRAL arbitration rules was one of the first texts formulated by the Commission in 1976. Those rules were revised in 2010 and updated in 2013 to incorporate the UNCITRAL transparency rules for treaty-based investor-state arbitration. And in September 2021, the UNCITRAL expedited arbitration rules, which I will refer to as the expedited rules, entered into force. The underlying rationale for the preparation of the expedited rules was to improve the efficiency and quality of arbitral proceedings, exactly what this session hopes to address. Member states of UNCITRAL recognize the value of expedited arbitration and its increased usage as a streamlined and simplified procedure for settling international commercial disputes within a short time frame. Work to prepare the expedited rules took about 2 years amidst the COVID pandemic. And in July 2021, the Commission adopted the expedited rules as an appendix to the UNCITRAL arbitration rules. And the expedited rules is accompanied by the article explanatory note. Consisting of 16 articles, the expedited rules provide a set of rules to which parties may agree for the conduct of expedited arbitration. It makes it possible for them to resolve a dispute in a cost-effective and timely manner. They also balance, on the one hand, the efficiency of the arbitral proceedings, and on the other, the need to preserve due process and fair treatment of the parties. And at the same time, parties retain the flexibility to tailor the rules to their proceedings. A large number of states, including the People's Republic of China, participated in the deliberations, as well as a number of observer organizations. This included CTAC and a number of these events organizing or supporting organizations, as well as other arbitral institutions that have prepared rules on expedited arbitration or administered similar proceedings. I just wanted to mention some key features of the expedited rules. The expedited rules provided that an arbitral tribunal should be composed of a single arbitrator who is to be appointed only by the parties. However, as this may be practically difficult or take time, a mechanism is provided whereby a party may request the appointing authority to engage 15 days after the notice of arbitration. Considering the significant role of an appointing authority in expediting the arbitral proceedings, parties are urged to agree on an appointing authority. In case they have not, the claimant is required to propose an appointing authority in its notice of arbitration. If there is no agreement within 15 days following that proposal, the party may request the Secretary General of the PCA to designate the appointing authority or to serve as one. This simplifies the two-stage process that existed in the UNCITRAL arbitration rules. As in any arbitration, tribunals shall conduct the proceedings to avoid unnecessary delays and expenses. An element that clearly distinguishes the expedited rules from the UNCITRAL arbitration rules is that the tribunal is required to render the award, the final award, within 6 months of its constitution. Of course, parties are free to agree on a time frame different from 6 months, depending on their needs. And if more time is necessary, the tribunal is authorized to extend the time frame, but only in exceptional circumstances and after inviting the parties to express their views. The maximum overall time frame, including an extended period, should not exceed 9 months from the date of the constitution of the tribunal. 9 months from the response to the expectations of the parties that an award would be rendered in a short period, and that extensions do not result in an indefinite postponement of the final award. Parties also have a role to play in expediting the proceedings, and a number of provisions require the parties to abide by a number of timeframes, including for the statements of claim and defense, counterclaims, as well as amendments The working group also considered that consultations between the tribunal and the parties, possibly through a conference, at an early stage of the proceedings was a key to an efficient at an early stage fair organization of expedited arbitration. And fair organization. As such, the tribunal is required to consult the parties on how to organize the proceedings promptly after and within 15 days of its constitution. Promptly after. This also conveys the message that the tribunal shall engage actively with the parties rather than simply inviting them to express their parties. Rather than simply inviting them. A number of other articles in the expedited rules provide the tribunal with robust grounds to act decisively in ensuring an effective proceedings. This relates to shorter timeframes, a decision not to hold hearings, pending written statements and evidence. Also, the tribunal is allowed to make use of technological developments. The expedited rules reinforce the discretion of the tribunal to make use of a wide range of technological means to conduct the proceedings, including when communicating with the parties and when holding consultations and hearings. The expedited rules makes it clear that the consultations and hearings can be done without the physical presence of the participants and without the physical presence of the participants. Nonetheless, the tribunal should be mindful that the use of technology is subject to the obligation to provide for fair proceedings and to give each party a reasonable opportunity to present its case. Therefore, the tribunal should first give the parties an opportunity to express their views on the use of such technological means and consider the overall circumstances of the case, including whether such technological means are available or at the disposal of the parties. That was a very short intro to the expedited arbitration rules. While several arbitration institutions have prepared expedited rules and administered similar procedures, one of the reasons why UNCITRAL embarked on the preparation of the expedited rules was that not all businesses have access to such arbitration institutions or their services. By providing a set of rules which parties can refer to in an ad hoc setting, and which other arbitration institutions can administer, the Commission's objective was to expand the use of expedited arbitrations globally, which could benefit, in particular, small and medium-sized enterprises, and also the developing economy. As the expedited rules came into force only in last September, it may require some time to see practice developing. We hope that the expedited rules can restore the reputation of arbitration, that there is time and cost-effective means to resolve commercial disputes. So what next? The Commission mandated 2 additional legislative projects to Working Group 2 this summer. 2 additional both aim to ensure efficiency and to further expedite or accelerate the proceedings without sacrificing due process. One is to prepare a guidance text on early dismissal as falling within the discretionary power of the tribunal under the UNCITRAL arbitration rules or the expedited rules. Another is to prepare model clauses or guidance text to allow parties to further accelerate the dispute resolution procedure, particularly for technology-related disputes, and borrowing from some of the aspects found in adjudication, a dispute resolution mechanism often used in the construction industry. The aim is to even allow for a quicker resolution of disputes in less than 6 months provided in the expedited rules, and possibly allow for a preliminary decision which can be challenged in a full-fledged arbitration or in court. The working group is scheduled to meet in October to start this project. And while these 2 projects are ongoing, the Secretariat has received a continued mandate to take stock of developments in dispute resolution in the digital economy, which we refer to in the acronym DRDE, and to identify future projects for the Commission. In fact, since 2018, the Secretariat has been carrying out a number of events in this area with an aim to monitor the changing landscape, the evolving practices, and the development of new forms of dispute resolution. In the latest session of Working Group 2, which was held in New York in March of this year, was devoted to such topics. It is generally felt that this stock-taking exercise would usefully assist the Commission in keeping abreast of the developments, determining the desirability and feasibility of legislative projects, and developing relevant standards to address concrete issues or gaps. The stock-taking exercise would also assist in the embrace of technology while being conducive to the fundamental principles of dispute resolution, particularly regarding the rights of the parties to due process and fair treatment. Rights of the parties to due process. Calls have also been made that efforts should be made to address uneven access to technology, or the so-called digital divide, especially concerning small and medium-sized enterprises and less developed economies. Online platforms, an essential feature of the digital economy, or what we call the platform economy, are also being focused. Such platforms may have built-in mechanisms to resolve disputes between users themselves, or between users and the operators of the platform, or they may actually be providing dedicated dispute resolution services. The current approach of the Commission and the Secretariat is that there's a need to carefully assess the developments that have taken place since the adoption of the Unsecure Technical Notes on ODR, Online Dispute Resolution, in 2016, both in practice and in standard making. In this regard, the Secretariat will be working quite closely with the Hong Kong Project Office for collaboration with UNCITRAL to continue discussion with experts on the need for new legal standards. I would just like to remind you that UNCITRAL is a rule-making body of the United Nations in the field of international trade law. And the goal of this DRD stopping-taking exercise is to identify areas or gaps that require legal standards. Thus, I'd like to invite all of you who are interested to follow and contribute to this endeavor of UNCITRAL as we continue to strike a balance between efficiency and justice through rulemaking. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to Dr. Lee for this very informative introduction about the various projects at UNCITRAL to pursue efficiency while maintaining justice. I was fortunate to be a government delegate to Working Group 2 last year and participated, observed most of the discussions on the expedited rules. There were many rounds of debate on the length of time period to be used for an expedited procedure and how that period can be extended if necessary. For expedited or summary procedure, as we call it in China, I guess a major concern would be what if the tribunal cannot render the award within the prescribed time period? This includes extension of the time period and possibility to opt out of the expedited procedure. So if you are interested, you can take a look at Article 2 and Article 16 of the expedited rules, which are now an appendix to the UNCITRAL rules of arbitration. You can see it reflects a balance of justice and efficiency, in my opinion. Dr. Lee also mentioned some other projects at UNCITRAL working groups, including one on early dismissal and one on acceleration of arbitral procedure for technology-related disputes. Those are the interesting developments in the international arbitration community, and I think we should be waiting and see what's going to happen, what's going to come out of the work of the UNCITRAL working groups. Our next speaker will be Dr. Stefano Azzali. Dr. Azzali is currently the Director General of Milan Chamber of Arbitration. He received a legal education from Italy, France, and the United States. And he received his Doctor of Jurisprudence degree, magna cum laude, from the University of Genoa in 1986. Aside from his role at the Milan Chamber of Arbitration, Dr. Azzali is currently the Secretary General of Italy-China Mediation Center. He has also served as a member of the Council of International Federation of Commercial Arbitration Institutions, IFCAI, since 2005, including as president from 2017 to this year. Interestingly, Dr. Azzali was also president of the Disciplinary Commission of the Italian Football Federation from 2001 to 2007 and a member of the Formula One International Contract Recognition Board from 2016 on, showing his strong interest and affiliation with the sports. Dr. Azali is on the panel of arbitrators of several international institutions, including CTEC. His topic today will be the crucial role that arbitration institution can play to ensure efficiency without compromising justice and fairness. We are very grateful to Dr. Azali because he get up very early this morning. Now there's a 6 or 7 hours time difference between China and Italy. He's now online and ready to deliver the speech. Let's welcome Dr. Azali, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you do hear me. I'm quite sorry not to be there in presence, but hopefully it will happen soon. But I wanted to deliver this message, let's say live, although by a remote connection. Thanks for the introduction, Mr. Chair. I actually, among all the things, very nice things that you mentioned, being member of the CETAC panel of arbitrators is one of the one that I'm very proud of, and I wish really to thank our friends from the CETAC. I have to start this 10 minutes, my slot of 10 minutes with the disclosure. I will not talk about the Milan Chamber of Arbitration for a couple of very simple reasons. One is that I don't think that it's something really unique, interesting, or original what the Milan Chamber of Arbitration does, and will do to balance the two needs we mentioned, efficiency on one side and justice on the other side. Of course, we took action, but really nothing that might differ much from other institutions. We collaborate a lot with other institutions. We issued, when the pandemic started, we issued a common press release together with other 12 institutions. So really there is nothing I believe very unique to tell you about the Milan Chamber of Arbitration approach. So this is the very first remarks. The second one, and I might disappoint you, I am not giving you solutions, much to my regret, because in 10 minutes, I think it would be a very, very almost impossible mission. So what I was planning to give you some, let's say, insight, share with you some thought on how to balance the two needs mentioned by our chair: efficiency and innovations one side, and justice, fairness, and the due process on the other side. Again, I don't have one solution that fits them all. But I will try to give you some, let's say, to ring some bells, to tell you how to face those two needs that we all, as practitioners in arbitration, feel. And I think it's quite unavoidable, it's normal, that any trend, any innovation, especially if technological, any change aimed at improve efficiency of arbitral proceedings might undermine the basic principles of arbitration, that they are, as we all know, due process, equality of arms, right of defense, of course, fairness, and justice. In general, generally speaking, justice. That's a very risky issue, also because if it would happen, if those principles would be violated, and ultimately the result, the damage will be very high, because we might face award null and void. So then they might lead, those violations might lead to the nullity of the award. So you don't do anything with the decision, or you might have serious problem in enforcing the award abroad, according to the New York Convention. So the risk is very high, and if it happens, then we are really in trouble. So I think that the balance is a real need. It's not only because we like to talk and debate about those two needs and those two aspects, but because really has a very, very strong practical impact, might have a strong practical impact. How to balance? Well, it's not easy, but I think it's not impossible. So I really think that we might make it, and I tell you how I think we might face this situation, and we experience that it's possible to make it during the pandemic. During the pandemic, all of us, all practitioners, we tried our best to keep the machine going. Because, as you know, Italy, for example, has been hit hardly by the pandemic. From Friday to Monday, we had to face a completely new world. We had to, but make the machine still moving. We had a lot of pending cases. We had to guarantee the users justice. It was, they had to access to our services, even if the pandemic stopped everything. And I tell you, in some country, it was the only justice that was delivered, because state court services in some country, they were stopped, they were on hold. So we had to do it. And we experienced in that situation, when I say we, I mean Milano, but also the other institution we were dealing with, and we are collaborating with, we were dealing with this situation, trying to face it. And how to make it? Well, again, I don't give you answers, specific solutions, because it's impossible. Also because it depends on which, let's say, technological innovation you have in mind. If we talk about, for example, remote hearings, that is a very easy example. Well, remote hearings might need some solution, but if we talk about artificial intelligence application, then the solution might be different. And in 10 minutes, it's impossible to give you a list of solutions that, by the way, for some of them, I don't even have. So, but how to face it? I think that there are two key players. One is UNCITRAL. I don't have to plead in favor of UNCITRAL, because Mr. Lee, Jay, did it perfectly. I believe that you all know what UNCITRAL is doing, what DED is doing and will do it. It's a crucial role, and I think we should all support UNCITRAL. And I'm personally strongly in favor of even more supporting UNCITRAL. So I think that UNCITRAL is a key player, but it has been already mentioned, and I don't want to spend time on this. The other key players are arbitral institutions. I think that arbitral institutions might really play a crucial role for one simple general reason, because arbitral institutions, they are there to serve the parties and to assist the arbitrators. The parties are our clients, and arbitrators are our allies to offer, services. And arbitral institution, they are there with a neutral role, with experience of 30 years, in providing fair and efficient services. So arbitral institutions, sorry, I'm disappeared from the screen. Now I see everybody again. So arbitral institutions, they have an official, neutral, institutional role to balance those needs. And again, we experienced during the pandemic that's what happened. With their rules, with their flexibility, with their, again, experience, they really can introduce innovation, governing the innovations that they are introducing, governing and introducing with a balance with the needs of due process, of fairness, of right of defense. And I think that this is the very first message I like to deliver. Arbitral institutions might really be, might really play a key role, but not, I would say, not all of them per definition. So the second message is providing the arbitral institution might play a key role, provided that they act efficiently, that they take their responsibility. I must say, I've been chairing the Federation of Arbitral Institutions, and I must say that sometimes institutions are a little too shy. They must have the courage, they must be brave, they must take responsibility without being scared when the parties, one party most of the time say, oh, I sue you, I challenge the award. Okay, let them say, let them talk, because we are strong. I think we must be strong in governing those principles. And I tell you, it happens every day, but the institutions, if they are firm, if they are, if they keep the helm straight with their competence, with their neutrality, they really, really can serve the market very well. So I think that and I tell you, I had the examples also as an arbitrator in the 2 years that sometimes the institutions were next to me, really, really, really making the machine moving with the efficiency, with the fairness. So they are not two impossible and incompatible principles. So what is the final message of this short intervention? I think that innovation are necessary, so unavoidable. Actually, thank God we are reaching innovations. They must be introduced with cautious. We have to respect basic principle. Number two, it can be done. The two can be balanced. Third message, it can be done more efficiently and with higher level of guarantee through the arbitral institution's intervention and under the, let's say, the umbrella of a worldwide institution like UNCITRAL. But provided that the institutions, they do their job with responsibility, with efficiency, with competence. If all this would happen, I think that the future would be bright. And I think that the new arbitration, let's say 2.0, maybe now is 3.0, because the 2.0 was during the pandemic. The next one will be even more efficient and more user-friendly, and I think very helpful to companies. Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse of your hospitality, and I think that my 10 minutes has gone, and I wish to thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Azali. Dr. Azali view from the perspective not of his own institution, Milan Chamber, but from the perspective of arbitration institutions generally or globally. He was the president of IFCA, so he's in the best position to speak for all the arbitration institutions. I think I fully agree with Dr. Azali's view that institutions should play a leading role in balancing the needs for justice and efficiency. For justice, he mentioned parties' access to justice during the pandemic or pandemia, in his words, time. And for efficiency, I think the institutions should do a few things. On the one hand, for those institutions whose rules appear to limit the conduct of online proceedings, they have to change the rules. A well-known example would be ICC, because previously ICC rules seems to indicate there should be in-person hearing, which is translated to be meaning physical hearing, and that provision was deleted in their revision of rules in 2021. At the same time, arbitration institutions should provide necessary facilities for conducting remote hearings and also filing the cases online. Also, the arbitration institution may need to propose a standard protocol for remote hearing or virtual hearings. And sometime, I think that's something CTAC has been doing. Need to convince the parties to accept remote hearings, and also need to convince the supervisory court to accept conducting arbitration by way of remote hearing, so that the award rendered through such arbitral procedure will not be denied enforcement or will not be set aside. 转成中文，下一个发言人是潘。
The next speaker is Professor Pan Jianfeng. As we know, is the Dean of Peking University Law School. He's also the Professor of Civil Procedural Law as well as PhD advisor. Professor Pan himself was a graduate of Peking University Law School all during his time in the Department of Law. He also has been a visiting scholar in Japan and a couple of other international law schools. He was also working for the Supreme People's Procuratorate, as well as the standing director of China Law Society, as well as China Legal Education Steering Committee of Ministry of Education and the Vice President of China Civil Procedural Law Association. He's also an arbitrator list of multiple arbitration institutions, including CITAC. He has participated in the revision of civil procedural law of PRSA, arbitration law, as well as the drafting and revision of relevant judicial interpretations of Supreme People's Court, especially civil procedural law. Professor Pan's presentation is similar to the previous speaking to his title, which is the online arbitration's impact on the justice and the efficiency of arbitration. Thank you, Professor Pan. Distinguished guests, dear faculties, professors, and colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to attend this summit and forum. I also want to thank the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to share with you my thoughts or research findings on the online arbitration. For the benefit of efficiency, I have made a very simple PowerPoint slide. So I'm planning to address three major topics. One is the status quo of online arbitration. Second one, I want to discuss the implications of online arbitration or traditional arbitration. Or thirdly, I want to discuss the issues of online arbitration and the challenges and how we can better support the development of online arbitration. Firstly, the statistical development of online arbitration, which also has the narrow definition and very widespread definition, broad definition. I think we're talking about the online arbitration in the narrow sense, which is online hearings. So, based on the information I've gathered, I believe the format of online arbitration already was conducted at the American Arbitration Association early this century. CITAC was the first in China to draft the online arbitration rules back in 2009, and that rules was revised in 2014. And then, since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, CITAC has released the relevant rules, including some very practical requirements for online arbitration, as well as the waiver or reduction of the relevant fees. It's fair to say that CITAC has played a groundbreaking, pioneering role in terms of launching online arbitration. That being said, despite those rules, when it comes to the actual application of online arbitration, it is still utilized in a limited manner. Although we've seen a rapid growth of online arbitration since the COVID outbreak. So that is the general background. So based on the information I have gathered, so in 2020 and 2021, despite the adverse impact of the global pandemic, many aspects of work has suffered to some extent, including arbitration. For online arbitration, the COVID, in a sense, may have provided an opportunity. So that's quite magic. As we often say, when God closed one door, he may at the same time open up another window. So online arbitration may be such a window. So again, the outbreak of COVID has actually stimulated the online arbitration. I'll address the issue towards the end of my presentation, based on some of my personal observations and reflections. So the second topic, the basis for online arbitration, I think 4 reasons. Firstly, the development of society and growth of technology. The Internet Plus is ubiquitous, essentially, in our life and work. Unless you stay at home, especially during pandemic. For example, one of our colleagues, professor, due to the expiration of his COVID test, he was unable to enter the campus. So he spent more than 200 yuan to get an expedited COVID test before he was allowed into the campus. And he was lectured by one of our supervisors. Online arbitration too, against the contest, experienced explosive growth. Well, secondly, online arbitration certainly possesses a lot of advantages, the efficiency and the expediency. Of course, despite the benefits, there is also a downside. For example, the dynamics between efficiency and justice. The third point, the constant increase of the case law for arbitration, which has excessively burdened the traditional arbitration regime. So, on the whole, the arbitration institutions have entertained a relatively limited number of cases, but the overall caseload pending at the arbitration institutions have a disruptive growth over the past several years. As far as I know, the arbitration rooms of certain institutions have been occupied all the time, as far as I know. So online arbitration has provided a more convenient format to allow more cases to happen. Fourthly, it is quite special during the pandemic period, the requirements of the pandemic prevention. In-person arbitration within a certain period of time is not allowed. So online arbitration is the only option. So against that macro context, online arbitration has experienced rapid growth. Well, secondly, based on my research, I've been thinking an issue for a long time, which is the impact of online arbitration on the relevant stakeholders. So in gathering the relevant information and materials, I have summarized the following takeaways. Well, firstly, its impact on arbitration institutions. I think the most direct, straightforward impact is that we need to identify the relevant online arbitration rules so as to strike a balance between online arbitration with the in-person arbitration. So that's crucial. Why so? Well, if you look at China's internet courts, which allow online trials, online litigations, they face similar challenges in that regard. So there's that. Well, secondly, the tech platforms and the corresponding technological services which can provide online arbitration will be subject to some impacts. We understand that most of the arbitration institutions are relatively weak in that regard, but without such technological guarantee or support, how can you ensure the equitableness and fairness of online arbitration? Well, we do have some efficiency. Well, thirdly, specifically, because online arbitration is still relatively something new. So the process of promoting that new format of dispute resolution, the issues inevitably arise. So how can we provide efficient and effective treatment or resolution? So that is something any arbitration institutions should give a lot of thought to. I also address the issue that how the judiciary looks at online arbitration. I think on the whole, the general stance is increasingly supportive. However, if the problems brought about by online arbitration, especially the compromise of justice or fairness, then online arbitration might be subject to increasingly more second guessing. So that's impact on the arbitration institutions. Next one, I want to address the impact on the actual hearing. I'm sure some of the friends or colleagues who have practiced online hearings might keenly feel the differences. So basically, the face-to-face confrontation is converted into online confrontation. I'm sure you're in the position to judge whether the two are the same. I'm sure there's some differences, just like the online education is different from in-person lecturing. Many students are complaining that the in-person classroom has become a respondents-based education. So we tend to comfort our students that online education has to be adopted even in online university, however you. So they're different, and online trials on here are also different from in-person hearings. Also, even if the confrontation might become asynchronized confrontation, asynchronized hearing education. As far as I know, most arbitration institutions have not adopted that, which means that the parties do not have to submit their arguments and discussions at the same time. So in fact, our courts are more receptive to asynchronous trials. As far as I know, some arbitration institutions in southern part of China, especially at relatively more lower tier cities, they're exploring the possibility of an asynchronized trials like the arbitration institution at Juzhou, Zhejiang province, and Nanping arbitration institution in Nanping city. Only a small number of cases are handled that way. Basically, single-digit number of isolated cases are arbitrated in an asynchronized manner. Therefore, we are unable to summarize the experience based on this limited number of cases. The bigger problem is the evidence examination also happen online, different from the original copy review, which can happen in person. What kind of difference will that be generated? So especially when it comes to judicial review, support of arbitration by the courts, as far as I know, in the case whereby some courts have set aside the arbitration awards, core reasons, grounds for such cancellation would be the unlawful process and procedure. More specifically, the examination and review of the original copy of the evidences, especially the evidences pertaining to the basic facts. There are some problems. So that is the impact on online hearing. Lastly, the impacts on the arbitration tribunal and arbitrators. One of which said there might be some risks of selecting online arbitration. So, most notably, if one party is opposed to online arbitration, so if the arbitration tribunal is entitled to make a decision, how should tribunal make a decision? And there are some risks. So there's a rule that the tribunal can make a decision, but the kind of higher level law of the rules has not provided for such discretion for the tribunal. So if the opposing party requests the court to review the award, there might be some risks. Next one is the mastery and utilization of the online technology. So personally, I'm not tech savvy. Sometimes I'm very anxious in using the technology. So it certainly has affected efficiency, and to some extent, it might also compromise the fairness. Next one is the qualification review, examination of the participants in online arbitration. So I've seen some problems, but not that serious. For the in-person arbitration, it can be easier. They can verify the relevant legal document to review the identity of one particular participant. But when it happens online, you can be sure how many individuals around that particular participant in an arbitration. So that's a big issue. Also, the understanding of the environment whereby the participant has a potential cheating possibility. How can you forestall such problems? For example, in the setting of a university, for example, some students cannot attend in-person examination for the graduate school entry examination, so they have to attend the exam online. So the most important thing is to guarantee the fairness of the examinations. How can you prevent the cheating by the students? Different law schools and the faculties of the law schools in charge of academic teaching as well, deans, have racked their brains to find a solution without much possible results. It doesn't happen a lot, but it's possible. Lastly, the difficulty of arbitration examining of witnesses or attending a trial can be a compromise as well, because the way you can feel the tone of witness may not be as effective as in person. Now, when I attended internet court, when I watch the setting, the online trials, I asked a question of the president of the internet court. I said, now, during the trial, if one party disappears from the screen, what are you going to handle that? Or what if the image disappears? Because you never know whether the image disappears as a result of technical glitches, or the party is angry, or he simply unplugged the computer. How can you resolve that? Next one is the impact on the parties and the councils. I think they'll be similar to the second point I discussed now, the impact on the arbitrators. So another potential issues I'll discuss is the validity of the online arbitration agreement and online arbitration clause. So if we have such clauses, whether those clauses are valid. Next one is the equality treatment of electronic servicing. Next one is the procedural guarantee for online trials, online hearings, including the right to debate, right to confront, right to examination, right to question witness, etc. Next one is what parties are really concerned about is the confidentiality and data protection, as well as other technological issues. So last time, discuss the guarantee of online arbitration. Firstly, the legislative guarantee. So I do appeal to the amending efforts of the arbitration law that online arbitration should be incorporated into the legislation. I think the civil procedure law has already incorporated that clause. So we need to consider the availability of the technology as well as the will of the parties should be respected, or the power, discretion of the arbitration institution in deciding on online arbitration, as well as the judicial attitude towards online arbitration. Also, we need to make sure that there is the relevant technological guarantee. I do hope that the arbitration institutions can, through its efforts, design a technological platform specialized in the service for CTEC instead of a general platform that will increase the confidentiality as well promote the technological development. Also, the respect for the parties' will as well as the promotion of online arbitration. Lastly, the development guarantee for the intellectual development and cooperation of online arbitration. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. I have done some homework before I come here to make the presentation. So I have a review documents. It's a length up to 7,000 to 8,000 characters. So going forward, if we have more time, we can have a more in-depth research on certain topics and conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Indeed, time is not enough. So it is too short for Professor Pan to share the entirety of his outcomes. So indeed, I look forward to reading more of your papers and publications. You mentioned the impact of technology on the tribunal, arbitrators, parties, and the procedure itself. Reading the faces online can, yield less of the findings. Some hearings involve, complicated technologies, but you may not be able to do as offline, where you can actually expand your analysis and presentation. Once you, find on his face that the arbitrator fails to understand you very well. Online, you will not notice such nuanced facial expressions, but you may not know that the CTAC has an online hearing system, which is not which is very safe for online security. So we have been using it as a council. I use it a lot. So you can rest assured with the cybersecurity. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Xie Chang. She is now the Vice President of the CTAC Arbitration Court. She has 30 years of experience in professional commercial dispute resolution, as either as assistant to tribunals and presiding arbitrator, or as the vice president of CTAC Arbitration Court since 2021. She has also been the Secretary General of CTAC and the CMAC, Tianjin Subcommittee, and Vice Secretary General of CMAC for many years. She would like to talk about the practice and the thinking on the arbitration efficiency and fairness in CTAC under new situations and trends. Distinguished moderator, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to speak under this section as the representative of CTAC. Efficiency and fairness are the two eternal value goals of arbitration. They are also the original intention and expectation of the parties to choose arbitration. Efficiency means that the arbitration proceedings shall avoid unnecessary delays and expenses, while fairness means that the procedures are proper and due, and the parties need to be treated as equals, be properly notified and given opportunity reasonably to make cases. Justice delayed is justice denied, but justice in haste is justice in waste. In face of parties with different ambitions, different backgrounds, and different demands, how to achieve the organic unity of efficiency and fairness, a problem that every tribunal must consider at all times. At present, internet technology makes the advancement of program no longer blocked by time or space, creating a possibility for further improving the efficiency. In individual cases, the use of new technologies shall not compromise the due process as a basic principle. Thus, electronic servicing actually achieve the effective servicing to the parties, and thus the parties concerned have the same technical equipment and the corresponding basic internet literacy. How to protect the rights of the parties to check the originals of the evidence and reduce the lack of the on-site cessation and the effect of the parties' statements in video hearings. They are all issues that need to be carefully observed and carefully evaluated in international arbitration based on the specific circumstances of each case. Apart from that, another issue I've been thinking is that at present, economic globalization and a turbulent trade and investment environment have brought more and more parties from different regions and jurisdictions to the same international arbitration arena. China, the other hand, is a country that is very different in language, culture, legal tradition with other countries. Imagine if a foreign counsel with a common law background demand extensive disclosure using English language in an adversarial hearing and the genuine witness cross-examination, and the Chinese party firmly opposed that. And if the Chinese arbitrators, disregard the will of the foreign party at all and adopt the Chinese style of hearing, of course, I believe the efficiency can be ensured. But if the foreign party loses his case, he must think that he is right to make a full presentation of his case, has been disrespected in China. Similarly, in an international arbitration with completely, in a common law jurisdiction, the Chinese side will feel that he has been losing his control in a non-native language context, and he has to incur more costs in terms of time and translation fees and arbitration fees. On the surface, these are about the competition of different legal systems, but actually underlying is the competition between fairness and efficiency. All these legal traditions have been formed on their respective soils throughout the history. They have their own unique values. But when they all demand to appear as equals in international arbitration, they will have different expectations and understanding of procedural efficiency and justice. Under such a new trend, how to more actively respond to the different needs of diversified parties and better achieve the harmony of fairness and efficiency is an issue worthy of attention in the international arbitration community. Attaching importance to both efficiency and fairness is the goal of CTAC over the past 60 years. Under the new trend, the CTAC has been adapting its systems and practice and achieve the balance between efficiency and fairness in multiple ways and angles. I would like to make 4 points about that. First, at the level of rules, the current CTAC rules incorporate the latest developments, experiences in international arbitration, and keep the Chinese characteristics. For example, with respect to time limit, as early as the 1994 edition, there's a distinction between summary and ordinary procedures, which enable small cases to be resolved in a more expeditious and economical way for a shorter period of time. Since the 2000 edition, CTAC rules introduces the distinction between the domestic and foreign-related procedures, with the latter given more time to accommodate for the needs of the foreign parties to look for translators, counsels, legal experts, and different trial modes. With respect to the arbitration fees, CTAC mainly collect fees based on the amount in dispute. Parties do not need to worry about the additional arbitration fees due to the complexity and extended timeline, and they will know from the outset what the fee will be and keep control on it. This year, in face of the impact of COVID, CTAC announced the special arrangement of arbitration fee reduction to global users to alleviate the cost burden of the parties involved in dispute resolution. As another example, the provision on jurisdictional decisions are also very Chinese. On one hand, the institution makes a decision on the basis of prima facie evidence, and the proceeding can continue. This resolves the issue of the jurisdictional objection that often leads to the stagnation and uncertainty in the proceedings before the tribunal is established and a decision is made. And having said that, the decision of the institution shall not prevent the tribunal from making a decision again on the basis of the facts and or evidence found by the tribunal in the course of hearing the case that is inconsistent with the prima facie evidence, and the institution authorizes the tribunal to make a decision, and it can also make its own decision. At the practice level, China is more influenced by the civil law system. Most of the mainland Chinese arbitrators play a leading and active role in the procedures of a number of rounds of document submission, the setting of time limits, investigation of pre-trial hearing issues, and the opening of the hearings. But at the same time, with the foreign international exposure, cross-examination is appearing, and CTAC is also very attentive to the needs of foreign parties for the inclusive and flexible Chinese procedures, and their needs, which is different for the efficiency and fairness. This and in terms of the rules and practice, CTAC give full respect to the autonomy of the people's will and also encourage the parties to agree on the language and the model of hearing so as to achieve the balance between efficiency and fairness of diverse parties in international arbitration. In practice, CTAC advocates an integrated approach to hearing as more and more international arbitrators and lawyers participate in CTAC arbitrations, and more of the Chinese arbitrators and lawyers are influenced by common law. The CTAC's current model has been also quietly changing. It is not just categorically adversarial or inquisitorial, and hybrid models have been phased in. Data have shown that the integrated hybrid model is much obviously advantageous in terms of efficiency and economy. So this is very much in line with the trend of international arbitration. In addition, the procedure of combining arbitration and mediation, which is often applied in CTAC arbitration, is a wonderful display of CTACs that combines efficiency and fairness. So 559 cases have been settled in this way in 2000. When the parties finally shook hands and made peace under mediation, I believe that all the questions about the legitimacy of this procedure based on different legal traditions will be eclipsed at that moment. In the future, CTAC is willing to continue to work with the International Arbitration Committee not to stick to the barriers of different traditional thinking and to learn from each other and narrow the differences in thinking and achieve the mutual learning and explore a new model of international arbitration more suitable to the needs of the diverse parties. Third, management of institution. A major feature of a CTAC arbitration is the management of the institutions. The secretary is not only an able assistant, but also a good manager. It has formulated many management rules, such as the guideline for presiding arbitrator and the measures of case supervision and the case of further improving the efficiency. The Secretariat can also issue inquiry letter, letter of recommendation, or even warning letter to move forward the proceeding. When the case exceeds the caseload exceeds the prescribed number of cases, the Secretariat will suspend the motion of the arbitrator to be a candidate of future cases. Fourth, the application of new technologies. The CTAC has accelerated the application of updated new technologies, online case filing, video hearing, electronic service, electronic document exchange platform, electronic signatures, and electronic seals have been applied. CTAC has also a network of more than a dozen branches at home and abroad have signed MOU with major institutions worldwide to assist in hearing. So arbitrators, parties, and councils can participate hearing in places nearby and simultaneously realize cross-regional, cross-time zone, cross-continental online hearings. CTAC also attaches great importance to examination assessment of the specific situation of the case to ensure both technical communication and due process. In 2021, CTAC filed 870 cases online and flexibly used 433 online hearings. This year, CTAC, as an APAC accredited dispute resolution institution, launched the APAC online dispute resolution platform to provide integrated, standardized, facilitated, and low-cost online dispute resolution service for cross-border commercial dispute resolution between SMEs. It is gratifying that CTAC's various business data in recent years have continued to set new records and have always maintained a short time cycle despite the COVID. So by the end of July, 3,400 cases have been concluded. from tribunal composition to completion 138 days for domestic cases and 190 days for foreign-related cases. When it came to 2021, that was a figure for 2020, and in 2021, 4,071 cases were filed, and the completion was up by 50% versus 2020. So for the first time, it has been awarded as one of the top 5 most preferred arbitration institutions worldwide. That has shown the users' appreciation of CTAC's commitment to efficiency. When we face the future full of imagination and creativity, CTAC will always maintain an open, inclusive, and the courageous exploration mentality strive to meet the needs of Chinese and foreign parties for efficiency and fairness, and actively promote China to become measures taken by CTAC to international arbitration and make due contribution to promote efficiency of international arbitration. Thank you. Over the years, you mentioned the model of CTAC is hybrid. I know that too well. CTAC cases tend to be very international. A lot of them use English language for the proceedings. A lot of foreign arbitrators are involved. In those cases, we truly follow the Hong Kong or Singaporean approach. The hearings may last 3 or 5 days, and the most, once we schedule the 4 weeks for the hearing, but later the parties settled. You also talked about waiving and reducing the arbitration fees this year. That is indeed a boon to the parties. Some of our clients saw that notice and filed for arbitration several cases within a short space of time. That is really a good value for money. Efficiency, fairness are important, and economy is also important as a factor. The economy has to do with fairness too. I didn't mention it when I commented on Professor Pan's speech. So due process is talked together with technology. I didn't realize why these two are related. So when you come from different countries and regions as parties, the technology at your disposal may be different. So less developed jurisdictions, if you ask the participants to also reach the same level of technological means as their Western counterparts, that may not be realistic. So you need to be adequately accommodative, and you need to give them more opportunities so the parties are not to be deprived of their equal opportunities to state their case. Vice President Xie also mentioned that in CTAC there were amazing statistics despite the COVID. Indeed, worldwide, the procedures in CTAC is fast. In CTAC, efficiency is applaudable. Fairness also ensured.
Will be Eric Tuckman. Mr. Tuckman is a Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of American Arbitration Association, or AAA, and AAA's International Division, the International Center for Dispute Resolution. In that capacity, Mr. Tuckman oversees the operations, strategy, and policy making of ICDR. He frequently speaks on international arbitration and mediation related topics. Due to time difference, Mr. Tuckman has recorded a speech on the AAA ICDR's recent experiences regarding improvements and threats to efficiency and fairness in international arbitration. Let's play Mr. Tuckman's video.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Tuckman, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary at the American Arbitration Association and our International Division, the International Center for Dispute Resolution. I'm joining you from Singapore at our Asia Case Management Center, and this is where we administer all of our cases involving a party from Asia, including China. I wish I could be with all of you today, and I've enjoyed my time joining prior arbitration summits in previous years. I hope that before too long, we'll be together again in person as well. During this discussion, we are focusing on an important topic: how all of us in the field of international arbitration can work towards ensuring efficiency and speed in the arbitration process without compromising justice and fairness. This is an enduring question, but it's an important one to revisit time and time again, particularly in the current environment, with all the changes that have taken place with respect to how international arbitrations are carried out and conducted as a result of COVID. First, an important step in addressing justice and fairness is by increasing transparency. Transparency in the process. As an institution, we think about this with great frequency. How can we allow parties to better understand how we as an institution make decisions, how we advise arbitrators on issues of ethics and the like. And we consider these issues with great care during our recent amendments of our international arbitration rules. The process of amending a set of rules is something that's not done lightly. Great care is taken into consideration. We've got to ensure that the rules and the amendments that they contain are universally accepted, no matter where in the world they might be used, and no matter where in the world there might be an enforcement proceeding or a proceeding to challenge an award or any other court-related matter that connects the arbitration. And in fact, our committee, our rule amendment drafting committee, was represented by an individual from China. We feel as though that was an important addition to our group. They're quite active. Also had individuals from Europe, from other parts of Asia, Latin America, and the United States. So they truly are an international set of rules and continue to maintain that character. We think the most innovative amendment that's contained in our rules, and it's an important one with regard to the efficiency of the arbitration process, is actually contained in Article 6, titled Mediation. And it provides that subject to any agreement of the parties otherwise, or the right of any party to elect not to participate in the mediation, the parties shall mediate their dispute pursuant to the ICDR's international mediation rules concurrently with the arbitration. So there's some important parts of this very brief rule. One is it now contains a presumption that the parties are going to mediate their dispute at some point during the arbitration process. That is something that is new and unique to any set of international arbitration rules. There are important caveats. Any party can unilaterally decide that they don't want to mediate. And the mediation will take place concurrently with the arbitration. That is another presumption contained within this rule. In other words, a party that might want to mediate but's concerned about a month-long or many month-long delay that can be associated with mediation does not have to worry about that taking place under the rules drafted. The mediation will occur while the parties are perhaps considering their arbitrator appointment, proceeding with hearings. It can be at any point during the arbitration process. We think that the incorporation of a mediation rule and a set of arbitration rules is an important step in increasing the use of mediation, which, when utilized, is quite successful in resolving disputes, and also helping parties gain a greater appreciation for the process. Article 14 of the International Arbitration Rules now impose additional obligations on arbitrators. Those obligations include the need to maintain the standards of impartiality and independence that have become widely accepted as appropriate in international arbitrations, to know and act in accordance with ICDR rules and the terms of the notice of appointment provided by the ICDR, and to act in accordance with the Code of Ethics for arbitrators in commercial disputes. The Code of Ethics for arbitrators has been widely recognized and have been applicable to arbitrations administered by the AAA ICDR for many years. But what's new in the most recent amendments is explicit reference to the Code of Ethics in the rules themselves to make clear of their applicability and to provide transparency about the standards that arbitrators are expected to hold themselves up to. A related issue to arbitrator disclosure and independence of the arbitrator actually exists in a new addition in the rules that relates to third-party funding, also addressed in Article 14. And it provides that on the application of a party or on its own initiative, after consulting with the parties, a tribunal can require the parties to disclose whether a non-party, a third-party funder, or perhaps an insurer, has undertaken to pay or to contribute to the cost of the arbitration, and to identify the person or entity concerned, and to describe the nature of the undertaking. The purpose of this rule is only to address potential conflicts that might arise with an arbitrator and a third-party funder of some type that would otherwise be unknown to the parties and even to the arbitrator, perhaps. So where an arbitrator or their firm may have an ongoing relationship with a third-party funder, it may be appropriate for conflicts purposes for that information to come out. The ICDR's approach, however, has been to allow a case-by-case analysis by the tribunal as to whether that disclosure is necessary. Another rule that specifically addresses the efficiency and economy in arbitration addresses the early disposition of issues, and by providing guidance to arbitrators and parties on the standards that must be met when such an application is being submitted. A party seeking early disposition of an issue must first request leave to file an application. And only after determining that the application has a reasonable possibility of succeeding, that's the standard, a reasonable possibility of succeeding, that it will dispose of or narrow one or more issues in a case, and that consideration of the application is likely to be more efficient or economical than leaving the issue to be turned on the merits, the tribunal may allow the application to be filed. This will address what some parties complain about as the needless submission of applications for the early dismissal of a case or of a claim in matters where it simply isn't warranted. It goes without saying that the use of video, audio, and other electronic means for conducting preliminary matters and final hearings has become essential to the arbitration process. That's how we've all accommodated, and frankly, how international arbitration has prospered and shown its potential during the pandemic. Incredible flexibility, the ability to change on short notice the manner in which an arbitration will proceed. That's all taken place, and we still see that happening today. But we did want to make sure that our rules also were specific with regard to the use of video, audio, and a lot of other electronic means for conducting preliminary matters and final hearings after consultation with parties. Finally, there's a huge interest and demand in arbitration awards. Parties, practitioners, academics, and also policymakers want arbitration awards to better understand how the process works, the types of issues that are being decided, and how parties, large or small, regardless of their character, might be impacted. We've made an incremental step towards the publication of additional awards because we feel there is some value where the parties consent to having a larger number of awards being made available. Accordingly, Rule 40 now provides that unless a party has objected in writing to the publication within 6 months of an award being issued, that the AAA is permitted to publish awards, orders, decisions, and rulings, although edited to conceal and redact the names of the parties and other identifying information to allow for the publication of awards in those matters. That provides a summary of some of the most important changes that we've incorporated into our arbitration process and into the rules as they relate to the specific issues of economy, speed, justice, and due process. These changes are ones that, again, have been given significant consideration and have been very widely accepted with some significant approval, we're happy to say, among parties. And with that, I end our discussion today. Again, I hope we are able to see you soon. All of us at the International Center for Dispute Resolution send you our very best and wish you well for your program today.
Okay, let's thank Mr. Tuckman for his overview on the ICDR's experiences on in relation to efficiency and fairness in international arbitration. Our next speaker is Mr. Duarte Henriques. He is a lawyer and arbitrator based in Lisbon of Portugal, and is a founding member of the law firm Victoria Associates. He is on the list of CTEC and a few other arbitration institutions. We all know Mr. Henriques as a main drafter of the Prague rules. So today his topic will be the use and the development of the Prague rules in the arbitration practice. His speech is also pre-recorded. Let's play the video.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the China Arbitration Summit for the kind invitation to speak for such a distinguished audience. It is a huge honor, and it's always a pleasure to return to Beijing, although this time in a virtual way. I am tasked with following up on the use and developments of the Prague rules. As you may recall, I was in Beijing in 2018 to speak about the soon-to-be-published Prague rules on the efficient conduct of arbitral proceedings. And indeed, later that year, on 14th December 2018, more than 100 people gathered in Prague to celebrate the publication of the Prague rules. Spirits were enailed by the prospects of having a new tool to conduct arbitrations in a fashion that could be more cost and time effective and more proactive, thus bringing more efficiency and fairness to international arbitration. As you may know, the Prague rules are drafted in a way that aims, and I'm citing, to provide a framework and or guidance for arbitral tribunals and parties on how to increase efficiency of arbitration by encouraging a more active role for arbitral tribunals in managing proceedings. In that context, the core features of the Prague rules are a toolkit to invite and encourage the tribunal to provide guidance to the parties in crucial issues, adopt a proactive role, assist the parties in amicable settlements, and apply iure non curie when admissible. As a materialization of these basic tenets, under the Prague rules, arbitral tribunals are encouraged to clarify if the parties deliberately sought the facts in dispute or not in dispute, and the legal grounds. They are also encouraged to indicate to the parties, as to the disputed facts, evidences needed, actions of the parties, tribunal to ascertain the facts, preliminary views on the burden of proof, its understanding of the grounds on which the parties base their position. Arbitral tribunals may order the production of evidence like documents, witnesses, expert witnesses, and site inspections. Tribunals may also consider certain issues of fact or law as preliminary matters. They may limit the number and length of submissions, fix a procedural timetable, and establish facts without releasing the parties from the burden of proof. Having in mind at all times the procedural judgment rule coined by dear Professor Karl-Dieter Berger, tribunals are invited to use their discretion in the conduct of proceedings, making use of procedural tools such as the case management conference and procedural orders, also having in mind the principles of equal treatment and fair opportunity to present their case. As I said back in 2018, the Prague rules are intended to achieve certain goals, such as equally protecting rights and interests, creating a fair and just business environment, engaging in sports and dispute resolution from all over the world, upholding the principles of justice and efficiency, and promote widely accepted mechanisms. These principles in the conduct of proceedings that inspire and guide the use of the Prague rules are, of course, very close to the heart of the civilian law practitioners, who are well familiar with them. but they also reflect a trend in international arbitration. But how have been the Prague rules received in the international arbitration community? Well, as said in its manifest, the Prague rules are not intended to replace the arbitration rules provided by various institutions, and are designed to supplement the procedure to be agreed by the parties or otherwise applied by arbitral tribunals in a particular dispute. Parties in arbitral tribunals may decide to apply the Prague rules as a binding document or as guidelines to all or any part of the proceedings. They may also exclude the application of any part of the Prague rules or decide to apply only part of them. Yet, some reacted to the Prague rules as if they were a step back in the standardization process of the international practice. Notwithstanding, the Prague rules are making its way through. Firstly, although I have no statistics, during the preparation of this intervention, I have come to know that practitioners around the globe are indeed using the Prague rules, or at least a blend of its features, with other set of rules. I have used myself the Prague rules in a number of cases, in their entirety or at least some portions of them. For instance, I used the Uranovit Curie feature a couple of times to supplement or correct evident lack of accuracy of legal provisions invoked by the parties. It goes without saying that this power must always be used with strict compliance with due process. Also, I have drawn the parties' attention to the fact that tribunals need not to hear an unlimited number of witnesses to understand the full picture, thus convincing them to reduce the witnesses to the strictly necessary number, thus saving time and costs in the oral hearings. And I also have advised the parties to try to settle, where I saw that the chances of doing so were greater than those to continue the legal fight. This, again, without compromising the independence and impartiality, and always without advancing any argument or giving any glimpse of what the final decision could be. Further, I was very recently asked to decide on the requested leave to file an application for an early disposition of a particular issue. This is indeed a feature that is embedded in the Prague rules and shows how the Prague rules features are making their way into the national setting. As you may know, Article 2.5 of the Prague rules sets forth that when establishing the procedural timetable, the arbitral tribunal may decide, after having heard the parties, to determine certain issues of fact or law as preliminary matters. And indeed, in an ICDR case where I'm currently serving as sole arbitrator, one of the parties called for the application of a limitation of liability clause inserted in the underlying contract and asked me to consider a request for early disposition, given that since March 2021, Article 23 of the ICDR rules allows tribunals to make early disposition of issues. As a matter of fact, and I will be citing the explanation note of the 2021 ICDR rules, recognizing the need to promote efficiency in arbitration, new Art 23 specifically permits early disposition of issues. A party seeking early disposition of any issue must firstly request leave to file an application for early disposition of the issue. If the tribunal determines A, that the application has a reasonable possibility of succeeding, B, that it will dispose of or narrow one or more issues in the case, and C, that consideration of the application is likely to be more efficient or economical than leaving the issue to be determined with the merits, the tribunal needs to allow the application to be filed. This rule was thoroughly analyzed to accommodate and balance practice styles amongst practitioners in jurisdictions and legal systems around the world. A similar approach has been taken by the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce in its recent SCC Express rules, which offer a case assessment at an early stage, although not producing a final and binding decision. Another example is found in the 2021 Rifkin Elder arbitration rule, where we can see manifestations of the Prague rules in the following articles. Article 2.1, good faith and collaboration. Article 11.1, in order to understand the dispute, the other tribunal may ask any questions to the parties throughout the proceedings. Article 14.1, in making a decision tree, within 15 days after the initial meeting, the tribunal shall draft on the basis of the issues discussed in the initial meeting and in light of the parties' submissions, a document that will serve as a roadmap to the final decision, the decision tree. The decision tree shall be organized in a manner that the determination of one issue could dispose of the case, eliminate or make more efficient the consideration of the issues, lead to settlement, or change the focus of the arbitration to different issues. The arbitral tribunal, says Article 18.1, shall be actively involved in each step of the arbitration and will interact with the parties by inter alia, raising questions, asking for evidence, and indicating when the matter being addressed by a party does not appear to be relevant to the determination of the issues in that step. With this, I stop here, but I cannot let it go without sharing my feelings of thankfulness and deep appreciation for all of those who contributed to the drafting and promotion of the Prague Rules, in particular Vladimir Vale and Roman Zykov of the Russian Arbitration Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henriks. From what he said, it seems promising that the Prague rules are being increasingly frequently used in international arbitration. In my personal experience, I never come across any situation where the Prague rules were even proposed for use by any party. That's probably because it's been there only for 4 years, and practitioners are not very familiar with the Prague rules, not like IBA rules.
So that speaker is Mr. Cui Jun, who's the managing director of Eminent Consultants Limited. He's also a civic arbitrator. He's a top international contract expert. He worked overseas for more than 20 years when it comes to contract negotiation, contract claims, as well as international construction engineering. Has a lot of experience, has published more than 13 books, including FIDIC contract theory and practice, principle and practice of FIDIC subcontract and others, and more than 90 articles. His topic is not directly related to engineering and the contract. He will discuss the prevention of excessive litigation trend of arbitration.
各位领导
Distinguished leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to attend this event and speak under Session 2 on the proper management across management and avoid the litigationization of arbitration. As you know, in modern sense, arbitration started in mid-19th century. In the 20th century, with improvement of arbitration legislations in national laws, the establishment of arbitration institutions and the UN arbitration model law, and international conventions and the treaties represented by New York Convention, arbitration has been thriving worldwide. In the late 20th century and in the new century, arbitration has become the main way to resolve commercial disputes. The Oriental model, represented by CTAC, to combine mediation and arbitration has been gradually adopted by international arbitration community and the UN across the world. CTAC has also been one of the preferred arbitration institutions. With the waning of ad hoc arbitration, institutional arbitration is mainstreaming, and the standardization of arbitration proceedings is also causing some adverse impact on arbitration, which we would not be happy to see, including the litigationization of arbitration and lawyerization of arbitration, and the high cost of arbitration. In the proceedings under common law, the cross-examination has become the icon of the litigationization of arbitration. We connect these dots because in actual arbitration proceedings for 2 hours, the two parties would make opening statements, and then 4 of the 5 days would be devoted to the cross-examination for factual issues, and 1 to the cross-examination of expert witnesses. That would trigger 2 aspects of issues. First is the witness evidence in terms of the use of cross-examination and the litigationization of the arbitration. In terms of the witness evidence, by IBA rule of evidence, in Article 4.5b of the 2020 rule, the complete factual statements and the source of such facts and information shall suffice to provide witness testimony on the disputed matters, and the parties shall also provide what is relied upon by the witness but fails to be submitted. This is the IBA rule on evidence. Per CTAC arbitration rules, basically the same requirement is adopted. The parties can provide documentary evidence and witness testimony. There is latitude in providing these 2 kinds of evidence. The current 2025 CTAC rules have adopted an open attitude to the 2 models of hearings. One is the inquisitorial model under civil law. The other is the adversarial model under common law, represented by cross-examination. An open set of rules and attitude have been adopted, and the tribunal has the power to decision which model shall be used to find facts and hear the evidence from witnesses. We have to say that even under common law, for the witness evidence and cross-examination, criticism has never stopped. In terms of low level of credibility, overemphasis on lawyers, cumbersome process, and time-consuming procedure. That means that for a whole week, 4 days are devoted to the cross-examination of factual witnesses and 1 to experts. That means for 8 weeks, 8 days on factual witness and 1 day on experts. That means the parties are left about 2 hours to the claimant and 2 hours respondent. So we have to see that the problem that results from this is that in commercial arbitration, cross-examination is the most time-consuming process, and the value of witness evidence as value is the lowest. That means the most time is spent on the least valuable evidence. Therefore, the ICC 2021 rule in Appendix 6 of the emergency arbitration rules has given the tribunal the power to limit the repetitive and continued submission and require the parties to focus on the key disputes. And the Prague rules also require that the tribunal shall, during the hearing, check or examine the witness statements. April 6, 2021, the Commercial and Property Law of England promulgated one important guideline. So to a certain extent, this 57 AC 15 guidance corrected the way of submission and the deficiencies of cross-examination. First, the number of pages of witness statements is limited. It is clearly required that in witness statements, extensive quotation of evidences shall not be made in support of the witness statement. Second, lawyerization shall be avoided. So mostly the parties themselves need to prepare the witness statements with a focus placed on facts rather than legal arguments, claims, or defenses. Thirdly, most importantly, in case of contravention with such guidance, the relevant counsels shall be penalized to a certain extent. So this 57 AC 15 guidance applies to the commercial arbitration in London. We forecast that certain impact will be also exerted on international commercial arbitration. According to the CTAG rules, tribunal is granted certain authority to manage these issues. For the tribunal, during the hearing, in case of cross-examination, several things can be done to properly manage the cross-examination process. First, for witness testimony or witness statements, the number of pages shall be clear. No more than 30 pages or 40 pages in English, and in Chinese, even 25 or 30, 5 or 6 pages less. They shall not be more than 100 pages, if not hundreds of pages, if the evidences are exhibited or annexed. For a contractual or engineering case, the big pile of the statement of one witness will be that. So that would be 20G in electronic copy. So then witness statements plus evidence will reach 30G. We don't object to that if we are paid by hours. Otherwise, the arbitrators' fees can hardly embody the value of their work. In order to avoid the loss of control on the page count, the witnesses are required to avoid extensive quotation of the evidences, and evidences shall not be repetitively submitted. Also, for the hearing time management shall be kept so that the counsels will know clearly the exam. If 3 days is devoted to one witness, to the other 5, only 1 day is left. And in that way, the time will be properly managed. So the hearing will be focused on the core issues instead of everything. So on negligible issues, we should avoid spending too much time. As arbitrators, we like cross-examinations because we can just sit there and listen to them talking. I like that very much, but as a counsel, I hate that approach because I have to exhaust all ways and means to entrap the factual witness of the other party. So I need to close all but one doors. So that approach is what I dislike. So for court hearings, we need to focus on the core issues, disputed matters, and avoid waste of time. All in all, the CTAG rules grants the parties and a tribunal adequate rights, powers, and freedom. So how can we control the cross-examination proceeding in international arbitrations? the tribunal shall apply the time management rules and issues and PLs to resolve the many issues concerning the cross-examination. This is what the tribunal should do as an exercise of its power. That concludes my speech. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Cui. Based on the domestic international best practice and his personal experience, he has proposed some of his very insightful thinking and suggestions with regard to cross-examinations. Next speaker is Mr. Mao Huigang. He's an old friend of mine. He's the managing partner of Shanghai Jinmao Law Firm. He's also the chairman of Arbitration Committee of Shanghai Bar Association. He's also a CTEC arbitrator. His major practice is financial law. He also has extensive experience of both domestic and international dispute resolution. He has represented more than hundreds of cases in front of courts and arbitration tribunals. His presentation title is 8 Practical Issues of Online Arbitration, because he's based in Shanghai. He speaks online. Welcome, Professor Mao. Mr. Mao, I want to thank Mr. Moderator for introduction, honorable government officials, distinguished guests. I'm very honored to attend I'm very delighted to attend this arbitration summit. I'm unable to come to Beijing due to the COVID measures. So we know that the Supreme People's Court issue a judicial interpretation for the online court litigation, which has been made accessible, available to civil litigation, and arbitration tribunal have widely adopted the online format as well. So, but in the practice, we have run into 8 critical issues, which has elicited some controversy with regard to fairness and efficiencies. I want to share with you the issues. Firstly, is the identity verification issue for hearing participants. During in-person arbitration venue, the clerk and personnel can verify the identity of the participant, including witnesses and counsel, etc. But in online arbitration, the tribunal can only request the parties' counsel to demonstrate their ID card or documents in front of the camera without, obviously, the physical verification, which has compromised the actual verification. Next one is the transcript, because it's not in court transcript, not in court arguments. So we only have to resort to electronic transcript. Also, the signature is electronic as well. Next one is confidentiality. The camera can only cover very limited area space. What if someone who's neither counsel nor parties of the counsel, but is auditing the hearing? How can you verify that? Next one is the isolation of the witnesses. So we cannot guarantee the witnesses testifying in an isolated manner. Also, the truthfulness of the evidence is here. During the in person, the witnesses are not allowed to sit in the court debate as well as the other evidence, other witness testimony. But for the online one, it's difficult to control. Next one is the truthfulness of the evidence. I think Professor Pan mentioned the issue because in the
当事人呢提供书面证据的原件或者电子证据的载体以供核对，但是在线上庭审当中呢，当事人只能够向摄像头展示原件，对方当时呢是没有办法接触到书面证据原件或者是电子证据载体，并往往是表示呢无法核对证据的真实性。那么遇到这种情况时候呢，仲裁庭只能另行安排线下证据核对，也造成了一个仲裁程序的拖延。 第6个问题呢，是一个缺席审理的认定问题。如果当事人未按时参加线上庭审，或者是在庭审当中呢故意离开这个摄像头，同时呢又主张是这个网络故障原因，那么一般来说呢，仲裁庭很难以申请人不到庭，或者是中途退庭，认定撤回仲裁申请，或者呢以被申请人不到庭或者中途退庭呢做出缺席裁决。那么第7个问题呢，是这个庭审效果的问题。那么大家都知道，直接言辞原则的好处呢，就是在激烈快速的言语辩论当中呢，事实真相呢往往可以快速获取。但是从面对面的这个线下庭审转上这个平对平的线上庭审会导致对抗性辩论的氛围淡化，当事人辩论的欲望的降低。各方当事呢往往会按照庭审前准备的进行照本宣科的事实陈述和辩论，缺乏一个针对性。第8个问题呢，是不利于调解的问题。那么大家也知道，人类的语言除了这个口头和书面表达呢，还有这个肢体语言、语气语态和这个面部的表情。那么有经验的仲裁庭呢，可以从当事人的这些细微动作当中呢，大致判断出当事人的真实心理，抓住时机促成调解。因为有的时候调解是否成功呢，可能就在于他1-2分钟的时间之内。但是在线上视频的庭审过程当中呢，当事人的神态变化是很难被捕捉的，镜头感和表演性呢更强，仲裁庭的调解难度呢也因此加大。那当然，在这个近年来的这个线上视频庭审的探索过程当中呢，一些法院仲裁机构互联网企业呢，也摸索出了一些可能有助于解决以上问题的途径。我在这里呢，也尝试为大家做一些总结和归纳。那么关于出庭人员包括证人身份核对的问题的，在近年来的这个互联网银行登录网上支付线上学习、线上考试等等场景中呢，人脸识别技术呢已经被应用到人们日常生活的诸多方面。那么在线上考试的场景下呢，人脸识别技术呢已经能够做到将身份证照片和真人照片呢进行比对、进行识别。那么在目前的仲裁线上庭审当中呢，还很少用到人脸识别技术来核对仲裁员的这个出庭人员的身份。我认为呢，这也是一个可以考虑的一个选项。当然呢，采用人脸识别技术呢，还涉及到个人信息保护方面的一些严格的法律规定。是否要在仲裁实务当中采用这项技术呢？可能还需要一个法律的评估。那么第2个是关于这个在线庭审记录的问题。那我也聆听了今天上午最高人民法院民事庭王淑梅庭长在主旨发言当中呢，对近年来中国法院在审判实践当中呢，运用智能互联技术的全面的介绍。那么在这个在线庭审记录方面呢，人民法院的一些成功的经验呢，确实也值得这个仲裁行业的借鉴。我在这边呢举了2个例子，一个呢是在上海的浦东新区人民法院，那么线上开庭审理呢，在这个知识产权案件当中呢，已经开始探索使用庭审录音录像替代庭审笔录，也就是没有一个纸质的庭审记录的，都是做成了录音录像，那么进行了光盘的刻录归档。那么庭后如果当事人或者代理人要查阅的话呢，法院是提供一个光盘给当事人作为这个调阅的这个案件。那另外一个例子呢，是在上海的这个第2中级人民法院，2中院是开发了一个智能交互的庭审系统，它已经实现了这个庭审发言的及时的音质转换和屏幕呈现，也就是法官和当事人代理人在说话的时候呢，就转换成文字。那么在庭审结束以后呢，经书记员进行这个错别字校对以后呢，就可以供当事人签署。那么我们的仲裁线上庭审是不是有必要引入这个音质转换软件？尤其是在采用中文以外语言进行的线上庭审呢，有没有必要引入音质转换软件呢？我认为也是值得考虑的。那关于仲裁保密性的问题呢，这个刚才好几位专家也都提到这个问题。那么这个问题在一些境外仲裁机构的庭审过程当中呢，已经有了实践的应对，包括这个360度的镜头或者是在开庭前绕着这个开庭室转一圈给仲裁庭过目等等。其实呢，国内的线上考试其实已经有了解决这个问题的方案。因为考试确实也需要解决作弊的问题，就像潘院长刚才提到的。那么市场上呢，有一些专业从事线上考试的这个服务商 像这个基金从业人员考试这样的全国性考试呢，都是有这些服务商来提供服务的。比较主流的方式呢，是在考生背后放上一个摄像头，监考人员呢可以随时看到房间的全景，同时也可以看到呢考生前方的画面，比较有效的解决了一个作弊的问题。那么如果仲裁采用这种方式的话呢，相信可以在一定程度上有效解决无授权人员旁听庭审或者指导当事人回答仲裁庭提问的问题。关于证人隔离作证的问题呢，在目前的在线视频庭审当中呢，一般是采用证人专用端口的方式来解决证人隔离作证的问题。证人呢，并不是一个全程的参与，而是在仲裁庭准许的时候呢上线和下线。目前中国冒众的庭审系统呢，已经能够做到这一点。去年我本人承办的一个冒众的案件呢，也是通过这个系统完成了外国法律专家证人的一个作证。那么当然在境外仲裁当中呢，也还有一种解决方案是呢，在一方当事人作证的房间呢，由另外一方当事人派一名观察员来进行现场的监督。当然更好的解决方案是为了防止证人这个旁听庭审，可以在事实调查阶段也就安排证人出庭作证，也就是证人先说，说完下线，再开始当事人的陈述。当然这样安排呢，对仲裁庭的庭审把控能力呢有更高的一个要求。关于证据真实性的核对这个问题可能是线上视频庭审最难解决的一个问题。那么有些当事人是采取了一个公证的方式，也就是对证据原件和复印件的一致性进行公证，对电子邮件及微信聊天提取以后公证，然后向仲裁庭提供公证书。这个方式呢，所花的成本和费用比较大。那我在线上视频庭审解决这个问题的时候呢，还是通过另行安排现场证据核对的方式来解决。当当事人处于不同的地域和范围的时候呢，冒众遍布各地的一个分支机构呢，确实能体现它的一个优越性。一般来说呢，我会请办案秘书呢，将 A 地当事人提供的证据原件呢，寄到 B 地的冒众机构，请 B 地冒众机构的秘书呢，组织 B 地的当事人进行证据核对。还有一个选项呢，是请 B 地的当事人呢，另行委托一位在 I 地的代理人。仲裁呢，因为对代理人的人数没有限制嘛，所以呢，也可以通过这种方式委托一位在 I 地的这个代理人呢，进行核对。代理权呢仅限于证据真实性，也可以解决这个问题。当然呢，随着这个网络经济的发展呢，交易的无纸化呢也在迅速的推进，区块链的经济呢也在迅速的发展。如果仲裁机构将来能够成为区块链的一环的话呢，那么所有的交易文件在仲裁机构都有存证，相信证据真实性问题呢，到时也不会成为一个问题。那当然不可否认的是呢，线上视频仲裁呢作为一种新生力量，为仲裁当事人提供了更加高效便捷的争议解决服务。尽管在实践中存在各种各样的一些问题，但我相信这些问题呢，随着时间的推移呢，都能得到不同程度的解决。我呢也会和大家一起迎接迈向智能互联的全球仲裁。谢谢大家。
好，感谢那个毛辉刚律师这个结合自己的实务中的这些经验体验谈线上仲裁的一些实务问题。那不好意思，这个我今天时间把控不好。
Sorry for my poor management of time. There's a bit overrun. I would like to just give you a 1-minute summary. We have heard European, UN, Chinese perspectives, and Italian views and the US views from both the councils and academic perspectives. How can we balance efficiency and fairness? Multidimensional analysis has been made. This is a new trend. A new trend, by definition, is an ongoing trend. We need to also make ongoing reflections on it. I believe the arbitration community is wise enough and also has enough tools to work on and resolve those issues. I would like to call upon all of you to applaud again, to thank all the speakers for their excellent contribution. I'd like to now hand over to the moderator of the next session, Mr. Tao Jingzhou, please. Good afternoon. We are late by 30 minutes. for this session. It is my hope that we can catch up a bit. We have arranged 7 speakers for this session. Among them, 4 would speak English, 3 in Chinese. I'm the moderator, so I will speak Chinese, so it'll be 4-4. Technology was discussed, efficiency and fairness were explored in the past session. Fairness needs to be there and needs to be felt to be there. Therefore, we are here to talk about the credibility of arbitration. Maybe you believe it is fair, but that is not shared by others. That is not a credible process. So we will now talk about credibility. I would like to first invite Pasit Asawatthama from Thailand. The Thais really have long surnames, so I would like to indulge myself by just calling him by Pasit, Mr. Pasit. He is the president of Asia Pacific Regional Arbitration Group and managing director of a Thailand Arbitration Center. He was the deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation of the Thai Ministry of Justice. Apart from the legal education in Thailand, he also worked in UPenn and Harvard and obtained LLM degree, and also in Wharton Business School, a very famous school. He got the certificate of advanced management program. He will speak by video. Now let me invite the staff to play it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer who invited me to this important event. Everyone in our arbitration world knows that China Arbitration Summit is one of the most important events in the arbitration world. Today, I come here on behalf of the APLAC. So before we going down to the detail of the topics I was assigned to speak today, I would like to give some information very briefly about the APLAC. The APLAC is a regional and federation of arbitration association aiming to improve standards and knowledge of international arbitration, and will make submissions on behalf of the region to national and international. The APLAC was growing up, and the membership of APLAC right now has grown to 51 members. We have a lot of activities, mostly sharing the knowledge and developing our center by giving technical assistance. In this year, on my presidentship, I built in the newest knowledge distribution, which is e-journal, which all of you can find the journal in our APLAC website. Anyway, we will have more events in 2023, and in the next meeting, we will have Beijing International Arbitration Center as the cause of the next event, and I wish you all can join that event too. Okay, let's move to our topic today. We're talking about collaboration and communication to make more credibility to the arbitration as a whole. I would like to give you some basic idea about the international arbitration. First, you all know that international arbitration becomes a key tool in the globe's economic and trade development. Thus, the cooperation among arbitration institutions is required to promote international arbitration credibility and ensure that it will be fully built toward the same direction. I know that everyone knows that the communication and collaboration between the centers and all of the organization in arbitration community is so important in building up and developing our arbitration community. And even though all of our centers are, I could say that we are in the mode of competitive, but everyone knows that to collaborate will be more fruitful to all of us than only competition to all of our center. One of the points I would like to raise to give you some example why we need collaboration, why we need communication is that the virtual hearing. All of you know that in the age of COVID-19, we cannot go into the arbitration proceeding face to face, and we try to take away from the difficulties in the time by doing virtual hearing. The advantages of the virtual hearing is undoubtedly. It is cost reduction, it is time efficiency, and it is flexible because of the party. They don't have to show up in the same place anymore. Anyway, we have some shortcomings in the virtual hearing. Maybe the connection in each country, it varies, and sometimes we found difficulties in connecting people into the same connection. And another thing is that something that we cannot compensate from the face-to-face proceeding is that the facial expression and body language of witnesses, which we may compensate it by the camera view, but anyway, anyone knows that it cannot completely compensate what we got from the virtual hearing. All right? The popularity of the virtual hearing make virtual hearing spreading worldwide. You can see some example in the HKAC. We can see that in HKAC in 2020, we have 37 in-person hearings, while we have 80 virtual hearings. But in 2021, the number is increasing. You can see that we have 37 in-person hearings. That's the same number as shown in 2020. But in 2021, we have 101 virtual hearings comparing with 80 virtual hearings in 2020. This is an example to show that the virtual hearing is getting more popular and popular. Anyway, by the popularity of having virtual hearing, the consequence is that many centers have adopted a number of online virtual hearing in their guidelines or their rules. On May the 1st, 2009, CTAC implemented the online arbitration rule, extending the scope to e-commerce disputes. And we can see it from the CAR too. CAR have issued the guideline, the guidance note on remote dispute resolution proceedings, which provides for documents to be presented in the remote hearing, and they provide for access to our virtual hearing rooms and breakout rooms, and it should be strictly limited to allocated participants. We can see differences in guidelines or guidance or rules in each center. One example, the first example is that the examination of witnesses. When you look at the ICC guidance note, it provides a broad range of consideration for parties and tribunal regarding the presentation of evidence and examination of witnesses. They go into the detail about how to identify whether counsel will be using multi-screens for online pleadings or presentation of evidence. They going down to the detail, whether synchronous or asynchronous communications between witnesses and parties are permissible in chat room or through concealed channel of communication. So in the ICC guidance note, I would say that the focus is on the communication between counsel, witnesses, and parties. In the meantime, if you look at the HKIAC, the rules of HKIAC, it does not provide a wide range of consideration of witness examination. But HKIAC rules may consider a greater value on arranging a hearing invigilator to attend at the same place as the witnesses and arranging for a 360-degree viewing the room by video at the beginning of each session of the virtual hearing to ensure the integrity of the room. If you those are the things we could say that they have differences in the rules and the guidelines of the virtual hearing in at least two jurisdictions. Moreover, if you look at the venue, in the matter of venue of virtual hearing process, you look at the Seoul protocol, they offer minimum standards of venue, where the video conference must occur. For example, the venue should have at least one on-call individual with adequate technical knowledge to assist in planning, testing, and conducting the video conference. The venue shall be in a location that provides for fair, equal, and reasonable right of access to the parties and their related persons as appropriate. Why you look at the ICC guidance note, they provide nothing about the venue. Those are one of the differences in the rules and the guidance of the virtual hearing. Other than that, you can see that in other countries, in many countries, in many jurisdictions, they have virtual hearing. They accept to have virtual hearing conducted in the arbitration proceedings, but they have no rules, no guidance at all. Just like in Thailand, we accept the virtual hearings as a part of the arbitration proceeding, but we have no rule in the details. Indonesia also and Japan also. Those are the difference. We have from one thing, the country, the jurisdiction who has a very strict rule in the virtual hearing. Why? On the other hand, we have many jurisdictions where they accept the virtual hearings, but they don't have any rules or the guidance in the detail. You can see a variation all along the line. And those are the things that I think that we should have some communication and collaboration in developing and improving the virtual hearing around the world in order to make sure that all the people, all the parties in the arbitration proceeding, they have minimum standards or they have the same direction in conducting the virtual hearings in different arbitration centers, which I think it would be one of the most important things to make our arbitration community more credible. So this is the way I think I would like to propose that we should have some joint virtual hearing protocol between centers. Centers should have some venue, some forum to sit down and talk about how to improve, how to develop the virtual hearing in the same direction, in the same way, or harmonize all the guidance or the rules, right? And then other than that, maybe we can have some rule or some guidance about the witness coaching so that they can have some more knowledge about how to examine the witness in the virtual hearing. Those are the things that we should have to communicate and collaborate in developing and improving our rules of the centers together, which I think it would make our centers more credible to the parties who would like to use arbitration as a way to resolve the dispute. The second point I would like to raise to point out why we need communication and collaboration is that the enforcement of award. Right? Anyone knows that in enforcing the arbitral award, maybe the court may set aside or refuse to enforce the arbitral award on the ground of public policy. And when you look at the New York Convention, which is the main base of many jurisdictions in the world, to implementing the rules of enforcing the award in each country, there is nothing to mention about the definition of public policy, right? In antitrust model law, also, they don't have the public policy definition as well. So the definition of public policy will be interpreted by the court in different ways in each country, in each jurisdiction. Those are the things that I would like to raise under the topic of collaboration and communication. And thank you so much for everyone paying attention to my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks to Pasid for the presentation.
Just now during his speech, he mentioned the protocol of online hearing. He mentioned in Seoul, in ICC, that is available, but not elsewhere. In my cases, sometimes the counsels of the two parties would draft their virtual hearing protocol, sometimes pretty lengthy, 30, 40 pages, detailing how the monitors shall be set up, and so on and so forth. In absence of such a protocol, the parties can exercise their autonomy and determine how the protocol shall be like. This session is about mutual learning, communication, and collaboration. After I pass it, I would like to invite Dr. Ismail Salim. He is the director of Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration. He has been educated in many countries for legal education, especially he was educated in INA in France, and also a very famous place, Morgandi University. If you love wine, you will know that place, Morgandi. He obtained a doctoral degree in international commercial arbitration. Prior to 2007, he was a lawyer. So he has practical experience and also managerial experience of an international arbitration center. Now let's play his video speech.
早上好. Good morning. It is my pleasure to speak today at the second CETA Global Arbitration Forum in my capacity as director of the Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration. As you may know, the Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration, or the CERSICA, is a non-governmental international organization established in 1979 under the auspices of the Asian African Legal Consultative Organization, ALCO, in pursuance of ALCO's decision taken in Doha session in 1978 to establish regional arbitration centers for international commercial arbitration in Asia and in Africa. And as you all know, China is also a member of ALCO as well as Egypt. In 1979, an agreement was concluded between ALCO and the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the establishment of the CERSICA, the Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration, for an experimental period of 3 years. And there has been some subsequent agreements on the first agreement between ALCO and the Egyptian governments in 1983, in 1986, and in 1989. And the CERSICA continued to function during these years. Pursuant to the headquarters agreement between CERSICA and between the Arab Republic of Egypt and ALCO, the CERSICA was endowed with all the necessary privileges and immunities, ensuring its independent functioning vis-à-vis the host state. The CERSICA is organized of a board of trustees, as well as an advisory committee and the director of the center, who is assisted also by a deputy director and a secretary. And we are proud to have in our advisory committee one of your very well-known colleagues, Mr. Li Jun-Shao, who is the head of Jung Yung's arbitration practice, and he has also worked for CETAC for a very big number of years. Our rules, so this was a brief presentation of the CERSICA for those who are not familiar with its organization and how it was created. Regarding the arbitration rules of the CERSICA, since its establishment, the CERSICA has adopted with very minor modifications the arbitration rules of the UNCITRAL, the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, the UNCITRAL, approved by the General Assembly of the United Nations on December 15th, 1976. And CERSICA throughout the years has amended its arbitration rules in 1998, in 2000, in 2002, and in 2007, and until the rules of 2011, the CERSICA rules of 2011 were issued, and they were almost literally adopting the UNCITRAL rules of 2010 with very minor modifications due to the fact that the CERSICA is an institution and acts as an appointing authority. One way of enhancing international credibility of arbitration under economic globalization is to reform the institutional arbitration rules. So currently, the CERSICA, although the rules of 2011 are still in force at CERSICA, however, the CERSICA strategy was and is not to wait for the UNCITRAL to reform its 2010 rules. We have witnessed that the UNCITRAL has made some modifications to its, or some additions, I would say, to its 2010 rules by enacting the transparency rules in 2014 and the expedited rules in September 2021. However, the core of the UNCITRAL arbitration rules until today have not been reformed yet. So the CERSICA decided not to wait for such reform and to start reforming its own rules by constituting a committee that is in charge of amending its rules. And as I have mentioned, this is one way of enhancing international credibility of arbitration under economic globalization, to follow the title of this session 3. So the next CERSICA rules, we expect that they would be issued in 2023 after the committee would have revised all the draft submitted to it. And these rules will still be based on the UNCITRAL arbitration rules as revised in 2010, but with a smooth, professional and institutional administration variation were needed based upon the center's experience throughout 1 decade of implementation of its 2011 arbitration rules. Accordingly, the rules respond to the evolutionary needs of the arbitration community from an institutional perspective, beyond the response already provided by our UNCITRAL-based arbitration rules at the time they were issued in 2011. The rules introduced for the first time rules on concurrent proceedings, consolidation of arbitrations, early dismissal of claims, emergency arbitrator, expedited rules, single arbitration under multiple contracts, and third-party funding. Finally, the schedule of fees has been slightly modified to respond to the economic developments and to some practical considerations while maintaining its cost effectiveness. Corsica also makes decisions as provided for under these rules and may issue guidelines and practice notes to implement and construe their rules. With these information about our next arbitration rules once finalized, I would like to finalize my speech and to thank all the organizers for inviting me to be with you. It's always my pleasure to participate in all the events organized by CETAC specifically and with the Chinese arbitration community in general. And as many of you would know, I have lived in China from 1984 to 1988, and I still remember the immense experience that I have acquired by living in China at a young age and to witness your civilization and the development that was achieved in China, and that I have been very glad to notice when I returned back to China in 2017 and 2019. And I hope very soon the COVID conditions would be much better and we will be able to meet together physically. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
好，我们谢谢Salim这现场，他对中国很了解。
Thank you, Mr. Salim. I know you spent many years in China. You know China so well. So I can't manage the time of the subsequent speakers because they pre-recorded the speeches. I cannot cut them in short. But to the on-site speakers, it is my hope that you can actually finish up by 8 minutes. And the next one goes without the need of any introduction. Ms. Teresa Chang, she just completed her 5-year term as the Secretary for Justice of Hong Kong ACR. She used to have extensive interactions with the Chinese arbitration community. She also led the British Arbitrators Institute as a first Asian, and also the vice chair of Exit. And she also held the position as the chairman of the Hong Kong Arbitration Association. So she holds numerous titles, so I cannot introduce all of them. I would like to invite her to give us introduction about this topic, enhancing credibility of arbitration under economic globalization. Now you have the floor, Teresa. First, I would like to thank CETAC for inviting me to this forum. I would like to also thank Mr. Moderator for the introduction. After 7+3 days of quarantine, I managed to come here to attend the forum. I will also report to you. I will spend no more than 7+3 minutes. I will try to finish off within 8 minutes. Secondly, I also hope that we can actually show off how good the Chinese simultaneous interpreters are in China. So I would like to switch to English for my speech.
Economic globalization is a phenomenon that impacts on every country. It is a phenomenon to stay and revolves around international trade, flow of investment, flow of capital, division of labor, and specialization. The expansion of economic globalization is bringing us closer together and becoming more interdependent, truly reflecting the importance of a community with a shared future for mankind. Applied wisely, economic globalization will bring about effective and beneficial mobilization and sharing of goods, capital, services, technology, information, and human resources. A much desired corollary of economic globalization following the greater commercial exchange and investment is integration of cultures and legal traditions in different countries, but also, unfortunately, an increased probability of disputes. Credibility of arbitration is premised on expertise, trustworthiness, and compliance with the rule of law, and is to be measured by the reactions or confidence of the users. The last premise, compliance of the rule with the rule of law, is what the users expect so as to achieve predictability, equity, and enforceability of the outcome of arbitration. Two matters are patently affected by economic globalization: the nature of corporations and the nature of disputes, which by their very nature are inseparable. It is trite that with economic globalization, transnational corporations is a common feature, as they will capitalize on the affordable labor force, the growth of domestic market, and the trade policies of foreign states in various jurisdictions. Legal issues often arise as to the domicile of the corporation and its governing law. Does one approach the applicable law of the entity simply by reference to its place of registration, or does one look at the place of the mind of the corporation, applying what is often described as the control test? Conflict of laws issues are inevitable and its complexity increased. Application of a wide array of laws to different aspects of the case will be more prevalent irrespective of the choice of law clause. Most importantly, the application of international conventions or treaties to resolve issues will be unavoidable. Tactics adopted by disputants will vary too. Given the corporations are often multinational, it is expected that their assets will be located in various jurisdictions around the world and may be susceptible to interim measures such as freezing assets injunctions in aid of foreign or domestic arbitrations permissible under the UNCITRAL model law and certain domestic legislations. There are clear and predictable rules by which these applications can be adjudicated by national courts or arbitral tribunals. The third new phenomenon caused by economic globalization is the increased reliance and use of digital services in international trade. Use of blockchain for smart contracts, AI, big data, and NFT will be here to stay. The dispute resolution services must cater for this trend. The arbitration process must move with the development of the commercial world and be ready to be fully digitalized. It is important to address these phenomena and ensure that the arbitral process is sustainable, inclusive, and in compliance with the rule of law to enhance its international credibility. These are, in fact, encapsulated in the 5 principles of the CTAG Global Arbitrators Initiative promulgated today. On compliance with the rule of law, reflected in particular in Principle 2 of the Global Arbitrators Initiative, that is to jointly uphold fairness, uphold belief in fairness and justice. Non-law related matters and considerations must be excluded in the adjudication process. The legality of the process must be maintained and due process observed. Arbitrators taking into account irrelevant considerations or being influenced by political or indeed any interference should be removed and the award set aside. One must not be oblivious to the damage such biased arbitrators can do to the legitimacy and credibility of arbitrations. Some suggest one can introduce into the arbitration system an appeal on point of law or substantive review, in addition to the setting aside of the award due to procedural defects. This protection goes to the substantive fairness and justice that users are most concerned with. This mechanism has been in the English arbitration system for a long time, and it does not seem to deter users from going to London to arbitrate. If this is to be introduced, first, one must provide the users with an option, whether it be an opting in or opting out provision in the domestic legislation. Secondly, it must be invoked only in exceptional cases, and a precondition of getting a permission must be introduced. Thirdly, a decision will have to be made as to whether there should be a specific forum to handle it or just any national courts. In this context, I venture to suggest at least two possible options. First is using the International Commercial Court of the legal seat, and in China, it will be the Chinese International Commercial Court. Alternatively, the mechanism in exit or some commodity arbitration institutions where an appellate body is set up within its own mechanisms from the arbitrators on their panel can be adapted with an expansion of the scope of review to cover substantive issues. This is a very difficult balance to strike: the legality and legitimacy of the process and the finality of the award. The preference of the international business community must be taken into account. After all, credibility is measured by the confidence of the users. Inclusiveness is not just a fashionable word, but an important international concept in every aspect of our daily lives. I talk not only of gender inclusiveness, but also racial, cultural, and nationality diversity. The first principle of the initiative, to jointly build consensus on solidarity and cooperation to transcend cultural diversity, is pivotal. It is important for us to appreciate that different cultures may view values and concepts with a different connotation, and the international community must be willing to embrace the diversity of the cultures and legal systems to build a sustainable future for dispute resolution. Sustainability can only be achieved if arbitration moves with the trend of economic globalization. The initiative's third, fourth, and fifth principles are all directed to sustainability. Online dispute resolution has an important role to play to enhance credibility of the process by meeting with the use of smart contracts and digitalization generally. CTEC has prepared itself for this new trend. It is one of the first 3 APAC-recognized service providers for online dispute resolution services to resolve disputes between MSMEs of the APAC economies. The other 2 are Hong Kong's EBRAM and Guangzhou Arbitration Commission. In a broader perspective, 2 things need to be done to enhance credibility of arbitration. First, it may be high time that the New York Convention be updated to reflect the international practice, and in particular, to address enforceability of ODR awards. Education of the application of the New York Convention must continue, and this is particularly relevant now, where more developing countries will become active under economic globalization. The proper understanding and application of the New York Convention is pivotal to the sustainability and integrity of the arbitral process to serve the international business community. Secondly, the work of promoting harmonization of arbitration law and practice must continue. With the UNCITRAL model law and arbitration rules as the leading instrument, the international community will come closer together in adopting the same general principles, thereby ensuring universality of arbitrations and enhancing the credibility of arbitrations. The IGLIP project, Inclusive Global Legal Innovation Platform of UNCITRAL, that is done in collaboration with the Department of Justice of the Hong Kong SAR, is expected to provide guidance on legal issues involved in the ODR process. To conclude, I congratulate CTEC in holding this China Arbitration Summit and in putting forward the CTEC Global Arbitrators Initiative. In fact, the 5 principles set out in this initiative already provide a very clear and visionary answers to us all on how to enhance international credibility of arbitrations under economic globalization. Thank you very much.
I will thank Teresa. Obviously, she has completed her presentation within 7+3. I think she made 2 ambitious proposals, one of which is that we need to amend your convention. Another proposal is that we need to amend the institutional model law, which hopefully can harmonize the arbitration legislations of different jurisdictions. Those are daunting tasks. So I hope that all the scholars and practitioners will work towards those goals. The next speaker is no introduction, who's Party Secretary and Associate Dean of School of Law of Renmin University, who's a PhD advisor and Yangtze River scholar and nice, eminent young jurist, Professor Du Huanfang. His presentation is that the path of improving the competitiveness of international arbitration against the context of economic globalization. Welcome, Dean Du. I want to thank Mr. Tao's introduction. I'm very delighted to be invited to attend this summit. I think this topic is something everyone looks forward to discussing. We know that international arbitration, when it comes to the solving of international commercial dispute, as well as the promotion of international law, shall become an important force. Although certain countries are pursuing an agenda of anti-globalization or unilateralism, the macro trend of globalization, especially economic globalization, is unstoppable. In fact, if anything, it has gone to even deeper depths, or China is committed to a higher level, a higher quality, opening up, and has been working with other nations of the world to promote the implementation of Belt and Road Initiative. In that process, we can see that the cross-border economic and trade activities have actually become more frequent, more intensive. Of course, commercial risks as a result of those cross-border activities and the risk of commercial disputes may also arise accordingly. So, confronting the needs of international commercial arbitration, commercial dispute resolution during the cross-border activities of the global business community, how we can provide the international business community with the world-class dispute resolution services. So that is something the arbitration institutions have been doing. So I think most important thing is to provide the world-class arbitration service. What will be the attraction of arbitration? I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is the credibility of international arbitration. My understanding is that it should also be synonymous with international competitiveness. So, in other words, that in the international dispute resolution market, we need to put into place a series of brands and image, which is reliable in the hearts and mind of the parties. Of course, it's a long-term task. It is a daunting task. Not an easy one. It's also a comprehensive one. It calls for multiple elements, multiple aspects involving laws, legislation, arbitration mechanism, market of arbitration, the talents and brands in arbitration. Those are the 5 elements I would like to highlight. Firstly, we certainly need to strengthen the research of arbitration legal system. As Teresa Cheng mentioned just now, it's necessary to amend the relevant international legal instruments such as New York Convention and ancestral model law. But I think a more pressing task is for each jurisdiction to revise its own domestic arbitration law. A relatively improved or more sound arbitration legislation is the basis for the whole community, for the industry to prosper. That is the good law we're talking about, good law, good governance we're hoping to achieve. So at the highest level of international competition is the competition among standards and regimes and rules. So how to improve the competitiveness of arbitration law is something that all nations to draw on from one another. The best practice of the advanced arbitration practice experience, when necessary, each jurisdiction should amend its arbitration law so as to further highlight advantages of arbitration legal regime. For example, what is most discussed recently, the investor-host dispute resolution arbitration, the ad hoc arbitration, the interim measures for arbitration, as well as the third-party funding for arbitration, or even it has been discussed whether arbitration tribunal can order or issue interim measures or injunctions as well. Those are important practical issues which merit further discussion and research, and proper rules should be made for those issues. And secondly, we should be innovative in the new institutions' research and exploration. What's more important is to expand the means of international dispute resolution so that we can provide domestic international parties with multiple or diversified dispute resolution services with international commercial arbitration as the leading means, where other solutions such as international investor host nation arbitration, international commercial mediation as supporting ways. As Chief Judge Wang and the speaker mentioned this morning, that we have this diversified dispute resolution whereby the international commercial litigation can be connected to international commercial arbitration and mediation, etc., so that we can have this one-stop diversified international commercial dispute resolution platform. I certainly second that project. I believe that's the right thing to do. Also, we need to promote the comprehensive optimization of international arbitration mechanism. So CITA has released a whole set of rules, including the international investor dispute resolution rules, as well as the setting up of the intellectual property arbitration center. All those innovative measures are conducive to expanding the influence of China's arbitration community and internationalization of China's arbitration. But certainly, we should further explore and develop the service market of international arbitration to expand the global profile of such institutions. Those more eligible, more advanced or experienced arbitration institutions should try to go global, try to set up branches, overseas offices, so that both Chinese and international parties can enjoy the world-class international service in their respective local region. Such expansion overseas effort of arbitration institutions are helpful to Chinese international enterprises to properly solve their disputes with the legal means acceptable to the international society so as to safeguard the lawful interests of the parties. I think CTAD has set up its overseas offices, including Vancouver, where it set up its North American Arbitration Center, and other places. I think Beijing Arbitration Commission also set up its China-Africa Joint Arbitration Center. I think all those endeavors represent the useful exploration of Chinese arbitration community in expanding internationally. Well, firstly, we really need to do a better job in training professionals in the international arbitration community. We really need to build a contingent of high-quality arbitrators. At the end of the day, the arbitration depends on the qualities or competencies of the arbitrators. So all arbitration institutions should be committed to the talent development strategy. We must have a high, strict requirements for the admission of new arbitrators. We need to optimize the selection mechanism of arbitrators, as well as set up efforts of monitoring the practice of arbitrators so that we are able to put into place a contingent of international arbitration professionals who are scrupulous, professional, and committed. We also need to develop a path of professional development for those professional international arbitrators. Again, like I said, we need to have a higher level of admission for the professionals in arbitration. Need to provide the corresponding training courses for the professional arbitration. Also, for those who are still in colleges, universities, we can provide some internship and training programs, including the mock arbitration court programs organized by CTAC. That's helpful to the students on campus, familiarize themselves with the practice of international arbitration so that they can join the arbitration practice upon their graduation. Nextly, we shall build an international arbitration brand, improve the internationalization of arbitration service level. The core of building an arbitration brand lies in its arbitration rules and arbitration service, the two pillars of such a brand. The appeal of arbitration rules is the foundation, cornerstone of brand building of any arbitration institutions. The reason why arbitration institutions in various jurisdictions have constantly been revising, improving their arbitration rules, and actually draw on each other and absorb the best practice and intentional advanced experiences. Exactly because of that. Therefore, they have been able to introduce some more international arbitration rules so as to maintain the attractiveness and competitiveness of those rules. In the meantime, the service level of arbitration is also crucial to brand building of arbitration institutions. Therefore, all those arbitration institutions in all those jurisdictions should ensure the fairness of the procedures, as well as the assertiveness and authority of the awards. They should reform, improve the service methods, management levels, and employment mechanism so as to establish a market-oriented operation mode that is more in line with the development trend of international commercial arbitration so as to build a regional and global world-class arbitration brand with a high level of credibility and competitiveness. Other than the five aspects I mentioned just now, I believe that against the context of inevitable deepening of globalization, how we should further enhance the competitiveness of international arbitration. I think very extensive international exchange and cooperation are necessary. Therefore, for CTAC to have this China Arbitration Summit for several years in a row is a good case in point. It's a good manifestation of such endeavor. I also believe it's necessary to support Chinese arbitration institutions to go global and invite more international arbitration tribunal to have a business here in China. We should encourage more lawyers and academics to take up important positions in international arbitration organizations and other international organizations, participating in the formulation of relevant international arbitration rules, such as ICC committee as well as the institute, etc., so that we have a say in the drafting formulation of the international arbitration rules, international mediation rules, international commercial legal rules, etc., so that we can make greater contribution and demonstrate more wisdom and play even bigger role in the on the international economic and trade stage. So that concludes my brief remarks. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tu.
It's somebody I know since many years, Dr. Marcio Segón. He used to be a counsel in ICC, International Court of Arbitration, and now he's a partner in international law firm Wine & Case, Singapore office. Also, he's the head of Wine & Case International Arbitration Office in Asia Pacific. He's a French lawyer. He's Australian, but studied both in Australia and in Paris, but also he's a doctor of law from the University of Freiburg. So triple legal education, a lot of experience in the international arbitration field. Now he will join us from Singapore. So Matthew. Cannot hear you. Please switch on your microphone.
So yes. Now it's okay. Sorry. Thank you very much. So thank you for those kind words, Mr. Tao. It's nice to see you, albeit from far, far away. It's been very interesting listening to these speeches today. And I think that what I will speak to is a continuation of that which we've heard. Because I think to make arbitration better, you need to study it. And what I'm going to speak to briefly is one of the ways that arbitration can be studied. Now, one of the key problems with studying arbitration is confidentiality. Now, obviously, confidentiality is one of the things that people really value about arbitration. But it also creates a problem by creating a cloud over it. Sorry, I'm just getting some feedback. I'm just fixing one thing. Thank you. Now, because of the problem of studying arbitration caused by confidentiality, one of the things which is very important is academic surveys. And my firm, White & Case, is very proud to partner with Queen Mary University of London to do one of the most rigorous, the largest surveys of international arbitration every 2 years or so. Now, what I'm going to speak to today is the results, or the relevant results, from our 2021 survey. Now, our survey touches upon many topics, but the three most important for this particular topic today are parties' choices when it comes to arbitration, diversity, and technology. Now, this was a big survey. It was around 1,200 people who were surveyed. And to follow up, the research assistant from Queen Mary University of London did some 200 interviews with people involved in the field of international arbitration. Now, the big takeaway when it comes to choices is simply that international arbitration is the dominantly preferred choice of international users for dispute resolution. Now, the one interesting takeaway from users' current preference is, as you can see there, the dark bar with 59% is the combination of international arbitration with other forms of ADR. And only 31% of users said they preferred pure international arbitration. Now, the takeaway from this, I would suggest, is that people see the benefit in having pre-arbitral mediation or some other type of non-binding dispute resolution before arbitration. Now, the other choices that we look at comes to seats of arbitration and institutions. And here we see very positive news for China. Now, as you can see from the top graph, the two preferred places of arbitration are London and Singapore. But very close behind is Hong Kong on 50%. And then we have both Beijing and Shanghai featured in the top 10. So once you take Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Beijing together, you have a very large percentage of respondents who actually prefer to have their arbitration in Greater China. Now, when it comes to the preferred institutions, what we see is that ICC remains a dominant force. But if you look back when we asked the same question years ago, you have seen a dynamic. And the particular dynamic is that ICC has been slowly inching downwards, and SIAC in Singapore and HKIAC in Hong Kong have kind of been taking the space and increasing their popularity over time. So I think if you wanted to summarize the dynamic we see here, is that we do see a shift of the international arbitration world towards Asia in general, and to some extent, China in particular. Now, just when it comes to why people have preferences, we've already heard about this today, but we did ask people basically what they care about when they're choosing the legal seats of arbitration. And really what comes back quite clearly is it's a question of legal infrastructure, good quality legislation, and good quality courts. And we already heard about this earlier from Teresa Cheng, about the importance of quality legislation. Now, one of the big movements in recent years of international arbitration has been an increased push for diversity. And we now asked a number of questions on this topic. And basically, when it comes to the perception, so whether people perceive that there have been improvements, what we see from this graph is that there's a significant feeling that there's been improvement on gender diversity, having more women arbitrators and women in leadership roles in arbitral organizations and in arbitration council groups. However, the feeling seems to be that diversity is not moving in the right direction, or certainly not at the same pace when it comes to geographical diversity, age diversity, which normally referring to appointing younger arbitrators, cultural diversity, or ethnic diversity. And so what this perhaps tells us is that those are the areas that we need to focus on to kind of really increase the size of the pool of participants in international arbitration. Now, I think I'll skip over the next slide, so I follow Mr. Tao's direction to be short. Now, we did actually look at also the use of technology, and obviously this survey was done kind of as the world was in COVID and perhaps slightly coming out of it. And what we see is partially unsurprising on this slide in any case, which is that there has been a seismic shift in the world in the perception of video conferencing for hearings. We've already touched upon this today in terms of online dispute resolution, but what we see is that there's a significant move in both the use of video conference for hearings and also the acceptance that is somewhat inevitable. Now, just to finish with the last question, we also, asked people to look forward and look at how they thought technology would be used in a real post-COVID world. when COVID is really over. And what we see is that when it comes to substantive hearings, particularly I think when there will be witnesses who testify, there is still a feeling that in-person hearings will be an important part. And as you can see, around half of people really had a strong preference for in-person hearings when it came to preference. Now, I mean, I don't think will surprise us, but I think that the future will see a mix of in-person and hybrid and online hearings. Now, again, in the interest of time, I'll probably skip over from this. What I will finish with is simply to commend you, if you haven't already done so, to have a look at the Queen Mary White and Case survey from last year. I think there's a lot of valuable takeaways, and it's the type of tool that can be used to improve the world of arbitration generally, and things like arbitral rules and legislation in particular. So thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I think everybody should look at this Queen Mary White Case survey. It's a very useful tool to understand the international arbitration and its future development of international arbitration.
So next speaker is Mr. Guo Junxiu, who's the General Counsel of China Eastern Air Holding Limited, as well as the Director of Compliance Department. He's also the Chairman of the Aviation Law Research Institute of China Law Society. He's going to address us through video because he's not in Beijing now. Let's play the video.
尊敬的郝景洲老师，尊敬的各位专家。
Distinguished Dr. Tao Jingzhou, dear experts, arbitrators, good afternoon. It is a great honor to be invited to attend the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. Under the theme of Towards Intelligent and Interconnected Global Arbitration, this forum focuses on the cutting-edge hot issues in the development of international arbitration in the era of intelligence and interconnection, which has a positive effect on clarifying the direction of development and promoting the development of arbitration. As a counsel in an airline and arbitrator, I'm very pleased to discuss with experts the topic of building the credibility of arbitration under economic globalization. Led by IT and characterized by intelligence, a new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation is rising. Especially the rapid development of various new technologies, which has been applied and opened an era of the connection of men and things with things. Everything is connected. And this is also reshaping the form, mode, and the pattern of the civil aviation industry in an all-round way. Civil Aviation Administration of China has issued the roadmap for the construction of intelligent civil aviation, which is exploring a path of intelligent development from aircraft manufacturing to flight operation, from air traffic to ground transport, from organizational management to service products. Although civil aviation industry is suffering from the severe impact of COVID around the world and encountering unprecedented difficulties, we still firmly believe that globalization is the direction of China's civil aviation development. In the context of globalization, as company globalize their business footprint, arbitration as a way to resolve international commercial disputes has its own unique advantages. For example, in arbitration, enterprises can choose the arbitrators that they trust. The confidentiality of the arbitration process can avoid excessive media coverage, prevent inappropriate interference from the outside, and create an environment conducive to arbitrators who can concentrate on hearing the disputes in accordance with the agreements concluded by the parties and the agreed governing law. It is also conducive to creating an environment atmosphere suitable for the parties to settle. However, the achievements of these advantages is based on the credibility that arbitration should possess and requires the joint cherishing and efforts of arbitration institutions and arbitrators. In the eyes of enterprises, the credibility of arbitration is the hope that dispute resolution can be professional, fair, and efficient. To achieve these three things, I think we need to work on the following three areas. First, specialization of arbitration. The business scope of arbitration and the structure of the pool of arbitrators need to adapt to the changes of the industrial structure of the country and the region. For example, Shanghai established itself in history as a port and developed the city with commerce. At present, in accordance with the national strategy, Shanghai is fully promoting the development of 5 centers, namely that of economy, trade, finance, shipping, and technology, focusing on the development of 3 leading industries of integrated circuits, biomedicine, and artificial intelligence, effectively ensuring the smooth operation of the key industrial chains, such as the automobile, electronic information, and advanced materials. In civil aviation, efforts are being made to build China Eastern Airlines as a super air carrier, Shanghai Airport as a world-class aviation hub, and a COMAC as a large civil aviation aircraft manufacturer. In the construction of a civil aviation intelligent traveling, the goal is to shorten the comprehensive travel time of passengers, promote logistics quality and efficiency, and cost reduction, and build a convenient and comfortable passenger service ecosystem and efficient air logistics service system with the focus on full process convenience, all-round aviation plus services, and comprehensive air logistics services. As a dispute resolution institution, arbitration is an important part of the business environment of a country and a city. In order to win the trust of the enterprises concerned to be professional, arbitration must grasp the direction of industrial development in a set country and a city, adjust the scope of arbitration cases according to the changes in the industrial structure and the proportion and structure of arbitrators. For example, experts in advanced manufacturing and modern services shall be increased. Experts and arbitrators on the internet data protection and UAVs need to be added too. Only by having domain experts can we do a good job in handling the cases. Second, the gentlemanliness of arbitrators to enhance the credibility of arbitration, in addition to improving the relevant legislation and improving the arbitration rules. It is also necessary to promote the self-cultivation of arbitrators. In this regard, the traditional Chinese culture can provide us with a source and a reference. Diligent self-discipline and prudent self-cultivation shall be the goals and inherent requirements for arbitrators. Arbitrators should be diligent, adhere to the learning process and the understanding method of erudition, interrogation, careful thinking, discernment, and perseverance. In a rapidly changing society, only by insisting on learning can arbitrators keep pace with the times and their industry, deeply understand the root causes of conflicts and then justly adjudicate disputes in the industry. Learning is not only a way for arbitrators to increase their talents and experience, but also ability to achieve justice. This ability is not only about the arbitrator's knowledge, academic achievements, and experience in the specialized domain, but also their ability to follow up and learn new developments and knowledge in the professional field, hear new type of cases, and resolve new types of disputes. Arbitrators shall be cautious and behave while being alone. The Book of Rights says this is sincere inside and the form outside. So the gentleman must be cautious while being alone. This is a summary of a person's thoughts and behavior. Behave while being alone is not only a moral cultivation, but also a level of cultivation for long term. Arbitrators can still firmly believe in their moral convictions while being alone and unsupervised, be sincere and trustworthy and conscious in accordance with a code of conduct without diluting themselves. Third, digitalization of the arbitration. The digitalization and intelligence of arbitration and the development of a smart arbitration are the inevitable ways to achieve efficiency. Intelligent arbitration adopts online methods to hear cases and arbitration hearings and the application, acceptance, servicing, mediation, evidence presentation, cross-examination, and case completion can all be completed online. So far, intelligent arbitration is mainly carried out through the intelligent arbitration platform, which is a efficient way to resolve commercial disputes and alleviate the burden of enterprises, particularly during COVID. There's a lot for intelligent platforms to do so that it can shield the arbitration from the impact of COVID and keep the arbitral proceedings going and dispute resolution unstopped. In arbitration practice, arbitration assistance systems such as speech recognition for hearings, intelligent push of similar cases can be established through the in-depth application of technologies such as internet, AI, and blockchain, thereby greatly improving the efficiency of arbitration. Thus, the arbitration will be efficient. These are my preliminary ideas for the experts and arbitrators to review and criticize on.
I want to thank Mr. Guo Jinxiu for his presentation. I think from the perspective the development of the industry, he has discussed the direction of the community as far as the necessity for arbitrators to be familiar with the technology, as well as his view on smart, intelligent arbitration. So there's little conflict of interest between the two previous speakers, because increasingly more online arbitration will result in increasingly reduced time of transportation, air travel, because in fact I have run into many arbitrators who has the platinum card of many airlines, but now obviously it's no longer necessary to travel by air. The next speaker is Mr. Hui Jia. I think he's a partner of Global Law Office. He's also the standing committee member of China Intellectual Property Law Association. In the international intellectual property legal practice community, he's very reputable. So let's give the floor to Mr. Hui Jia. Good afternoon, everyone. It's the control of the slides or flipping pages here. So I'm very honored to attend this summit to discuss with all of you on the issue of credibility of arbitration. I think arbitration is very important in the overall system. One important aspect of arbitration is credibility. That seems to be the business card or image of an arbitration institution. Therefore, previous speakers have discussed a lot about how to improve the credibility in different aspects. Today, I would like to deal with several other angles on the same topic. So, at the core of the public trust is credibility. So, credibility or trustworthiness is the fact that the parties is the most important reason why parties opt for arbitration instead of litigation. Therefore, it is the lifeblood of the viability of arbitration. If fancy expression, not just between arbitration institution versus courts. It also can be very important among the competition between different arbitration institutions. In fact, the Chinese government and the party itself have constantly emphasized the importance of increasing the trustworthiness of arbitration institutions so that the parties, the general public, might actually trust the arbitration. But currently, we have some problems associated with the arbitration, which I can discuss with you. If you look at the statistics we have released, the percentage whereby the disputes have been solved by the parties through arbitration remains at a low level. Last year, it was only roughly more than 2%. In some countries, that percentage is much higher. We also have the situation where the parties are often unhappy with the outcome of the result of the arbitration, because we know we only have one level procedure, so the award is final. But that's one of the advantages of arbitration. But parties always try to appeal. In fact, some people are saying that if the parties agree, then the arbitration award can be reviewed by a court that represent some of the experiments or explorations. So those who make such proposals may have some problem with the credibility or trustworthiness of arbitration tribunals. Therefore, propose those ideas. So how we should improve the trustworthiness and credibility? We can improve our institutions. We can amend our laws. For example, the arbitration law can provide that where the tribunals should be set up. In fact, many people have questioned the necessity for each city to set up its own arbitration institution. For example, in a city like Beijing, which obviously has a highly developed economy, we only have several arbitration institutions. If, let's say, we want to set up a arbitration institution in Zhongguancong area or the first intermediate arbitration institutions, the necessity might be questioned to some extent. So based on our research, other than tier 1 and tier 2 cities, most of kind of more local arbitration institutions set up in some other local cities do not have a relatively high quality of arbitration services, which are crying for further improvement. Therefore, when it comes to the incorporation or establishment of arbitration institutions, this is an issue which merits further research, especially the administration, the intervention from the administrative agencies is an issue we frequently discuss. Maybe intervention is too serious a word, but at least there has been some disruption or influence from administrative agency. That is also an issue we need to further discuss. Also, the appointment and selection of arbitrators. Many speakers previously mentioned that issue, including Professor Du. I just want to address this issue from several different angles. Firstly, obviously we need to increase the minimum standard, the minimum threshold for admitting arbitrators. That can give confidence to the parties. if most of arbitrators have a fancy background, like today, we have 2 law school deans in our lineup. If arbitrators have such a background, that will give more confidence to the parties. See, from another angle, I've heard complaints from the parties that this arbitrator, Mr. Zhang, in deciding the case, he's actually not familiar with the category of our dispute. But we know that Mr. Zhang is quite famous, well-known arbitrator, but his expertise is not in this particular case relevant to the dispute. Therefore, such complaint may not be relevant. For example, he's a famous doctor in one section, for example, in the surgery, is asked to perform an operation on terminology. It may not be the right thing to do. For example, I'm a practitioner of intellectual property, but it can be further divided into more narrow areas. May be more expert in certain specific discipline of IP. So you have such division of labor, then it will be more professional, so that we can avoid the issue of different judgment for like cases. Those are areas which can be improved as well. Well, lastly, the supervision or monitoring of arbitration should also be strengthened. We can draw on the practice of overseas arbitration institutions. As a matter of fact, for US or European arbitration tribunals, they mainly rely upon the professional ethics by arbitrators and the lawyers to exercise the supervision. In that regard, we should probably learn from them because they're well ahead in that regard. On the other hand, the supervision over the judiciary has been improved a lot. We already have done a lot of corruption crackdown on judges, prosecutors, and police officers. Therefore, we can introduce those monitoring system in terms of the monitoring supervision over the arbitrators by drawing both the domestic and international best practice. Also, the measurement system of the creditworthiness or trustworthiness of arbitration institutions. We already have seen lots of evaluation of arbitration institutions. In fact, so long as you're in the service industry, it's inevitable for you to subject to various kind of ranking and measurement. I'm a lawyer, we all know, we always have this ranking of lawyers. Judges also subject to the evaluation. I also have been teaching in law school for 6 to 7 years. I'm sure as a faculty teacher, students will necessarily evaluate my teaching. So arbitration institutions shouldn't be immune from such evaluation and measurement, as well as the evaluation of individual arbitrators. We do need to have such kind of evaluation and assessment system. The current system of ranking evaluation may not be sophisticated enough, some of which may not be reasonable, to be honest, but we have seen some of such evaluation system which is being improved and put into place. If you look at the scoring or ranking of certain arbitration institutions, it may not be very desirable. For those underperforming institutions, you should do some soul searching. You should consider why you're underperforming. Is it because the professional expertise of the arbitrators in your list are not very high, or the rules of your institution are not good enough? You really should do some reflections. So lastly, how to improve the credibility of arbitration institutions. In revising arbitration law, we have proposed that we need to further narrow down the specific legislative rules for specific aspect of arbitration, including the way arbitration institutions should be managed, as well as the way of financial management of the institutions. Should they be transparent enough, or we should improve the system of improving the financial management of the arbitration institutions? Also, the internal governance of the institution should also be improved so as to reduce intervention from the administrative agencies. That is, in fact, a very big thing. Very much, compromise the word of mouth and credibility in the hearts and mind of parties and the general public for unlawful act engaged by the arbitrator or even some institutions should also be disclosed. We probably need to set up a blacklist, or we need to introduce the complaint mechanism. Also, competition mechanism should be introduced. For example, for a province, is it necessary for each municipality or city to have its own arbitration institution? Is it necessary to merge all those institutions into a better one? Also, we need to increase the judicial supervision over arbitration institutions. Lastly, for the accession and exit of arbitrators, as well as the evaluation mechanism for arbitrators and recusal mechanism as well should be further improved. We've seen some cases right before the issuance of the war, the parties request the recusal of the arbitrators and by in providing actual evidence for very solid ground for recusal. So that could be very embarrassing because they represent a great squander of judicial arbitration resources. So we need to have this improved system. Okay, so just time I stop here. Thank you for attention. I want to thank Mr. Gray. So I think we have saved 15 minutes for this session instead of running late. So going forward, if I am about to moderate additional session, no one would like to be the panelist or speaker of my session because I tend to cut their time. But that way, I'm sure that we can complete all items of agenda, including the online speaker. So therefore, we don't have further time for Q&A. So I've done my task of during the session. So next time I'd like the floor to Secretary General Gu Yan to moderate the closing ceremony. Thank you. Distinguished guests, distinguished friends, along with the completion of session 3, the annual Feast of Arbitration, the second China Arbitration Summit, as well as the CITEC Global Arbitrators Forum is approaching to its end. As we see that it's difficult to meet and difficult to say goodbye. So at the juncture of the closing of this summit, I'd like to, on behalf of the organizers, thank all of your participation, both online and in person. I want to thank the co-organizers and sponsors for generous support. I want to thank all the speakers for the brainstorming you have brought about. Also, I especially want to mention that Mr. Fei is already 94 years old. He actually arrived quite early at the venue of this summit. He has been attending the conference throughout the whole day. So let's give him a round of applause for his participation. So now we have our closing ceremony, which is the last link of our summit. First, we should give the floor to Mr. Wang Chengjie, the Vice Chairman and Secretary General of CITEC. Mr. Wang Chengjie. Honorable Mr. Fei and the General Cheng and President Gao Zicheng. So at this moment, the 2022 China Arbitration Summit, as well as the second CITEC Global Arbitrators Forum, are approaching to its end. With your enthusiastic participation, this summit and forum have generated great success. Here, on behalf of the CITEC, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all the guests and friends and the relevant agencies for your support. So, focusing on the theme of towards intelligent interconnected global arbitration, so we have focused on the cutting-edge issues of international arbitration. We've had more than 30 experts from the arbitration community, practitioners and academics at home and abroad to provide excellent presentations. I think the guests have conducted very in-depth discussions on the important topics and have built important consensus that in today's complex international political economic environment, the advantages and role of international arbitration dispute resolution are increasingly prominent. So, affected by the global pandemic, modern technologies such as artificial intelligence have found a penetration into all aspects of the operation of international arbitration. So it has to receive the attention from the domestic international arbitration community. So the second working group seminar of Institute this spring, the digital economy resolution, online dispute resolution, and technology-related dispute resolution, other issues were discussed. With the same CTAD have sent a special delegate to the discussion and the issue our observation report. This morning, Secretary General Anna specifically mentioned the issue of digital economy resolution in her remarks. Also, Chairman Lucy Reid also shared a lot of research done by ICA in terms of effectiveness of online hearing and the enforceability of the word, as well as the cybersecurity and data protection in the arbitration procedure. And all the district guests have put forward their insights on the new development of international arbitration in the area of intelligent interconnection. It is foreseeable that technology empowerment will further improve the efficiency of international arbitration, reduce costs, enhance transparency, and the credibility of international arbitration. It's especially worth mentioning that the plan of the Central Commission on building China into a comprehensive international commercial arbitration center governed by rule of law and strive to build China into a new destination, most preferred forum for international commercial arbitration. So we at the CTAD will implement it comprehensively and try to make our contribution in building China into a new international commercial arbitration center. Most of the speakers have been very inspiring in their speeches to us. In the interest of time, I will not reiterate their insights. These are valuable experience and achievements of international organizations, arbitration institutions in their actual practice. So it is conceivable that at present and for a long time in the future, how to best leverage technology to enable international arbitration to move towards intelligence, interconnection, and inclusiveness. So how to avoid the abuse of technology so that the core values of arbitration, such as fairness, efficiency, and credibility, will not be jeopardized, and how to upgrade arbitration services to meet the characteristic needs of dispute resolution in the new economy, such as the digital economy, will be a topic that colleagues in the international arbitration community need to jointly explore and deal with. I think today's forum has focused on the two buzzwords of interconnection and intelligence. We have gathered the most authentic voices in the field of China's arbitration community, arbitration law, and we have demonstrated top-level professional expertise in the international arbitration community and share the most innovative representative practical cases at home and abroad. I'm sure it has contributed high-quality, high-level summit dialogue. In the meantime, 4 years later, the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum is held again, so that our global arbitrators and abroad are getting together in an online way. So in 2022, the CTAC's global team of arbitrators has been further expanded. Along with the further implementation of several initiatives, the international profile of CTAC has been taken to a higher level. Today, this excellent team of arbitrators is getting together here, and initiatives have been discussed about the future. We look forward to jointly building and sharing better tomorrow for Chinese arbitration and international arbitration. So the achievements of this forum are exciting and encouraging. I believe that also implement the original aspiration and mission of founding the summit and the Global Arbitrators Forum. Also, this forum is conducted both online and in person, and it's being broadcasted globally, attracting a total of global online participants from more than 147 countries. So as of the 5 p.m. today, we have more than 3.61 million present times. And also we have 864 attendees. So that witness again the very extensive influence of China Arbitration Summit. I believe they represent a crystallization of the most cutting-edge topics of the international arbitration community. It is of great significance to the development of international arbitration at present and in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Before the formal conclusion of the summit, please allow me once again to express my sincere thanks for the wisdom and the knowledge all the experts and disciplines have contributed. Also, I want to thank the co-organizers of this conference, the Institute, as well as all Chinese Lawyer Association for your generous support and cooperation. I want to thank all the hard work of all the staff who have made this conference possible, who have been working so hard to organize this forum. Finally, I would like to wish everyone a happy work and happy days in your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary General Wang, for your speech. Finally, I would like to invite representative of one of the co-organizers, President Gao Zicheng of Old China Lawyers Association, to deliver the closing remarks. Distinguished leaders, guests, expert scholars, and fellow lawyers, good afternoon. Thank you for all attending this summit. With your joint efforts, the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum have successfully completed its agenda and come to its end. The annual China Arbitration Week is in its 10th year since 2013. The China Arbitration Summit, which was held for the first time during the Arbitration Week in 2015, has been successfully held for 8 sessions, becoming one of the most important professional conferences in China Arbitration Week. The summit is not only an annual event for arbitration in China, but also has a certain influence in the field of international commercial arbitration community. Every year, the summit invites the top arbitration experts at home and abroad to attend and speak on the latest developments in the arbitration community at home and abroad and discussing the professional issues on arbitration practice worldwide. Here, on behalf of All China Lawyers Association, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the experts, scholars, co-organizers, and supporting units. The summit discussed in depth the new situation, new challenges, and new opportunities of international dispute resolution, focusing on the extensive application of modern technology in arbitration, the improvement of arbitration credibility, the improvement of arbitration quality and efficiency, the improvement of the arbitration system, and the influence of arbitration. The discussion of these hot topics will play a positive role in promoting the development of China's arbitration, promoting a further deepening of the cooperation of global arbitration, and continuously promoting the rollout of diversified dispute resolution mechanism worldwide. Extra international experts, scholars, and lawyers can share their professional opinions, and that has benefited all the online and offline audience and friends. In recent years, COVID has brought challenges to development arbitration. In the midst of difficulties, the community has not stand still. The emergence of many forms such as electronic service, remote hearings, cloud-based arbitration platforms, etc., have applied the technology into arbitration, bringing new changes to arbitration rules, and have also triggered our attention to such issues as the uneven technological development and the lagging arbitration norms. Last year, the Minister of Justice issued the revised arbitration law of the People's Republic of China, drafted for comments, which received positive feedback from the practical academic circles. In this draft for comments, there are many provisions on the use of technology in arbitration activities involving such procedures as the servicing and hearing. This fully reflects the pragmatic and innovative spirit in the development of China's arbitration. The development of technology has shortened the distance between people in the era of internet. In the context of globalization, intelligence and interconnectivity has become an inevitable trend. The arbitration in different regions and jurisdictions under different rules and in different language will affect each other. This has and will continue to promote the mutual reference and common innovation in the case management methods of Chinese and international arbitration institutions, advance the improvement of legal norms and institutional rules for domestic and international arbitration, accelerate the process of globalization of international arbitration, and facilitate the development, innovation, and reshaping of global diversified dispute resolution mechanisms. While managing the challenges and seizing opportunities brought by COVID, I believe that all the professionals will realize that no single tree can make a broad forest, and no monofilament can make a thread. We should follow the trend of globalization, deepen cooperation, joint discussion, make common response, and uphold community of a shared future for mankind, sail in the same boat for the future development of international arbitration. Thank you again, scholars, experts, and the fellow lawyers for participating. I believe that under the initiative of CTAC and the professional assistance of all the colleagues, there will be new developments in China's arbitration, and the development of arbitration in China will also bring forward the international arbitration with its contribution. Now, I would like to declare the close of the 2022 China Arbitration Summit and the second, the CTAC Global Arbitrators Forum. Thank you all.